There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne. Those days are gone, now the memories on the wall. I hear the song.
All right, good morning, beautiful people. Welcome to day 2 of 2 at the Start Summit 2023, and particularly welcome to the Builder stage, which again is ready to host some of the most exciting and insightful sessions of the day. Very happy to see you here in the first rows. Definitely very exciting morning for those of you who are interested in learning more about the work in and off VCs and how to break into that, and even kind of going into details with our first keynote speaker later on, André Retterath, like how even VCs can become more efficient and more digitized themselves. But before going further into this, guys, and I'm taking the mic here in the middle just for our technicians to know, let me know about last night. How was that? Okay, I see a lot of very tired faces. Man, you look like you came straight out of Trischli. How was it?
It was amazing, but actually I left already at, I think, 11 p.m. So.
You did? 11? I didn't even know it was opened at that time. Anyone else? Like, you had a good time? Did you go to the pub crawl, or what did you do?
No, I had a good time also this morning because it's the birthday of one of my team members.
Oh, fantastic.
So
congratulations.
Very early to cheer him up.
Very good. That's a perfect way, right, to do that at Start Summit. Any expectations for the second day? I see a lot of coffee here, guys. Come on, you're not drinking. Don't pretend. What are your expectations? What are you looking forward to?
The session?
The session, yeah?
Yeah.
Are you excited about VC? Do you consider joining a VC someday?
Well, maybe.
Maybe? Yeah? Okay. We'll figure out, I guess, during this morning. Okay, guys. It seems like you need some input to wake up a bit, but I see a lovely voice here. Maybe. How was your last night? We met at Square first. Thereafter, what happened?
It was super exciting. Got to know a lot of other people as well.
Okay, fantastic. So let's see, guys. Actually, I just learned a couple of minutes ago that I'll be hosting the next session and panel. That's exactly what you're looking for after a night at Trischli. Anyways, I'm sure we're going to have a very good time. Actually, now I think everybody should be aware why the motto of this conference is reaching for resilience. That's exactly what you need the Friday morning after the first day. So we're going for resilience here, and I'm very happy that I'm allowed to host a very exciting panel that is considering the major theme and question, how you break into VC. Let me quickly ask you guys, also for our panelists, who of you is considering or trying or could imagine like to build a career in VC? Oh, quite a few of you. That's amazing. Okay, so I guess you will take a lot of insights from this amazing discussion that we will have with my, at least for now, 2 fellow investors, which I will have on stage. We've got a third one joining us in a few minutes, I hope. He also had a good time last night, I assume. We got with us for now a lovely Maya Markowski. She's back. She's been here on the Builder stage already last night from B2 Ventures. Please join me on the stage, Maya. And Martin Janicki from Calvary Ventures from Berlin. Please take whatever seat you like. Exactly, we'll keep it cozy. Martin, if you don't mind, just take a seat. Guys, how are you this morning? All good?
You want the honest answer?
Yes, please.
I've been to Trischli last night.
You've been? Oh my gosh, who would have thought, right?
But I'm in a good mood and I'm happy to be back.
That's very good. Cool.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower this morning, but I guess not just on stage, but also off stage. But we're going to warm up over the next couple of minutes and hopefully get to working temperature.
Awesome. And you're seeing, I mean, the rows are already filling up. Bring your coffees along. I mean, don't hold back, right? That's absolutely fine. Any updates from Florian so far?
I think he's still looking for the stage.
Okay, still looking for the stage. Okay, we'll make sure he finds it in time. Guys, why don't we start off by, introducing yourselves, but also introducing the funds. Managing director of Calvary Ventures based in Berlin. What are you guys going for in terms of investment? Which stages do you usually invest at?
So, Bastian, thank you for promoting me. I'm not the managing director, but I'm a partner with the firm.
Oh, I was told. Okay, anyway.
So, as you mentioned, we're a Berlin-based sort of pre-seed seed stage firm. So typically, We like to be the first, sometimes the second or third VC that invests into promising software companies. That's obviously a very broad description. That's as broad as we want to keep it. So I think internally we're very much focused on keeping a good balance between a prepared mind and an open mind when looking at new situations. And the firm started in 2016, and some of the earliest investments, I think by now, might be known a little bit better. Companies such as Photo, Magmakler, PlanRadar, or Brighter.
Awesome. Working in VC and particularly prop tech like myself, it's exciting to hear that you guys are into this as well. Maya, before we start, let me just give our technicians a little sign that the timer here is not working yet. So that would be quite helpful if you could get that going. Maya, B2 Venture, maybe you start by just explaining everyone why you got a rebranding recently. I think it's only 3 days ago, and I think BTOF is gone, right?
I think you just explained where we got the rebranding. No, essentially, we've been thinking about giving it a new spin because I think the original message in itself of what B2V stands for got sometimes a little bit lost. We started off as Brains to Ventures. Then we came B-2/V. Now we are B2 Venture, and there is a running gag that in about 3 years' time will be called Brains to V. But essentially we just rebranded a few days ago, and we were thinking whether we want to just throw everything away, what we actually stand for, which is 23 years of early stage and angel investing DNA, actually a spin-off of Start. Our founding partner, Florian Schweitzer, was actually also the founder of Start.
Exactly, and what many people don't know, I mean, nowadays, like you brag with your fancy offices in Berlin and Munich, but that fund was actually founded here in Little St. Gallen, right?
So if you're ever in the Museumsviertel, there's the Blumenaustraße, and there's this beautiful old like mansions kind of thing. And every day, actually, on my way to work when I studied here, I walked past Brains to Ventures. I saw the sign and never knew what it was. Who knows? That 7 days later.
Oh, hi. Good morning, Florian. Hey, how's it going? Sorry for the delay. Don't worry. We'll turn on your mic. I think that will work in a second. And we're just still.
I don't want to interrupt you guys.
That's all right.
You really don't. We were just talking about B2V, so now B2 Venture.
Exactly.
No, but yeah, we just rebranded 3 days ago, and we're actually really excited. And funnily, it was the rebranding agency that told us to not go away from the name, which we were actually really surprised about. But all in all, I think what's more important, what you don't see here, is our new icon, our new logo. So we don't just have.
What's that? Is it a bird or something? Because I was
wondering.
It's an
angel.
It's an angel. Oh, there
it's
we
an
go.
angel, and maybe later I can tell you more about that.
Good, because you also have a large group of angel investors that
is correct.
kind of that are backing some of your cases in addition, right?
That is correct. So essentially, our DNA is by combining classical closed-end institutional funds together with a pool of not only capital from business angels, a group of 200 to 250 pre-vetted entrepreneurs, former CEOs, but also ex-founders. But then also they support the startups, of course, with access to market, support with regards to strategy, board seats, and so forth.
Right. And stages as well as sectors that you would usually invest in?
We typically go in pre-seed, seed, and some Series A. However, I'm in a special position at B2V. I'm part of the direct investment team. So what I do is syndicated investment opportunities from our angels in everything that does not fall within the fund's scope. So I look at the crazy stuff, a lot of food tech, a lot of deep tech, or like crazy things such as Volocopter, which my colleague Garrett actually looks at, or at the moment I look something in the fusion space. Not that I would understand anything about that, but yeah.
Great, thank you. Now, Florian, we got a lot of questions, but the most pressing one is about last night. How was that? Was it worth?
I think it was worth it.
Okay, that's the most important part. Thank you very much for joining us. Now managing partner and director, right, from Picos Capital. And maybe you just tell us a bit about Picos as well, when it was founded, what you usually do in terms of investments, ticket sizes. And
Sure, happy to do so. It was founded, I think, 2016. I then joined 2017, so very early on in the journey. And I think what's a bit special for us when we think about how we position against other VCs is that we always say for us there is no too early actually, because we think that we want to engage with founders when they're really in this process of thinking about starting something new. So it's very often when they leave their old company, maybe brainstorm a few ideas. That's when we want to be there, and that's when we want to be there as this entrepreneurial sparring partner, if you want to call it like that. So we take a very hands-on approach when really sparing ideas with the founders, introducing design partners, introducing potential co-founders or first hires with them, to be then in a position to secure an allocation or secure the lead for the potential pre-seed round. So I think that's kind of a bit unique in the sense of being very hands-on and being extremely early, I would say, in the process. But that doesn't mean that we don't do the typical seed rounds or A rounds where we come in a bit later. But I think that's a bit of a special setup at Picos, because we are also privately financed, which allows us to work with a much more longer-term time horizon. So we really think in 10 years plus when we invest at Picos, which I think, especially in this very early stages, is a great fit for founders, especially when they're building in spaces where you take a bit longer to build really category-leading businesses, right? So I think typically you don't build that in 5 or 6 years. You need 10 years plus, and that's a bit how we set up Picos initially.
Awesome, very good, interesting. I mean, the common kind of denominator among all of you, including myself, but that's not important here, you all went to the University of St. Gallen, right? And we want to talk about possible career path into and then in venture capital as well. Maybe we start off by maybe also describing the different type of profiles that usually like venture capital funds do offer. I mean, maybe it's not only about the investment side, right? But obviously also fundraising, back office, communication, like a lot of things that are going on in such a fund. Maybe, Florian, would you like to start by just giving us an idea of kind of like the magnitude of such a team and the different kind of departments or how you structure yourself?
Sure, happy to do so. So we split it in a sense that we say we have the investment team, which is probably like 2/3 or like 3/4 of the entire team. Yeah. And the other team for us is called the platform team. So when we talk about the investment team, is obviously all the investment professionals which actively work on, sourcing, closing, and deals and managing portfolio. Mm-hmm. When we talk about the platform team, it obviously includes everything we need in order to, run Picos, which means HR, finance, etc. But it also includes all of the portfolio support that we essentially have. And I think this part really depends on the fund, where I think there's some US funds which really work with a team of a couple of hundred people on that side, where you have really like sales experts, marketing experts, engineering experts, which really go extremely operational with the portfolio companies. For us, that's a bit different. We chose the setup where we have like a platform team, which is rather small, but we work with a lot of, external partners, I would call it. So we have expert partners for sales, for engineering. For example, for sales, we have the former SVP sales of Bill.com. Right. Which we then connect to our portfolio companies. Then it's about brainstorming different type of go-to-market strategies and so on.
Absolutely. How's that with Culvery? Any different or?
So there's quite a few similarities. So our headcount is split 50-50 between the platform team and the investment team, albeit the whole firm is much smaller. So for us, the boutique approach is really important, meaning we have 5 full-time investing partners, and we are looking as a firm to make 10 to 12 new investments per year, meaning every partner only works with 2 new teams effectively per year, which for us is super important because we want to be there to contribute, to be a sort of strong partner from the beginning. Right. And that's why we think very hard about where it makes sense about, you know, division of labor when creating that special sort of bond with the entrepreneurs. Obviously, we do have over 300 investors, you know, publicly listed CEOs, entrepreneurs, angel investors, some people with really, really valuable skills who we like to pull in on an ad hoc basis to sort of show their support and share their expertise. But for us, it's really important to have, you know, the partners committing the majority of their bandwidth to the companies that they decided to partner up with.
Absolutely, yeah, very interesting. Now, I read about you that you've been in investment banking before, as so many other people going into VC or also consulting. I think that's a very big theme also at Picos, etc. Tell us, guys, is this prerequisite to join a VC, or what do you see as the best kind of way to get into VC at all? Like, do you need internships at startups in Berlin, or like, what would you do if you could kind of start at the beginning?
So my story was a little bit, you know, I was doing my bachelor's here at the university, and I had little idea of where I wanted to go, what I wanted to do. And that was back in 2015, I stumbled upon a book at the library called The Startup Game by William H. Draper, which are basically the memoirs of one of the sort of founding fathers of Silicon Valley. And it sort of struck me like a lightning bolt. And that's when I sort of knew that this is what I want to do. So I used my thesis as an excuse to interview as many VCs as possible. That was sort of a sanity check. And I think at that point in time in particular, the ecosystem was way less mature than it is now. So entry-level positions were even rarer than there are now. And the way I approached it, and which is also, I think, the number one sort of career advice that I give to sort of young graduates that ask me of how to direct themselves is, you know, go on LinkedIn, find people who are in a position of where you would like to be in 5 years' time, and then look what they have been doing for the previous 5 years, sort of back solve their path. And I think particularly when you're thinking about, you know, VC, there's quite a quite larger number of permutations than perhaps in other jobs. Back then, I think it was, you know, mostly consulting or banking. For me, banking felt like the better path. That being said, previously I had sort of co-founded a company while I was at university. I worked at a startup accelerator. So I do think it is very, very important to have seen startups from the inside before going into VC, because otherwise I think the cultural divide is just too big if you've only ever witnessed a corporate environment.
Absolutely, that's valuable advice, I guess, for all of you guys. Now, Maya, what do you look for, like at B2 Venture, like when you hire new people? I mean, depending obviously also on the different sort of levels. Is there any common trait? Do you go for whatever type of university, degrees, certificates, like?
So it's actually a very interesting question, because the last process that we just ran, we did an equal opportunity process where we basically throughout the process have not looked at the CVs. So someone screened the CVs at the beginning and kind of checked whether they have really fulfilled what we wrote in the ad. 4 semesters, some experience somewhere, like, and then based on that, it was just merit-based. They had to do a lot of like tasks that they had to send us, tests and stuff. However, this was just an MVP of a process and to see whether this is scalable also for hiring going forward. To come back to your question, I cannot translate this word into English, but the word we typically look for, or the thing we typically look for is Stallgeruch.
Wow.
So it's typically, we want someone where we kind of get a feeling of whether, will they get the pace that we work in? Will they understand that you need to be able to have 17 balls at the same time in the air. And in most cases, actually, you should not even let one drop. Do they have project management skills? Because I cannot micromanage the interns or the analysts. They need to have a lot of ambition. They need to be very organized. And I think so what we really look for are people that are extremely driven, like hungry, and however that may manifest in their CV, in their interviews, and the communication.
Absolutely, thank you. We should definitely look that up. We should ask your portfolio company Diepel about Stallgeruch. I'm sure they've got an answer to that. Florian, how does Picos think about that? And maybe also give us an idea of how assessment processes could look like for new joiners.
Sure. So I think we also, as you mentioned, if you look at our team, I think there's also a lot of background when it comes to consulting and investment banking. However, that's for us not a prerequisite or anything like that. So I think it's just that we hired a lot out of our network, and given that, the partners who started Picos, worked in that network before, obviously I think it grew a bit organically. But I think if you in general, you see a trend in VC at the moment that everyone is looking for much more diverse type of teams. So I think essentially any background is welcome, to be honest. So I don't think there's a very concrete CV you need to fulfill in order to enter VC. And I think obviously a lot of investors are looking more and more into getting operators on board, because it's just it gives you another level of credibility when you work with founders, a lot of experience when you assess companies. But really, I wouldn't say there's this standard CV you should follow in order to get into venture capital. When you talk about our process and our assessment criteria, so it's really once you hit the initial mark, I would say, or you enter the process, I think your CV doesn't matter anymore, because then it's really about performing in the different type of interviews and assessments that we do, which comprises certain analytical tests which you do on yourself, like on your own computer.
Online version?
Yeah, it's kind of an online test, plus a lot of kind of in-person discussions, in-person interviews. And what we are looking for, it's
how many usually?
Sorry?
How many interviews?
So I think it depends a bit on the process, but I think it's typically you have like 1 or 2 interviews in the beginning, then you have your analytical test, and then you meet like the broader partner group.
Okay.
Before you get an offer. And what we look for is, I like this Stallgeruch type of expression. What we look is really to have entrepreneurs at Picos, because we see ourselves still as a startup in a sense, because we just started like a couple of years ago. We still have quite big ambitions to build Picos. We always compare ourselves a bit to Berkshire Hathaway, given that we are privately financed, but building a kind of a Berkshire Hathaway for tech. So for us, it's extremely important to get people on board which can deal with uncertainty and which want to build something big and which will thrive in uncertainty, I would say. So in the entire process that we do, all the interviews and case studies that we do, is a lot geared towards how would you react in situations where you are like a bit where there's a lot of uncertainty. You need to come up with something, come up with a solution, and build something from scratch.
Very good, interesting. Now, I guess since there's a lot of graduates also here in the room, they might be interested in also getting a proper picture of those different terminologies, job titles and stuff, because they might matter in the first place, but also differ from like investment banking, depending on the consultancy as well. What's usually the entry level? I mean, apart from intern, is it analyst? Usually
analyst or associate, yeah. So typically, if you start as an analyst, you have little or no prior work experience.
Yeah.
When you start as an associate, you usually have 1, 2, or 3 years of prior work experience. And from there on, classically, the next step after associate would be investment manager. Some folks call it VP, which is how we sort of named it. Then the stage thereafter is principal, which is where the firm pretty clearly signals to the people outside that this is somebody we really strongly sort of consider to be on our partner track.
Right.
And from there on, you have the partner. That being said, there's been a trend over the recent years for some firms to just call everybody partner, where it's not really clear how it's looking under the hood. Particularly sort of the US mega firms like to do it. But yeah, I think what I described is the classical way of naming the positions, although it probably applies only to 2/3, 3/4 of the funds out there.
As of which level do you participate typically from like the fund carry, or is there any like rule to that, or is it different in every fund?
I mean, for us, every team member has a cut of carry. So we like to say we like to make our office manager a millionaire. And I think it's really, really important. And it's one of the things that, I personally am not a big fan of at the very big firms where you're being an investor, you've been with the firm for 6-7 years and you're getting crazy high salaries, like, you know, high 6-7 figure sort of salaries. You're an investor, but you have no skin in the game, which I don't think sets the right incentive structure for this particular job.
There's a beautiful saying, I came for the carry and stayed for the management fee.
There we go, yeah. I hope you didn't. Anyways, give us an idea, how fierce is the war for talent for VC funds? And what do you guys do to face it? I mean...
So for us, we basically just filled an associate position. So the candidate is starting in April. We're really excited. Mm-hmm. I led the hiring process. I interviewed over 75 candidates. We had, I don't know, 500-600 submissions, so people with really all kinds of backgrounds you can imagine, with, you know, Harvard MBAs, Stanford MBAs, okay. And whatnot, but it took us sort of 12 months to fill it.
No way.
I think there's a lot of people trying to get into VC. The vast majority does not really understand what they're getting themselves into. And then the second layer thereafter is, do we think that, you know, this would be a person that fits sort of well with our team apart from being able to do the job? And for us, again, we're trying to stay a really, really small firm. I never have to think about making my investment team hiring process scalable, which is why, you know, I can have the luxury of taking as long as I'm taking, right. Because on the flip side, I have to work more hours in a day, which I'm happy to do so until I find the right candidate.
Awesome. Seems like you got the choice, indeed. Nonetheless, is there any interesting kind of like fringe benefits or stuff that you usually try to entertain or to make people aware of? How does it differ whether I work with B2 Venture or with Picos Capital, for instance? Just to spice this up a bit.
I think essentially it's the question of, I try to figure out what they're looking for. Because there's not only difference in what is the strategy of the firm, what are the verticals that they're looking at, it makes a difference of how the partnership structure looks like, how many years they've been around, right? How much does the person like to come into a structure which is set up? You know, they have a perfect screening process and the CRM is implemented and this is exactly how you do things and this is how the investment committee works, or whether you hate the thought of doing all of that and being so bound to like administrative work, but rather are very entrepreneurial and still want to shape the firm. So I think what I want to figure out is that also someone who wants to work at a more established firm versus do you want to be in Fund 1, Fund 2 somewhere where you really can just, you know, get your hands very dirty. Although I have to say, even when you're 23 years old as a firm, you still redo all of your processes every 2 years. So I think that's a second thing. And this is also where we want to use that as our advantage, right? And you say, hey, listen, you don't come into a made bed, but when you come to B2 Venture, you will get exposure as a junior or as a mid-level to people you would never get exposure to, right? Especially our angel network. And I think that's often the argument that I give them why they should join us and no one else.
Absolutely. Makes sense. Guys, I would have so many more questions also for you, Florian, but I would at least like to give the chance also to the audience to pose 1 or 2 questions. I mean, this session is for you. Is there any questions that you'd like to ask? If not, I'll hand it on to Florian to ask. Actually, I mean, you said you're an international investment platform. Do investment managers or analysts, do they benefit from the fact that there's an office in New York? Do you send them around? How does that look like?
Yeah, we have this, we call it rotation program, essentially, where you, as an investor, or like as every team member, there's this very flexible program where you can work like 2-3 weeks out of any office, essentially, whenever you want. Mm-hmm. This is like the time frame is set up this way because you have some visa issues if you want to go to the US, for example. But then we also have a bit more structured approach where you can really, then that's, you know, you have to apply for, we call it, because obviously you have to, you figure it out. You have to figure it out when it comes to resources per region and so on. But you can essentially, for a longer term, also go into different offices, and we're really part of that ecosystem and part of that deal flow, part of that network and so on, where you can go for, you know, I think it's 6 to 12 months, depending on the region. Also, again, visa issues there. where you really are part of that local ecosystem. When you go to another office to work from there for 2-3 weeks, you still cover your own deal flow in your home region essentially. But when you do this longer term type of rotation, you're supposed to be part of the local deal flow in order to make the learnings in that manner.
Fantastic. All right, guys. Unfortunately, time is up. It only remains for me to close this session and thank all my fellow panelists for this great discussion. Please make a big round of applause for these guys here. Thank you. All right. Cool. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Florian. Awesome. Guys, please stay in your seats. There's good reasons for that. I told you, you will get a lot of VC topics this morning, and we've got a next VC partner already waiting for his keynote slot to start. I'm very excited. Many of you will know him. I guess quite a lot of you are already subscribed to his exciting newsletter. Let's maybe just check for Andre as well, how many of you are subscribed to André Retterat's newsletter. Fantastic. Okay, quite a few, but you see, there's potential for more here, right? That's awesome. The very cool thing about Andre is that he's not just challenging the startups that he's investing into, but he's actually challenging his very own industry. He's challenging not just early bird ventures, but he's actually challenging all the VCs out there, because he's saying, we cannot request our startups to be efficient, to be digital, to apply AI and all of that, but we need to do that ourselves. And therewith, he is going to have the first keynote speech here on the Builder stage this morning. I'm very happy to see that the rows are continuously filling up, so we're almost full house here for you, Andre. And we're looking forward to your presentation on the future of VC, augmenting humans with AI. I think the topic couldn't be more current and more topical. Very much looking forward to that. And please welcome on stage, put your hands together for André Retterat.
Thank you all for having me. So first up, let's start with a quick poll. Who of you is a VC? Hands up. Like half. Who of you of the VCs is always busy? Hands up. Okay, exactly the same. Then who of you of the VCs ever missed a deal? Hands up. It's the same, so 100% coverage among the VCs. Now flip it upside down, the founders. Who of you here is a founder? Hands up. Okay, like a third. And who of you feels that it's sometimes a bit difficult to get in touch with VCs? Hands up. Okay, so like half of the founders, I'd say. So today's talk is about augmenting humans with AI in VC. I'm Andre, I'm a partner with Earlybird. I lead our enterprise software investments, and besides that, I did my PhD on machine learning and venture capital, and have been building our internal data-driven sourcing and screening platform for the past 5 years, together with an amazing engineering team. Today, I want to walk you through a bit of our thinking about it, and with the poll in mind, we can say that VC is very inefficient, very manual, and also very subjective and biased. And looking at the VC value chain, VCs need to collect money, the first step, and at the end, VCs need to return the money to the LPs. And in between, we have the investment process. And looking at the investment process, we have different steps like sourcing, screening, due diligence, we have the closing, portfolio value creation, we have follow-on funding, and then the exit. And looking at this process, in all of the different steps, you will see exactly what you saw in the poll, that VC is very manual. You have incomplete coverage, so you miss opportunities. It's very subjective based on your biases, your previous investment experience. It's very time-consuming, so VCs are naturally always busy. The days will never end. Every VC is completely stressed. And on the other side of the spectrum, it's also very difficult to get a very clear opportunity for the founders. So my hypothesis is that talent is distributed equally across the globe, across geographies and so on, but capital is not. For capital, VCs are the gatekeepers out there, and VCs historically distributed the capital to mostly their close network. And I think that with data-driven approaches, we can actually split that up and funnel the capital to the founders with the biggest ambitions and also with the biggest talent out there. Now, the increasing competition among VCs actually forced VCs to start innovating. And looking at the different sourcing components, we see that sourcing and screening in VC make up 2/3 of the VC value creation. There are different studies out there showing exactly this. So VC is a finding and picking the winner's game. Now looking at the two major components, sourcing and screening, we see that on the left-hand side, the old world, it's mostly inbound and outbound. So inbound meaning founders reaching out to the VCs through their websites, LinkedIn, conferences, whatever, or outbound, VCs doing desk research, and with this desk research, reaching out to founders. Obviously, this is very incomplete coverage, so there's lots of gray area. Then in the past, mostly 5 years, we saw some innovation on the manual side of things. So for manual, we speak about different kind of angel programs, operator programs. So you might have heard about the big US VCs mostly that started to collaborate with some angel investors, some operators out there to invest like checks of, I don't know, 50, 100, 200K into portfolio companies. So essentially they wanted to build their roots into the ecosystems without having the investment professionals involved. There are also ambassador programs. Some of you might know university ambassador programs. There are different kind of accelerators. Some of the big funds do fund of fund into micro VC funds. And with that, we get a more comprehensive coverage, but still there is lots of gray room out there. And my hypothesis is, and we have proven that, with data-driven approaches, you can fill out the remaining gray spots and get comprehensive coverage. So for me, in my perspective, VC is also kind of a sales job because we need to build a funnel of all investment opportunities out there, and then we need to narrow down this funnel to be in front of the right founders at the right point in time. And then if we are excited about an opportunity, we also need to convert the founder. We need to convince them that we are the right partner to work with for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years plus. Now, assuming with data-driven approaches, we get comprehensive coverage, it sounds fairly easy, but I want to just quickly walk you through on how we actually do this. So what we do is we combine different alternative data sources where we think about where can we identify a company as early as possible in their journey. So you might now think about public registers. So in Germany, we have Handelsregister, we have Companies House in the UK. So as soon as you officially register a company, there will be a digital footprint. There is social media, founders putting into their LinkedIn, starting something new, or a founder in stealth mode, or whatever. That's the first sign where we can identify a founder, and we need to track this at scale. You can also look into different kind of product libraries, so where people launch projects like GitHub, Product Hunt, app stores, and so on. So there's a variety of different kind of databases, plus also platforms, where we can identify founders as early as possible. And we have built highly scalable web crawlers to collect all of this data on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, and then essentially funnel that together. So the first step of the sourcing is the identification. Now that we have identified a company, the second step is, how can we actually qualify the funnel? So to give you an idea, right now in our database, we have about 2.6 million companies in there. And we have, as humans, as human investment team, very limited resources. So we can only talk to, like, I don't know, 2,000 founders per year. So we need to narrow down the funnel. And to narrow down the funnel, we need to get enrichment data, meaning we need to get additional data about the companies to do both the hard selection, meaning the company, for example, Earlybird, we invest only in Europe. So we need to have the hard criteria in Europe, what's the age of the company, how much funding did they raise, and so on. So we have these hard criteria, but then it's really about the soft criteria to still narrow down the funnel. And for this soft criteria, we look into the enrichment, meaning both qualitative and quantitative data about a company. So we can look at LinkedIn, and for LinkedIn, now we don't look at the founder profile, still starting something new or whatever, but we can look at what is the number of employees in a company. So we can look at headcount growth month over month. We can look at the number of job descriptions that are out there month over month. This is more quantitative. More qualitative, we can look at the split of employees within the company. So is it mostly technical? That means they are probably still in product development. If we see the first job description in sales hires, go-to-market positions, then we know, okay, they are probably now trying to bring a product into the market. So if they hire a head of sales, we know pretty sure that we are moving from founder-led sales to they hire professionals. So they might have figured out their go-to-market motion and playbook. So we collect all of these data, and I've listed another few in here, to create a comprehensive picture. So if you think about a simple analogy that all of us know, if we think about the identification part, it is about rows in your Excel sheet. So we create every new row. If it is about the enrichment, we create new columns. So columns in data science speech, those are the features. So we add more and more features to get a comprehensive picture of the company. So what we do here is create comprehensive coverage top of funnel and a comprehensive picture for every company. Now we can collect all of these manual data sources ourselves, or we can also look at commercial database providers. So back then, as part of my research, what I have done, thankfully with original data from early bird transactions, so a couple of hundred of transactions across more than 25 years, we were able to look at the original data, and we were able to look at their representation across different commercial database providers. So I've listed the logos that were included in the study. Long story short, we had 3 dimensions: company, founder, and funding-related information. And it turned out that VS, in this case, is VentureSource. VentureSource got acquired by CB Insights in the meantime, was the best on company information. Founders information, PitchBook was the best. And then again, VentureSource was the best for funding-related. So you can say that today, the 3 best ones out there are PitchBook, CB Insights, and Crunchbase. Looking at the value for price, clearly Crunchbase was the best back then, but we are also seeing developments. So for example, D-Room caught up recently, and we are redoing this evaluation. So this is stuff I'm also publishing, for example, through this newsletter that was teased in the beginning. Now, the next one, assuming we have comprehensive coverage top of funnel and we have a comprehensive picture about the company, we need to somehow narrow down. And this is now the screening part. On the screening part, you now see on the x-axis the automated on the right-hand side, so automated, very efficient, and manual, very inefficient on the left-hand side. And on the x-axis, you have 2 dimensions. One is high control and trust versus low control and trust, and subjectivity versus objectivity. And what we see is that the old world we see is on the left upper quarter, so it's manual selection through the investment team. And we are then moving to manual selection through scorecards, meaning we codify our investment decision making. So for example, if we train our analysts, they have a very clear guideline of, okay, early bird looks for European companies, the companies shall not have raised more than X, the company needs to do Y across whatever kind of sectors. So those are essentially a scorecard approach, and we can also do that for market size. So for example, we have specific market size requirements, and we can train our investment professionals, but also interns, to execute upon the decision making criteria of the more senior investors in the team. Now the next step is with NLP, and I guess most of you have played around with ChatGPT and stuff in the past few weeks, months. You will see that you can process most of this data in an automated way. So what we can do is have deterministic scorecards, so we can codify the market needs to be bigger than X, and then we can ask specific kind of NLP models, for example, to tell us what are the ranges, lower bound, upper bound, and then we can start getting into more automated decision making. So with that, we need to codify our features. So remember the columns that we collected on the enrichment. And last but not least, the most automated, the most objective way, but at the same time also the lowest trust way, is a completely automated selection through machine learning. So to solve this, what I call the automation versus control trade-off, meaning we actually want to be in the, on the lower right corner. We want to get to full automation, but the problem is that in VC, you should always know it is a power law distribution, meaning, let's say Pareto 80-20, 20% of the winners of the portfolio will eventually make up more than 80–90% of the returns. So knowing that, and again, with data science speech, we should reduce the false negatives, meaning we should not say for the next exciting investment opportunity, this is not an exciting one, and it turns out to be a multi-billion-dollar company. So this is what should not happen. It's completely fine if we invest into a company and write it off. So if we take risks and write it off, that's part of the business. But the worst thing in VC that can happen is you reject a company and it turns out to be a great success. And for this case, most of the VC partners back then did not want to give away this decision-making and screening part of the process because they were just afraid that the model will just deselect an interesting opportunity. So what I've done back then in my PhD is I want to solve this automation control trade-off. And I've done that. The study is out there. I will just do the quick summary and the major takeaway of it. What we've done is we've presented 10 companies where we had input information as of T1, so 2015 or 16 that was, and we have output information, meaning did the company get successful, yes, no, by investor standards, as of 2020. So we knew input T1, output T2, and what we could do is we anonymized these companies, and we gave these 10 companies, 5 out of them successful, 5 unsuccessful, 2 like 150 VC investors. Some of them we asked, did you identify the company, because it was real companies out there. And then the VCs that remained was 111 investors. And for them, they needed to pick which are the 5 interesting ones that I would pursue and the 5 less interesting ones that I would deselect. Again, knowing 5 successful and 5 unsuccessful are in the data. And we've done the same with the machine learning model. So we've trained the machine learning model exactly on the same data. Obviously, the machine learning model has not seen these companies. And with that, we did a benchmarking. And the benchmarking shows, we back then used an XGBoost classification model, that the model was able to pick 4 out of the 5 interesting, successful companies. So it missed only 1. And the major takeaway of this slide is the best investor out of 111, and there were all of the big brand name VCs in there that you will also see around here at the conference, even the best among the sample of investors missed 1 opportunity. So the model is at least as good as the best investor with very basic information in the pre-selection. And then the worst investor, they missed 4 out of the 5 opportunities, and the mean median, they missed 2 out of 5 opportunities. So what this model told us, that in a pre-selection of opportunities, the model is as good as the best investor. So that being said, that led us to develop back then what we call today Earlybird's Eagle Eye. So Earlybird's Eagle Eye is an internal data-driven sourcing and screening platform, which in the future will also go beyond into portfolio value creation. And I just summarized quickly how this looks like. Unfortunately, there are the chairs, but down here we have essentially, to quickly run you through, we have the different kind of sources that we are scraping at right, so LinkedIn, Product Hunt, Google, GitHub, Twitter, and tens and hundreds of more. We have different kind of web scrapers, proxy servers, we have orchestrators to schedule everything, and then at the same time we use an internal CRM system, we use Affinity, then with Affinity we essentially do an entity matching, so we create a single source of truth, because what we don't want to get is multiple duplicates in our database. So assume if we crawl someone of you in the audience who starts a company, puts in LinkedIn, starting something new, we crawl this company, create an entity. Next week you will go to the company's house and register your company. We will get a second entry, and then we would end up with a duplicate. So we have very, very complex model to unify this into 1 entry. So we want to only have 1 row per company again. Once this is done, we have a backend running on top. So we do some feature engineering where we combine the different features. You can be very simple deterministic. So if a company grows whatever 20% quarter over quarter in employees, you might want to flag this company. So this is the simple stuff. And with very complex feature engineering, we can also run machine learning models that are also continuously trained through the interactions of our investment team. And then we have obviously also integrated large language models to make the data more searchable. So we work together with our portfolio company, Aleph Alpha, which will also be on stage later today on the generative AI panel. So we work with them and have also integrated other kind of model to make the data more easily to navigate, and also do stuff like, okay, we need to send out, pre-drafted emails to the founders. So this is a quick snapshot from Earlybird. And zooming out, this is what I call the VC digitization journey, and this is the last slide. If we look at the landscape of VCs, we have on the x-axis the level of digital sophistication of VCs, and on the y-axis, we have the number of VCs out there in the market. And with my newsletter, which by now, I don't know, about 7,000 subscribers, I've done a poll distributing where would you classify. And we've seen that 17% classify as data-driven VCs, meaning they have their own stack, they use Python, Airflow, all of these kind of tools. We see that majority of the readers in my audience classify as productivity VCs. So they use tools like Calendly, Notion, Zapier, Airtable, and so on. And then the majority, and for them, unfortunately, they don't even have the awareness that something needs to change. They classify as the old school VC. So yes, we also do use Zoom. Yes, we also do use Slack. But for them, that's like as digital as it gets in terms of level of sophistication. So this is what we see right now in the market. And I'm convinced that VCs will clearly move to become more data-driven. And within data-driven, we have the quant funds. But we also have, and this is very important for you to take away, the augmented VCs. So I'm a strong believer of augmented VC, meaning machines should do what machines can do best, meaning collecting data across the web, getting comprehensive coverage, top of funnel, getting comprehensive coverage of every company on every digital footprint about a company, narrowing down to the funnel to a number that is manageable by humans, and then the humans take over. So then it will only become a metric. It will become a metric that also sensibilizes us to look into potential founder conflicts, to look into specific parts of the traction, into potential competitors, and so on. But up until this point, it's mostly data-driven, and then the human component comes in, because even if we convince the founders, yes, we are excited, we still need to convince them we want to invest and you need to take our money. Because in a competitive deal, it won't be an algorithm investing, it will be humans. And essentially, you need to sit down together with the founders, look each other in the eye, see this fire in each other's eye, and you need to decide, we want to do this together. So this is on augmented VC. I just put together a few quick learnings, but I guess we are already out of time. Quickly running through that, make sure everyone from the user and decision makers is committed. So even though you might have the budget and you might have the access to technical talent, it's oftentimes a cultural thing that partners don't support these initiatives. So make sure that within your organization, you talk about it, you make clear that you actually want to become more data-driven, if you think so. Then speak to those who have done it before. So I'm pretty transparent. Yes, I'm not sharing secrets, but I'm sharing the learnings to also essentially build a community where we can exchange thoughts and really push VC to become more data-driven. I think be smart about make versus buy. So don't get experts too early, but be very clear on which parts you want to build and which parts you want to buy. And then 80-20 is key. So similar to in a startup, fail fast. Me also, I have an academic history. Sometimes, specifically we Germans, we tend to go for the 100% solution before we launch something. Same here. It's key to build something, to iterate, get user feedback, and really build then a comprehensive solution over time. And then last but not least, it's really an upfront investment. So VC is a long-term business, and only in 5 or 10 years' time, we will know the impact of it. So thank you all for this. If you like to learn more about this topic, you can subscribe to my newsletter, Data Driven VC. And thanks a lot. I will be around if you have any questions.
We can do a bit more. Thank you so much, Andre. Very insightful. And guys, if you like that content, I mean, subscribe to his Data Driven VC newsletter. All right, guys. I hope this content so far was to your liking. Reading or taking it from the fact that the rows are almost all filled up. Feel free, guys, there in the back. We're still standing to fill up the rows here in the front. We've got enough chairs for you guys. And I must say, I'm pretty proud of you. I mean, it's 11 in the morning almost on Friday, the second day of the Start Summit. Usually many of you are still hangovered and stuff, and you're still here, which is a good sign. Very proud. Awesome. So we just give you a couple of seconds to settle and to get ready for the next highlight here on our builder stage. I mean, those of you, dear founders, who like to build, they will realize at some point, unless you manage like to bootstrap, that at some point you will need some additional capital. You would need to fundraise. And as we all know, times haven't become easier to fundraise these days. And even more important it is like to learn from experienced fundraisers, but obviously also investors, how you can do so successfully. And for that reason, take out your notebooks and your cameras and make sure you take as much insights as you can from our next keynote speaker, who's Carlos Eduardo Espinal. He is managing partner at Seedcamp, the seed investor in Europe, having backed more than 400 companies across the continent with 6 unicorns so far and still counting. We're very happy to have him here with us today and to make the best out of the session. Enjoy the talk by Carlos. Come here on stage. Welcome.
It's pretty epic, isn't it? First of all, I'm going to ask the same question earlier. Who here is a VC? Great. This talk is not for you. Feel free to leave. Definitely not at the right place right now. How many of you are growth stage companies raising a Series A or later? Other than my one of our portfolio companies, everybody else shouldn't be here. So this is really designed for the super early company, especially the first round. So if you are thinking about starting a company, raise your hand. And if you are about to raise your first round, raise your hand. Okay, so it's about 2/3, 1/3. Okay, perfect. This talk is for you. So that is me. This is my book. Feel free to go to fundraisingfieldguide.com. You can download it. My friend who is the founder of the publisher made this image of me, so that is actually supposed to be me, bald head and glasses. And what I want to talk about a little bit is this idea of fundraising in light of where the world is today. So I made this presentation. We can go off-piste off this presentation. A lot of things have changed. Actually, one of the chats that our friend from Early Bird just gave made me realize is that if you were, how many of you were here just for the previous session? Raise your hand. Okay, so he was talking about the data-driven VC. In the world of AI, do you actually have a chance? Or are you just a series of data points? You know, that's probably a good question to ask ourselves. Like, in a world where your entire history of breadcrumbs defines who you are today according to the AI, do you actually have a chance? And so on my way to the stage, one of the guys from the Startup Summit, I don't know if he's here, he and I were chatting and he was asking me this question around, if you are building a company today as a VC, do you just rely on AI to determine the winners? And I said, not really. And I share this story with you because I want you to get into the mindset of what I'm going to talk about today. So how many of you know this company, Pipedrive? It's a pretty successful company, right? Pipedrive. So Pipedrive is a company that we got to meet in Germany before they became successful. And we did not invest in them. The AI, whatever, let's pretend the AI had existed a decade ago. The AI said no. Now, what happened afterwards was that the founders were crushed by this rejection. You know, I've had a chance to catch up with the founders since then. They had a moment of reflection. They moved to California, and then one of the co-founders got a brain tumor. And after the brain tumor, I think the founders just thought about what they wanted to do, and then within that, they created Pipedrive. And what's really interesting is, if all those things had not happened, which the AI would never be able to predict, would Pipedrive exist today? And that's the reality. This is why everyone in this room who's afraid that potentially the early bird AI system is going to exclude them, there's so much that is still within your control. And that's what I want to talk about today. In order to go fundraise, you need to get yourself into this mindset that you are the artist. You are the person who's going to drive this narrative. So first of all, you need to embrace rejection. Every single conversation that you're going to have is going to almost always end up in a rejection, except 1/100th of them. That's generally how many conversations you need to have before you get one investor. In the book, I talk about a founder who got rejected 86 times before he got a yes. I think emotionally and psychologically, you just need to get ready for that and just think about every conversation as an evolution. You need to think about every conversation as something that teaches you how to do something else. And if I use this example of Pipedrive, they took this idea of all these adversities and said, we're not going to give up on this, but we're going to do something fundamentally different. And that's the way you need to, if you can't do this, if you're the kind of person who wants certainty or who wants perfection, you're going to struggle through the process of rejections that ultimately lead in an investment. Because it's very easy to look at a success, but you forget that in order to get to that success, there's like 86 rejections. And you have to look at that as a process of chiseling you into who you will become. This is another important. So in this talk, I might say some things that sound basic as shit, but they are so hard that in some ways, they're the reason why many people struggle is because they seem so easy that they overlook them. So this is one of those things, and unfortunately the chairs are in the way. I had a chance to chat with my friend over here, Wojciech Thomas. Do you mind if I talk a little bit about our conversation? So how many of you have seen this movie 14 Peaks on Netflix? So in the movie 14 Peaks, Nimsdai, who's a mountaineer, his mission is, he's a mountaineer, he climbs mountains. That's his mission. And many companies, unfortunately, get stuck with this idea of, this is what I do. I'm a data company, and I build products for accountants. That's a mission. But what makes a company a billion-dollar outcome, what makes a company a unicorn, what makes a company massively meaningful in the world stage is a vision. What made that movie, Nims in the 14 Peaks, wasn't the fact that he was a mountaineer. He could have just been a good mountaineer. My job is to be the best mountaineer I can, to climb as many mountains in my lifetime as possible, and to do it better than anybody else. That's a mission statement. The vision was, I want to climb the 14 tallest peaks in the world within a year. That's a vision. That's a billion-dollar outcome. And the reason I was chatting with my friend Thomas, because during the AMA that we had earlier, he was showing me his utility for a Web3 company. And he was showing me how he can follow different people's transactions on a ledger that looks like almost like Instagram, but for transactions for NFTs. And I said, that's great. That sounds like a mission statement to me. This sounds like a utility. What's the vision you want with that? And the thing is, where the AI cannot catch is what is your vision. The AI might look that Nims from 14 Peaks was potentially capable of climbing many mountains, but the AI will never predict, and this is the inherently human thing. Your vision is what makes you human. What is it that you want to do that's going to be so outstanding that it's going to impress the shit out of, whether in that curve of VCs that our friend showed, whether it's a data-driven VC or an old school VC, all of them are trained to see a visionary, all of them. What tools they use? You know, just like when you go skiing, you see some people wearing old school skis and some using really cool new skis. Doesn't fucking matter. The best ones, you can always spot the best ones. And that's the key thing. That's why I spend so much time on this, is because you need to have that element to really stand out. Once you have that, you need to move on to you and your team. One of the questions I was asked in the AMA was this idea of, is a good idea better than the people? And that's not the case. I have never seen a single company that the idea saved them from bad people. And what does that mean? Well, first of all, it starts with you. How many here identify as the CEO? Okay. Being the CEO, there's two large jobs you need to have. One is fundraising, and one is finding the right talent. Those are probably 80% of your job from now till you retire. The thing is that in order for you to do those two things really well, you need to spend a lot of time refining yourself as a leader. Can you communicate effectively? Can you inspire people? Can you attract people? Can you motivate people? Can you keep people from fighting each other? Can you help people build alliances? If you haven't read this book called Multipliers, I highly recommend it. It's called Multipliers, and it's about the distinguishing factors that make somebody a multiplier versus a diminisher. Your job as a leader will determine the success of your company more than anything else. Back to my Pipedrive example, those guys exhibited grit and leadership to then attract people in spite of all their adversity. That will be a higher determinant of your success than all these other little elements. And the reason why this presentation, I haven't even gotten into fund structures, fundraising amounts, I haven't even gotten to that. Why? Because these are the things that stand out in the first year. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, okay, that's fine. That's your revenue streams, your LTV over CAC, that's great. But for the first year, if you are a shitty leader and you can't inspire people, you're not going to be able to raise money or attract good talent. So you need to define that, and you need to define your values. Why are people going to join you? What kind of culture do you want to build? I had a founder who I got to spend time with, and unfortunately, he was a bit of a domineering founder, and he had a lot of churn. He would lose a lot of people because he spent a lot of time thinking that he was very motivating, but in fact what he was doing, he was belittling people. He felt he was the only person that could solve the difficult problems. And this is why this book, Multipliers, is so good, is because it highlights all the little things that we think that we know, but we don't know, that we do. Everything from like making people feel small, like thinking that you're the only solution to everything, all those things will kill a company. Now we move into the actual company stuff. So like from a proportion of time, I've actually timed this, all the stuff that's actually important versus the stuff that's slightly less important and the stuff that's even less important. Now we're getting into the sort of pretty important stuff, but not as important as the previous stuff. So many companies are unable to define their customer. Literally, even to this day, like I find amazed that people like have a general idea. And the problem is that most people fall in love with a product that they are serving for themselves or a construct, and they haven't fully defined who it's for. And sometimes, especially if you're building an enterprise company, you haven't fully thought through what it is that constituent of people that buy your product within an enterprise. Usually an enterprise product has 3 buyers, like might be the senior leadership, medium management, and maybe the evangelist. And this is a tricky thing that maybe people don't fully grasp, is that defining your customer allows you to target more specifically. And as an investor, sometimes I'll just ask a founder to talk to me about their customer. And honestly, if they stumble through that part of the conversation, that's usually a reason why I won't invest. Because the whole reason I'm investing in you is because you understand your customer enough to build a solution for them. So if you don't know your customer, you haven't had conversations, the likelihood is that you won't be building anything of value for them. This is the next thing I want to talk about. So once you have that customer segmented, this is another one of those really simple, basic concepts that people still get wrong. And if it goes back to this distinction between vision and mission, this is another one, which is product versus positioning. How many of you guys have read this book, Positioning by Jack Trout? It's another must-read. So Positioning by Jack Trout, like the fish. I was chatting with my colleague about this idea, and the best way I could describe it was this. Many of you will build products that resemble water, right? Water is prevalent everywhere. There's tons of companies that build water. Positioning is the way your customer is going to relate to that product. So if you think about Evian as a bottled water product, the water is the commodity bit. What makes it special is this idea of the Alps, right? You're getting water from the Alps. It's coming from like this remote region in St. Gallen, you know, wherever it is that it's coming from, and combined, it's more beautiful than the individual parts. And many times, people forget that you need to have a very strong position for that customer. Why is it that this is important? For example, many cybersecurity companies struggle with this idea of how to reduce the number of alerts that they provide their customer, which is usually CISOs and other security representatives within the organization. So a positioning statement could be around simplifying the chaos and understanding the type of customer and how complex that customer has the daily life. And if you don't understand how to talk to them, what the messaging is, what the channels are, the newsletters they read, you will never be able to stand out from your competitors. When an investor asks you who your competitors are, that's just to try to figure out where your positioning is. So when you say, these are my competitors, and I see that you don't know how to position yourself relative to your competitors, that means that you also don't know how to talk to your customer. So these two ideas are very related. And so far, I haven't even talked about the product. Like, if you like look at this presentation so far, The concepts I've talked about, they're all people concepts. Do you know your customer? Do you know what they like? Do you know how they listen? Do you know how they prioritize their decision making? And if you don't know those things, it doesn't really matter what you build. This is why sometimes you'll see that there's some really shitty products out there who have tons of customers. Why? Because the positioning is so strong that they manage to connect with somebody to make a decision in spite of a technically inferior product. And this is the first things that you need to be focusing on when you are a founder. Now we're moving on to the fundraising components. So all those things will kill you. Like everything that I just talked about till this presentation, till this moment, are things that an investor will look at and be like, not good enough customer understanding, not good enough positioning relative to competition, not really good enough team, not credible founder, not credible leadership. All those things will kill you. Now we're just going to get to the fundraising. Fundraising is really simple. There's a maximum you can raise and a minimum you can raise. And as long as that, if you divide that by roughly 20%, that is the valuation you're going to get. And as long as you stay within that max and min, you're good to go. Literally, it's that simple. Like whenever people are like, what should I value my company at? Figure out how much money you need for about 12 to 18 months, divide it by like 20%, and that's roughly your valuation. Why 20%? We can have a Q&A later. Come to the panel, we can talk about that. But really, that's how simple it is. So for you to be worrying about your valuation, worrying about the structure, it really is not that important. The only things that matter from now on are A, who are the people you're going to have around you? Angels, VCs, and advisors. Make sure that it's like building a football team. Which players do you want? Don't be lazy about this because it's important. Just like you're building your employees is important, building your shareholders is important. Think about it strategically. Research the shit out of them. Do the same analysis that you heard from the early bird guy. Like, look at all the things that these people have done in their history, books they've written, companies they've been informed with, because they're going to define the culture of your company from the top down. With that, there's a pipeline, a link here. Just Google my name, medium.com, Carlos Espinal fundraising pipeline. There's a spreadsheet. You pipe all the names that you're going to talk into the spreadsheet. You prioritize them by importance, and you reach out. From now, everything fundraising related is as mechanical as that. You figure out how much money you need. You have a general idea of your valuation. You put all the names into this spreadsheet, which is for free. You can just download it. And then you reach out to people, and then you will get a deal. You will get a deal within about 100 conversations. That's what the statistics show. It's literally as simple as that. The reason why I started with all this other stuff is because if you get rejections, it will be because of those other things I mentioned, not because of this part. This part's very mechanical. It's all those other things where people won't tell you. Your company's too small, your vision's not big enough. Those are all the things that you die that people won't talk to you about. This stuff is the easy bit. And so with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for being here with us and sharing all of this valuable advice. I'm pretty sure many of you, like who of you is going to change his or her pitch deck after that talk? Some of you? Some adjustments, some new ideas, good. Don't forget to download the book as well. All right, guys, since we're a bit behind schedule and nonetheless we've got a full house audience here, which is fantastic, I'm gonna keep it very short and introduce our next panelists. It's a distinguished group of people that will talk about from operator to investor, navigating in the changing VC landscape in Europe. And I couldn't imagine for better panelists than the ones the Start Summit team has organized for you here today. So please welcome with me Amy Lewin, who's going to be the moderator of the session. She's editor at Sifted, the platform that you all know, communicating and covering the latest news about the European startup ecosystem. And she brought along some fantastic panelists, including Felix Haas, the founder of 10X, Gloria Boyerlin, and as well Zeynep Yavuz from General Catalyst. Please welcome them on stage.
Hello. You're in for an exciting 27 minutes with this bunch. We're here to talk about how more and more operators, these guys, are getting into VC and what that means for the traditional VCs. I've got Zeynep Yavuz from General Catalyst, who used to be at World Remit. I've got Gloria Bauerlein, who's a super active angel investor and has something exciting coming soon, which you can read all about in Sifted next week, who's been at startups like Cree and Back in the past. And I've got Felix Haas, who's done a million things, including starting a company, starting a conference, and now runs a fund called 10X, amongst other things. So guys, why are we seeing more operators deciding to go to the dark side of VC?
I think it's more of a natural evolution of the market that we're seeing in Europe. I think the more scale-ups that you have, startups and the scale-ups you have, a lot more graduates of those companies will be going into venture. Because fundamentally, when you invest at early stage, the first thing that you care about is solving a pain point. And you're often solving a pain point either for your customers, or you're solving a pain point, if you're an enterprise, for example, building products, for yourself. So naturally, you're coming across all these startups that are solving your problems. And at some point, you're slowly going into investing as an operator by becoming an angel. This is also a fact of a lot of operators now having stocks that are being materialized. They're having disposable income, which they can invest into the ecosystem. So I think that's driving majority of the transition.
And how much of things like, famously Atomico, Sequoia, lots of big funds have angel programs, scout programs. Is that also, do you think, helping this shift, actually making capital available for the operators who maybe haven't, got enough money to angel invest to get a taste of VC life?
Yeah, for sure, because I think the problem that a lot of angel investors are facing is that they're not diversifying enough. So when I see operators starting out as angels, they typically invest in friends of theirs, ex-colleagues, people in their own ecosystem, and they maybe make 2 or 3 investments per year. We all know that venture capital doesn't work like that. Like, you need a certain breadth of investments. You need a certain diversification. And those programs, those scout programs, really help those operators who made some money, but not like millions and millions and millions, to still get some diversification into their angel investments, while at the same time investing meaningful checks. So like 25, 50K, etc., which you couldn't do 10 a year if you were doing it with your own money.
So I feel like a kind of benefit that you maybe hinted at is that if you've been an operator, you've been there, you've felt the pain of the founder or other operators. But doesn't your experience get kind of out of date quite quickly as soon as you move into VC?
I mean, if the experience outdates, I don't think so. I mean, my journey started as an investor, as a very small, tiny business angel, I think 15 years ago. It was just before we sold our first company, Amiando. And I just got dragged into it. Yeah? So I didn't have a strategic master plan on how I want to become a venture capital or private equity investor. I just started to invest in other friends, like you also probably did. And it was, to be honest, a lot of fun. Because it's just fun to be surrounded by other entrepreneurial friends and to be allowed to participate in their entrepreneurial journey, which is a privilege. But also, I felt to give back because my success is based on the angels I had early on in my first company. I loved the VCs, and the VCs were great. But whenever I told the VCs, it's a true story, or one of my VCs, I will never tell the name, I reached him half of the time in his private jet, flying somewhere and telling me, okay, Felix, I have 5 minutes for you, and giving me some high-level advice on the strategic things on the world. And then I told my angels, and my angel, he was in the mud somewhere because he was building this company as well, and he knew how it felt when I told him and I said, hey, I don't really know how I can pay the bill for my employee next month. So that related to me, and I think when you're an operator, you have been there before, and it sounds so simple, it sounds so stupid, but it's the kind of advice, I think factually, but also emotionally, that is a lot, or that has a lot of benefit for entrepreneurs, at least for me, because not only factual advice, simple things. How do I open up an office in France? How do I convince the credit card company to lower the fees for my payments? But also emotionally. I mean, probably all you entrepreneurs, all of us, we have the dark moments. You're there when the whole shit hits the fan, and you hope that Amy doesn't call and writes a bad article about you. Then it's when you're like, okay, how can I relate with someone who is not necessarily an institutional VC? So I think both of the investor types are amazing, in my perspective, for founders.
To play devil's advocate a bit though, if I'm a founder and I'm having a really shit time, do I really want to talk to my VC, or do I want to talk to like another founder or a friend?
I think it's probably it's a sign of quality of the relationship when you talk to your VC, and the VC talks to the founder, and not in a kind of hierarchy relationship, which obviously at some point is because of the power of capital, but it is not in an ideal sense, in my view. So it's a sign of a quality relationship if a founder picks up the call also to us at 10x Founders and says, hey, I have a problem. And I think the way how you interact with each other, that's then the way you can either have a toxic relationship, where you get selective information and that leads to less quality exchange, or you exchange openly about things and you go into solving mode versus controlling mode.
I'd just add to that, I think in terms of our experience not being relevant anymore, it's actually more of a muscle memory of what matters when you evaluate an investment. Because if you look at the early stages of a business, a lot of the questions from the investors are about the market. Whereas for an early stage founder, when you start building, you don't really think about the market. You really think about product and building. And when you are doing angel investing as an operator, the way I did it personally, I was in payments and I was investing in things that were really solving pain points for myself. So I invested in open banking, which was solving a payment conversion issue. I invested in crypto payments because it was solving access to crypto payments. So I think those are the topics you end up focusing on. Those are the questions that you ask when you speak to an early stage founder, which I think is the change that we're seeing now as we have more VCs who come into the European landscape with operating experience.
And is that something that VC firms are actively looking for in new partners? We had an article published on Sifted last week where we were like, there really aren't very many investors who haven't been founders, have been like a C-suite or a head of at a startup. We had about 30 names when we first published it, and then my poor deputy editor's inbox was like inundated with all these people like, you forgot me, you forgot me. So there obviously are quite a few people, but do you think we're going to see more and more of that? Gloria is nodding furiously.
They're all really trying to hire those operator investors because they realize it's a weak point, especially for the European VCs compared to the US VCs. So I used to be a full-time VC from 2015 to 2018. And I remember looking at a stat that 95% of VCs in Europe had never worked in a company before. Never worked in tech, in a startup, or at the big funds, et cetera, before. And so I think now, especially with the US funds coming over and with some of the US partners coming with like 10, 15, 20 years of operating experience, I think they realize that this is their soft spot, this is the weak spot. So all of them are looking for it. The problem is that a lot of the operators, it's a change to be an operator versus an investor. Like you need to be like, okay, I can't solve this. You have to solve this. I can introduce you to the people who can help you solve it, or I can help you solve it, but I can't solve it. And I think quite a few operators are struggling with that, are struggling with like making that move from like being hands-on, solving problems, to like just being an advisor. And so I think the ideal scenario for a lot of VCs is operators that were very active angel investors. So Carlos from Index would be an example. He was the CPO and COO, I think, of Go Cardless. He's now a partner at Index, but he did 60 angel investments before he joined. So you want to get a sense for like, what's the style of investing? Can they turn into becoming an advisor from actually being on the ropes, from actually doing the work? So I think that's what a lot of the VC funds are still struggling with, to find these people who can do both. But they're all looking, like every single person, every single fund is looking for experienced operators.
I would like to share a thought with you. I'm not a big fan of this kind of sometimes ideological discussions, only this is good or only this is good. And also in this case, I don't think it's only good to say operating investors like us are the best and everyone else totally has no idea on how to build a company. And on the other side to say only the big global funds, the brands, the institutionals are the best because they have this global access and big pockets. I believe we are in such a privileged situation here right now, and everyone who's building a company is in a fantastic situation because the menu of investing, it's incredibly long. So when you're now starting a company, there's so much quality investor to tap into, like Gloria and you and maybe us and many others. And every good investor has a certain profile and a certain edge. And for example, one of our companies we built, ID Now, the KYC identity company. Of course, we had some angels initially. Then we got in some early stage funds. Some were useless, some were pretty cool. Angels, I never heard of them anymore after they made their 50K check. Other angels, they saved our ass because they made some secret move when the company was almost bankrupt. And then when we progressed into the later stage, we brought in the late stage funds and ultimately also private equity. One of these funds, from the US, they have 10 billion under management. No one has never heard the name before. But I mean, these guys all have been at Harvard, incredibly smart, incredibly clever, but never built a company before. But yes, they brought a very, very important skill set to ID Now, which means like M&A, how do we buy companies? How do we merge companies? How do we do post-merger integration? How do we do a pre-IPO process? All these things that I think an operator, VC maybe doesn't bring to the table. So I think it's every founder should look at what's the right tool set to have on a cap table and then to get it on board.
Well, I guess it's about that the European VC ecosystem is getting more mature, and as a result of that, it has more diverse types of investors. And as Gloria said, the operator profile has been sort of underrepresented, which is why everyone's catching up. But I totally take your point. Some VCs you want to give, you want money from them, and then you want them to shut up. And then you want other types of investors who can give you specific advice on specific areas. You mentioned the US VCs. Zeynep, you obviously work for one. What do you notice is a very different way of working there that you think is maybe starting to... I mean, I know that the salaries at US VCs had a bit of a ripple effect through European VC, but what else is kind of influencing here?
I'd say there are 2 points. One of them is thematic focus. So if you look at Europe in general, because it's a very fragmented market, a lot of the investor coverage has been geo-focused. So there would be an investor investing in France, an investor investing in Germany, and it's really hard to cover each geo and know every sector. So you need to either pick a geo or a sector. And in Europe, we have very strong local funds that are seeds. And I think that's a really important base in Europe and a very important part of the ecosystem. And then you have these US funds now coming. I mean, like us as General Catalyst, we're very sector focused. So all my investing is in fintech and crypto. All our investment decisions are made within our sector groups. We're incredibly thematic in the way we evaluate our investments. I think that's one of the things that we bring to the table. And the second would be partnering with companies truly from the very start, the idea stage, and being with them until pre-IPO and sometimes even post-IPO. I think a lot of funds in Europe didn't offer that. I think the US funds, as you said, are more capitalized. And as a result of that, they can come and offer that to help them become an enduring business and hold their hand throughout the whole journey.
And then I guess in the past 4 years or so, big changes we've seen are US investors come over, Sequoia, Lightspeed, Coatue, General Catalyst. We've seen as Gloria said, like more and more angels, like super angels, angels who are very active, operators who are going into angels. We've seen founders group together and set up funds, like 10X, like Plural, set up by Tavit Hinrichs. Is that does that just mean there's more competition for everyone? At what stage is it most competitive, and is that net good for founders?
I would say yes. Of course, it's competition to some extent, because if there's a limited amount of supply, which means quality founders, and you have increased demand by investors, per definition, there's more competition. But I also fundamentally believe it's not a zero-sum game. The whole ecosystem is expanding so fast. There's so many great entrepreneurs coming to market, so to speak, for investors to look at. And the return profiles are amazing, I think, despite still being high valuations right now. So yes, I think we are moving into vintage a couple of years that will, I think, generate tremendously great returns. And yes, there's competition around it, but also the collaboration among everyone, among the ecosystem, is at its peak, or it's even increasing, I would say. And the cap tables are becoming more fragmented, I think, in a good way. So small funds like Gloria's venture and others are co-investing with others, building syndicates. We have these groups forming, super angel groups emerging, collaborating with each other. We have platforms building the technology to combine these new structures. So there's a lot of stuff going on, which I think is it's tremendously cool and important. It's kind of the Europe I wanted to have 10 or 15 years ago when I started my companies, because I've been in the Silicon Valley in 2002 to 2006. And I admired them because you walked around and everyone is investing with everyone. And then I came back to Berlin and it was very isolated and just getting started.
That only works as long as everyone stays in their lane, right? If you go and raise a much bigger fund, or you start investing later stage or earlier stage than you are now, then those kind of collaborations don't work anymore, right? Because you might need to lead deals where you haven't been leading deals, and then your buddies from Index don't want to be your buddies anymore. Do you think we'll see a bit of Gloria?
I mean, that's definitely what I've seen a lot. So the later, or the multi-stage investors are spending the vast majority of their time right now investing at seed and Series A. They very rarely used to invest at seed. I was at Index myself, and we probably did 2-3 seed investments a year in like 16, 17, 18. Now they have a dedicated seed fund. They spend probably right now 80% of their time looking at seed. So I've definitely seen people, and then at the same time, the seed funds have raised larger and larger funds, so all of a sudden, they also need to play the ownership game. They also need 10, 12, sometimes 15% minimum ownership. And so if your seed fund wants to get 10% minimum, your multi-stage fund wants to get 10% minimum, you also want to get some angels on board, you end up with like 25% plus dilution, which just doesn't work out. Typically, I wouldn't recommend doing it at seed. Series A, maybe, but not at seed. And so I definitely see that they are now competing at seed stage, which is also by far, for me right now, the hottest part of the market. Valuations have, for the top companies, have not really come down at seed, interestingly enough. They've come down massively at Series A and Series B, but not really at Series Seed, really because the seed funds are still sitting on their large funds. The multi-stage funds are kind of taking a little bit risk off, and risk off for them actually, funnily enough, means go earlier, because they don't want to risk 50 million Series B right now. They just don't want to do that. And so I've definitely seen it getting more competitive at seed. But I agree with you. I think later stage is somewhat more collaborative because the rounds have gone larger and larger. And so if you're raising all of a sudden an 80 million B round, no one wants to put 70 million as a lead investor at risk, or not a lot of funds. So now it's like 30, 40. But at seed, I would say it's gotten a lot more competitive and a lot less collaborative.
What kind of either investors, like profile, you know, we've been talking about operators, or types of investors do you think Europe's still really lacking? Like, I know there's lots of chat, we don't have enough late stage people, but we've also been talking at Sifted recently quite a lot about how, say, for climate tech companies, like quite deep tech, climate tech, those businesses don't work for the standard 10x VC model. You need to have quite a lot of money to go into real estate, stuff like that. Where can Europe pick up? Where could governments help? Where could corporates step in some of the deals that you're seeing?
I think we still lack investors in Europe that ask the question, how big can it get? That's still an American way to see the world. When we see US funds coming in companies, they put in ridiculous amounts of money in first moment a ridiculous valuation, but they see something that can grow into a tremendous scale because they're used to that kind of success. So when people invested in Palantir early on, they somehow had the vision how big this can get, or in Facebook and Google and all these companies. So our friends in the US, they have this pattern of seeing companies becoming worth 20, 50, 100 billion and 1,000 billion. And this type of thinking, I think, is still emerging in Europe. I would like to see more of us investors taking the bold moves, putting in ridiculous amounts of money in something that has a high risk of failure, but when it works out, it's going to change the world.
Because I guess otherwise, founders presumably will just go pitch VCs on the West Coast, right?
Yes and no. I think funds that are only in the West Coast and that don't have anyone on the ground in Europe, I think they're not always the best and most helpful fund early on in a stage, like at Series C or Series A stage. I think they can be a tremendous investor at growth stage, because there it's really important to understand, okay, what's happening in the US, the US market as like an end market is becoming more and more important. But what I was definitely seeing with a lot of those US funds that don't have a presence in Europe, they don't really understand regulation. And I think when you're thinking about like where innovation is still lacking, most of those sectors are very regulated sectors. Energy being one, education being another, healthcare, all of those. And I personally made the experience that a lot of those US investors just don't understand the regulatory landscape in Europe, and so they can't really be helpful early on. So also when you're looking into, for example, topic energy, I've seen a lot of European VCs now get really excited about energy and really trying to solve something. Like the US funds don't care, quite frankly. Like they really don't understand none of this sustainability stuff, none of the energy-related topics, etc. And so I think they can be really, really helpful later stage. And not always, especially those that don't have a presence on the ground, that don't have any Europeans in the team, they're not always the best partner at seed and Series A stage.
Zainab, anything to add?
No, I probably agree with, I agree with Gloria, and I think especially when it comes to healthcare and fintech, when it's highly regulated, sometimes it's detrimental for not just US funds, any capitalized fund to put in a lot of capital in a company to supercharge growth, because scaling companies in Europe is drastically different than scaling companies in the US, especially from a regulatory perspective and from a distribution perspective. So both understanding the regulation matters, and now we operate in a market where the market rewards quality of business models more than growth. And I think you can't really supercharge growth with capital with no strings attached. The founders don't want that anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a really wise point. The days of 2020 when someone writing you 120 million Series B or whatever, that's not really the model anyone's going for anymore. We are out of time and we are in Switzerland, so we should probably end. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Amy, Zainab, Gloria, and Felix for that great discussion. Thank you. See you soon here again, back at Start Summit. See you. Cheers. Awesome. Guys, are you hungry? Some of you probably still hangovered and therefore even hungrier. Yeah? Awesome. I got good news for you. We got a little break here on the Builder stage, but make sure to be back for our next speech up here on the Builder stage at 10 past 12. So enjoy a couple of minutes of calmness and good food. You should all have your vouchers from yesterday. I hope you left one for today. Enjoy that and see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Checks her cell phone for the 32nd time. Slips into her Jenny Choos. Perfect pink 3/4 skirt and lilac leather purse. She's a page from W. She grabs the only coat she owns, sprays the room with French cologne, just in case she don't come home alone. Well, she's on stage tonight in Angel Town, where how you look's what matters. Things are looking up, so don't look down. And she should go home, but she never will. She'll ride her broken wings until she flies so high, she shatters. I love this town. Fat Boy Roy's a would-be king with offices at Fox. He's sipping on his Veuve Clicquot, sending drinks to movie stars and hoping that his date, he's hoping that she likes the Fat Boy dinner show. He gives the maitre d' a nod. They bring his food like he was God, but Roy just sits there knowing he's a fraud. Well, he's on stage tonight in Angel Town, where how you look's what matters. Things are looking up, so don't look down. He should go home, but he never will. He'll ride his broken wings until he flies so high, he shatters. I love this town. Driving down from Heaven's Gate and winding through the hills. Just can't wait to hit the streets. Tattoo Venus waits for us with all her neon thrills. And many more delicious treats. Well, Norma Jean, I think I see how you lost yourself in fantasy. Just like Maisie, Fat Boy Roy, and me. We're on stage tonight in Angel Town, where how you look's what matters. Things are looking up, so don't look down. We should go home, but we never will. We'll ride our broken wings until we fly so high, we shatter. I love this town. just like Philadelphia. Freedom means a lot to me. In between the place I've been and where I'm going, I can see America trying not to show her age, even though the winds of change keep on blowing. And I would lay your body down, rock your tears away, but it's much too late for now to be like yesterday. And the time is running out, and we still have to say goodbye. Remember Philadelphia, when the world was young and warm, so in love and living for everything new. But I know Philadelphia, the winter winds will slowly take your heart and soul until it makes nothing of you. And I would lay your body down to rock your tears away, but it's much too late for now to be like yesterday. And the time is running out, and we still have to say flash a peace sign, take a bow. Though we may not know it now, things are never gonna be the same. Here on 7th Avenue, I tip my old top hat to you. I hope you find somebody who will love you like I do. 'Cause I would lay your body down, rock your tears away, but it's much too late for now to be like yesterday. And the time is running out, and we still have to say goodbye. Goodbye. Her name was Juliet, some girl that I just met for dinner at this place on Lafayette. When it was time to go, she gets the check and grabs my coat, and then she tells me, now I'll walk you home. Well, I'm not liking what I hear. In what kind of hemisphere do the lions all get led around by deer? You gotta be careful, fooling with nature, 'cause pretty soon nature start fooling with you. You talk a mouthful of a little red apple, equality. But if you're telling me that equal means the same, I disagree. Girls are sugar, boys are spice. Mix them up, you pay the price. Never thinking what you sacrificed. And now it's just too late. So how can you complain that every Tarzan in the jungle acts like Jane? You gotta be careful, fooling with nature, 'cause pretty soon nature will start fooling with you. He took a mouthful of a little red apple, but that mouthful was a little too much to chew. My apologies to all concerned, but it's a lesson every child has learned. If you play with fire, your fingers might get burned. The door and let me keep you warm. Why take less of me when I could give you more? You gotta be careful, fooling with nature, 'cause pretty soon nature will start fooling with you. So make me work harder at getting you closer, 'cause the harder I'm working, the better you'll do. Like April snow blowing around in Gramercy Park. The two of us were never meant to last. You left your traces and drove away like a circus in town. A three-ring show that comes and goes too fast. Best of friends have been divided by a kiss, and if we can't love again, I can always reminisce. Cinderella beautiful, this one is for you. We almost made our fairy tale come true. And happy ever after was unavailable now. 2 years after midnight, I'm still thinking of those yesterdays when I was Prince Charming and you were Cinderella beautiful. You know I don't like Christmas, but thanks for the holiday card. I didn't know you moved so far away. The winter months were the usual mess back here in New York. Every day, another shade of gray. I'm doing fine, but sometimes, every now and then, I miss who I was with you. And I wonder where he went. Cinderella beautiful, this one is for you. We almost made our fairy thinking of those yesterdays when I was Prince Charming and you were Cinderella beautiful. And I know our time has come and gone away, so why do I waste my nights dreaming of a you and me that can never be again? Oh, and happy ever after was unavailable now, 2 years after midnight. I'm still thinking of those yesterdays when I was Prince Charming and you were Cinderella beautiful. Cinderella beautiful. Cinderella beautiful. Oh, well, he had nothing to lose. It was time to cruise, and he got out of that place. He knew just what to do and made every move without leaving a trace. He jumped over the fence and hit the ground, running as fast as he could without making a sound. His feet were flying through dirt and mud, each step propelled by a rush of blood. And all he wanted to do after all those years inside was make it out alive. Make it out alive. Well, he's been running away ever since the day he dropped out of school. He never did what they told him he should. He just was no good at following rules. But he learned how to get what he wanted all right by using a gun and a switchblade knife. He'd start a fight and kill on a whim and take your life like it belonged to him. And he always thought if he ever did get caught, he'd make it out alive. Oh, make it out alive. Oh, when the cops came around, they put him under arrest, but he couldn't care less. He didn't even blink when they threw him against the wall. He didn't think he did anything wrong at all. So they locked him up and they put him away, but he knew that he was gonna escape one day. And so he did, and ever since then they tried, but they never saw his face again. Right now he's bumming around in a small town down in Mexico. And every day he tells himself he's free, but he doesn't feel it though. He still falls asleep with just one eye closed, looking over his shoulder wherever he goes. He's got a boat and a house on the beach, but he hasn't lived one day in peace. 'Cause you gotta do much more than just survive to make it out alive. Oh, make it out alive. Oh, make it out alive. Oh, make it out alive. Make it out, make it out, make it out alive. thinking about you, and I remember everything, all of us. I look at the ocean, but still I can't see anything but all of us. The time of open hearts, the time before the rest of life begins, the learning who we are, what I'd give to be December boys again. Nothing was easy, but I would do it all again and never change a thing. It's all about choices, but I couldn't watch you walk away without following the lines of broken dreams, the lines dividing strangers from your friends. We live in you and me. Oh, what I'd give to be December boys again. Oh, in between a man and child, homeless horses running wild, everything on earth was worth a try. It took me by surprise, it felt so good to be alive. Sooner or later, we find the end to everything, but life goes on, twisting and turning, forcing us through every day until it's gone. At last I think I know, the past is where we keep what might have been, but it's best to let it go, 'cause we'll never be December boys again. We'll never be December boys again. Oh, never be December boys again. Never be December boys again. Standing by the bedroom door, leaning on the wall, watching how you brush your hair like a waterfall. Dusty galaxies dance around the sun. Nothing moves pretty circles in the dirt and throwing pennies in. Thinking works a lot like that. You lose more than you win. No matter how you twist it up, it comes undone. Leave well enough alone, and we'll all have fun. So you be you and I'll be me. Just don't hide a thing, we'll be fine. Even if it's all wrong, it's alright. And don't remember what you're supposed to do. You be you in an unforgiving light. Even if it's all wrong, it's alright.
There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne. Those days are gone, now the memories on the wall. I hear the songs from the places where I was born. Upon a hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed.
All right, guys, we're back here at the Builder stage and very excited that you're joining us for the first session in the afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch break. Those are way too short here, aren't they? I have half of my food backstage still, but anyways, very good to have you here for an extremely exciting topic, as I personally see it. We've got two fantastic fireside chat speakers with us that will explore the world and the opportunities around solo GP investors. Very good. How are you guys feeling? Just checking in on energy levels? Better than before lunch? Yeah, hangovers? Back in place, so to say? Awesome. Very good. Please, guys, also in the back, feel free to fill up the rows. Usually after a lunch break, that's at least what we're aiming for. We have a full house here, so I think we're on a good way. Fantastic. Great, guys. So topic explained. Speakers not yet introduced, but very happy to have them with us here today. The fireside chat will be introduced and presented by Ole Tillman, who is the founder himself, like of his own company, but more importantly, he's a startup coach and mentor. He's been mentoring all sorts of startup accelerator program participants throughout APX and other programs. He's been coaching, I think, the leaders of Zalando and some other larger companies as well in that field. So very excited to have him here with us today. And he's also a professional presenter himself, so you can imagine how I feel watched right now. So I'll try to do my best here. And he's bringing along Robin Haag. I was about to say Robin Hood, sorry, but no, Robin Haag, who's a hero himself as well, because he's the courageous one who said, you know, guys, I can do it being solo as an investor. He's coming from Hamburg, from what I know. Not yet anymore. Okay, he studied there at least at some point in his career. Very happy to have him here and to tell us more about his story as a solo GP. Please welcome Ole and Robin here on stage. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. Great to see all of you. My name is Ole, and
I am Robin.
Robin. And today we are going to talk about Robin's new role as a solo GP. Excited to learn about that. Actually, brief disclaimer, Robin and I, we know each other since a couple of years already. We've been together actually from the first days at Axel Springer Plug and Play, the famed accelerator program based in Berlin. Robin actually is one of the founders there. I was one of the advisors and coaches in the program. And yeah, just in front of this, just before this event, we said this is a great opportunity to catch up again and to discuss the recent developments. Who of you is a founder? Quite some.
Wow. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, a lot. It's good. So who of you is planning to found a startup? So quite some. Who of you is an investor? Okay, so these are the people you have to look for, and for Robin, of course, as well. So we're going to discuss the advantages, disadvantages of working with a solo GP versus other potentials to get some money to get your venture started. And Robin, we're going to just start it right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I follow your advice.
Yes, please.
All right.
So, Robin, what is a solo GP?
Wow, top down. A solo GP, it's quite a new concept, I would say. It basically means that you're the sole decision maker, and it's a fully fledged venture capital fund. Oh. And it has in my case, it's a German structure. It has a BaFin license, a banking license, and you basically can leverage other people's money to invest in companies, but you can decide within a second, and you run around and you try to create value, and you can be very flexible, and there's no politics around it.
So you are like a fully fledged VC. That's incredible in just one person. What are some of the advantages for startups partnering with a solo GP?
I think, and I heard this earlier today, Felix Haas was actually the one talking about it, that often, and this is more professionalizing now in the European ecosystem, but more founders and former operators becoming VC, and that's very much needed. And some of those become solo GPs. And you could basically say it's an angel on steroids. You have a little bit more firepower, but the same background on where you try to create value to the founders. And there is no investment committee or anything else. You have your leverage through certain builders, former operators you have been working with yourself that you would try to introduce you. But this value add creation team, often at VCs, they lack. And you rather would go in there, front row, in the mud, understanding what it means to have to send the next pay slips next week. And you really hustle and be front row with the founders. And as a solo GP, can be very flexible, follow often, and just try to bring the best value that you can.
What are some of the downsides of being a solo GP? If you insource all the admin tasks, I think that can be quite a hustle.
Yeah. I mean, I personally like to be high conviction. That's like one of those words, right? But and in a fund, and before I have worked, and we will talk about it, I guess, in a growth fund. And there you do a lot of like 80 pages memo, and you really try to do a high conviction. So you make very good decisions, and as a solo GP, sometimes, often, of course, to a certain extent, it comes out of your gut and your gut feeling. And this could be a disadvantage to a certain sense. I have other sparring partner I work with, but yes, of course, it brings a risk. Another one is I could die, right? That wouldn't be so good for everyone, but then other people could take over. And what else? Then, of course, my time is limited, so I try to spend all my time with the portfolio that I work with and really, really be focused on those who I call my family then, and try to do everything I can to make them successful. But to a certain extent, I cannot, forward to someone else because I do not have this value add creation team that other VCs would have. So I think I'm part of an equity story. So you add me to you would raise a certain amount of money, and I'm part of it. I wouldn't fully take it, so I do follower tickets for that reason.
You already said you're like a business angel on steroids. How do you differentiate then?
Oh, the difference there is just the leverage. So myself, I wouldn't have enough money. I'm always broke, always low on liquidity. I don't know, it goes into companies and angel investments I've done before and things you set up and a different fund. So as an angel, it's difficult. I'm a big fan of now scout programs. So there's more alliances, and now people who maybe do not have liquidity themselves, they work with Atomico, Excel Index, and they have scout programs who would provide them with money. And I really like this because it professionalizes this earlier stage, and it allows operators and founders who do not have the fundings to help. But in my personal case, I didn't have this, so I created the Solo GP, so other limited partners, people who would give me money, I try to return them superior returns, of course, but it allows me to give more capital to the founders.
So your pathway is very, very interesting. As I just mentioned, we met at Axel Springer Plug and Play.
Best time of my life.
Yeah, that was really fun. That was really fun. It didn't really feel like work, I have to say, more working with friends or coming together with friends, but we were very, very close with the founders. We always had 10 founders in the batch, in the same office, and we worked very closely with them.
I just to really, Ole, also with you, and Luise is here today.
Luise!
In the very back. Luise!
Hey.
Yeah. When we all started this, we did it now. There was only Seedcamp and Y Combinator, and then we just did it, and we had all these founders in front of us, and it was like a family, right? And
absolutely.
Yeah. And seeing you now being reconnected, it makes my heart bloom. It's really true.
Yeah, and that was really a very intense time. We worked with all the founders very closely for 3 months, and then we had them on the demo day, and then the next batch came over and over again. In how far would you say that this experience at that time is an advantage for your work today?
Yeah, it's funny because in venture, it takes a very long time to see returns from that kind of perspective. And you think something can be really successful and then maybe it don't, and you need a lot of experience for a very long amount of time. And with the accelerator, during my time, we have invested, I don't know, in around 50 companies, and the whole fund did, I think, over 100. So now you could follow over a decade on the performances on these things, and it was a great learning. Also being so close to the founders and having seen, like many founders front row on how they do it was very valuable. But, I mean, I found it out of passion, love, my co-founders that I met. But during the time, I also felt I didn't have the expertise yet to give the right feedback because I was just an investor. So I tried to help on pitch decks, on interviews, on things that I have learned that I repeated to give again, but I had the feeling I'm not worth yet to really tell such an amazing person on how to do this. And now a decade later, I review myself, and I'm also, I was such an idiot on some things, right? And now I really try to do better with this, but yeah, during the time, I think it takes very long time. It was helpful to start so early.
So one of the big success stories from this accelerator program is, of course, N26. And actually, you were the one who found them and then brought them into the program, right?
Yeah, it was funny because we didn't have a brand really. We were just in the making with a designer that Luise had, an Austrian designer, and then we had this room, but nobody really knew what an accelerator. There was YC, it's in America, and it was small by then, and there was Seedcamp, and there were no accelerators. So I was running around on a conference called Next. Also a conference no one knows. I met these 2 Austrian guys. They were like, we do a credit card for children. And I'm like, that's amazing. We all need this. Okay. By the way, many years later, I invested in a company called GoHenry. It's a credit card for children, and it's pretty big. So it made sense. But then I was really like, okay, you need to come into the accelerator. So they came into this accelerator as a company called Papaya, as you may remember, a credit card for children. Then they pivoted into N26 and Neobank. And then, yes, the rest is history. They became very successful.
Yeah, it's really incredible to see how they grow. Also other companies from the portfolio, how they grew. And at one point, you decided you would want to swap roles. You want to become a founder yourself. And we had this great startup, JobSpotting, within the program with Hessam Lavi as a founder, or one of the founders. And you said, okay, this is my time now. I want to become a founder myself. And you joined this team. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I was seeing these batches all the time, and I was so amazed. I was in awe by the founders and what they do every day, how long they work and the way they go, and I was fascinated. And my co-founder, Hessam, he had a company called Berlin Startup Jobs, and he was helping people to find a job. And I really loved the mission to connect people to jobs at scale and help, and I loved the topic. And so they asked me if I could join the team. So I joined as the fourth co-founder. The three of them had been working at Google for a very long time, and then we created JobSpotting. And yeah, great. I love to, in the end, we connected, you know, to date, I think 70 million people to jobs. And I'm just happy that I also had a certain purpose to it.
How did this role as a founder then differentiate from your former role?
Yeah, very good question. I mean, Axel Springer, you build it up, but obviously I was employed and I had salary. And then at JobSpotting, the truth is that for a very long time it was very hard. I was almost broke every week. I didn't pay myself salary for almost 3 years or minimum wage. And I need to check how to do the pay slip for the next week and for the next month. And sometimes I was raising month to month and convertible and safe note to safe note. And it was just a very hard time. So I had so much responsibility and accountability on my shoulders. And it made me a different being, like a human being. And I think in a good way that many people remember me 10 years ago at Axel Springer, where I was a little bit fluffy, running around. And then, yeah, I had to take this responsibility, and it was a hard time. But then, of course, also you build, you make small things, you talk to customers, you sell, you do everything yourself. And today, I'm happy I had this learning at JobSpotting in the early days. And then at some point, of course, we were 30 people and profitable, and then things became better.
Yeah, and I mean, it were really the early days. Yeah. Like, it couldn't be more seedy as it was there. But then, at one point, you were acquired by Smart Recruiters from the US. And this must have been a really exciting moment for you inside the team. And I know for you it was a very, very big change in your lifestyle.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. We were wondering where to go with the company and how to scale it best. And I met a guy, Jerome, who was the founder of Smart Recruiters. And he offered me to join him. And the offer was to merge the companies, to become one. He wanted the technology, and we literally had the same claim, connecting people to jobs at scale. And we're like, wow, that can't be coincidence. And yeah, then I became a shareholder at Smart Recruiters. I took care of...
Can you give us a bit of background to Smart Recruiters, please?
Yeah, I'm very sorry. So JobSpotting would help you to find a perfect job. It's like Netflix or Spotify. Sounds super obvious right now, but back in the days it was personalized and recommendation. That was very early. And then Smart Recruiters would help you to hire and get hired. Attract, select, and hire. It's a so-to-call application tracking system. So we would help companies. The biggest client we sell enterprise software is Bosch in Germany. So we replaced SAP SuccessFactors there, and if you would apply at Bosch worldwide today, you would run through Smart Recruiters. Other clients are LinkedIn, Twitter, Visa, IKEA.
Do you know their recent valuation?
Of Smart Recruiters?
Yeah.
I raced around myself, so I was very fortunate that we raised 2 years ago with Silver Lake, with a guy called Sean O'Neill, 110 million on 1.5 billion valuation.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Jerome and I were always front row in this fundraising process, and Series D wasn't so easy. We did it with the Inside Partners before. Sorry.
And you moved, no, it's good. You moved over to San Francisco then, right? So, and then from there you then helped Jerome and his team throughout the entire scaling and the fundraising.
Yeah. So everything also became new. It was a new step in my life. I moved to San Francisco. We were expanding in France, UK, Poland, Germany, in the United States, of course. And I was taking care of communications, go-to-market, sales myself, branding, and fundraise and operations. So with Jerome, the CEO, together, we fundraised 50 million Series D with Inside Partners, and then Series E with Silver Lake. During the first part, full-time operative, and later I was an advisor to the firm. And it was an incredible journey. But also there, I had a new learning, and that's also, I think, valuable now as a solo GP. I went from before scrappy, making it work, starting a company the first years, to I need to become an athlete. I cannot drink anymore. I need to do sports. I need to be focused. I need to write OKRs. I have PowerPoints now. We have daily, weeklies, monthlies. We have town halls. We are measured. We have reportings, annuals. Of course. All of these things on a very big, today we are 550 people. And during my time, full-time, we were around 300. And so I had to learn to become that person.
Incredible. From this fun program in Berlin to this role and to that kind of responsibility. That sounds quite like a stretch, but like a steep learning curve.
Yeah, I just step by step, and we all learned ourselves, and I learned from the others as well. We had the funding, so we could hire in the leadership team ex-SVP Salesforce, have been working there for 25 years. This guy comes in, and he has like all this experience, and I'm just sitting there trying to handle the information and the sales process and how to do it, and learning together how to become better and make it more efficient.
And then, how long have you been there? 3.5 years? Something like that, right?
I was 3 years full-time building this company up to Series D. And then I was another 2-3 years advising on M&A transactions. I bought a company and other things.
And then you came back to Europe and you helped building up Revaya.
Yeah.
Can you give us a bit of background about Revaya?
Yeah, of course. So I have two friends of mine. One friend in particular, I met her at Slush. I was in the advisory board of Slush. It's another conference like this. By the way, I love this conference. It's amazing. And they introduced me to Elina. And Elina was working at Eurasio before, and she did companies, she invested in companies like Farfetch and Vestiaire Collective, so very big companies. And they were creating a growth fund. So a fund that would invest Series B, C, D a little bit later and bigger tickets, 10, 20, 30, 50 million, even up to pre-IPO and even crossover, and DNA for good. So we would have a dedicated...
Hi, there we go. Sorry, good to see you. I'm very good. How about you?
So...
I think we just move on.
We just move on. So
we had an interference. Anyways,
we had a dedicated ESG team. And then they asked me if I could join as a general third partner to build up the fund and to build up Germany. And I was like, whoa, should I become an investor? Is it now the right time? I had no clue. And I was like, okay, let's do it. So I moved part-time to France. Elina gave me her apartment at the Rue de Bac, and then part in Berlin. And then together we were fundraising. Obviously, the two are amazing at fundraising and are trying to support. And in the end, we raised in the first fund 250 million euro, and we invested it, I think, in around 16, 17 lines. Companies in St. Gallen, we are investors in Frontify. We did the Series C there, and then in Algolia, Aircall, and invested together with Bessemer, Goldman, and many, many others. And it was a great journey and great learning to create this fund at a bigger scale. They are now raising 500 million, and to date they are the biggest female-led firm in venture in Europe.
Now, that was your then transformation into the investor, you would say.
Becoming a real investor then, like,
yeah,
you know, like full, like, because it's a long job, right? You do it for 10, 20 years. So like, do you really want to? And then I did this, and I knew this is what I want to do. I want to work with founders.
But why then didn't you stay there or join another, maybe larger VC fund as a partner?
Yeah, absolutely. They were investing in growth, as I said, and in growth. At some point, the question you would have, do you have a board seat member for us, or can you give me an M&A benchmark analysis? Or we were very sophisticated on due diligence, so we would write 80 pages memos, and they really, this team of Revaya has a flawless execution, and they really love doing it. And the truth is that I can do this, and I have capability of it, but it's not the passion of my life. And the passion of my life is really to be closer to the founders and help them and be close to their team. So that's also the reason why I started angel investing and supporting a bigger firm, the CEO of Stepstone, but being a supporter there. But so I thought, okay, I need to find a solution. And then I learned about SoloGP in America. There's Elad Gil, Lucky Groom, Orenziv. They make over 10x per fund. They are former operators. They are super helpful to the founders. It's very new, and they are in all angelists of all investors of all angelists in all America. In the top 7 of the top 20 performances are 7 SoloGPs. So I thought, okay, this is an amazing performance, but it's also what I would love doing. So I thought, okay, I should do it in Europe.
Why do you think they are outperforming the rest of the market?
I mean, you to a certain extent de-risking, because you are value add, and a founder would want to have you in the cap table, but then others to a certain extent take the bigger risk because they do the lead. And so you have an automated mechanism of a de-risk but high performance profile that comes automatically. So for me, it's a nice side effect. While what I do it out of passion, but the performance automatically, for that reason, becomes good.
So, but could you then, in your role, become an anchor investor into companies, or how would that work? Because I think, from a founder's perspective, it would be a big risk to say, okay, there's this one person, and she or he is my lead investor, and it's just this one person. What happens if she has an accident or any other things? And then that would be a risk to my startup. So,
no, I think it's important to have a lead investor. There are also party rounds, so to called, syndicates. But I think it's always good to have one person who has the head on and who like on the structural part. And I'm not the one. So if you raise a round, then you would add me on top of it. And I think these days, with the now more professionalized ecosystem, you can have a fund, you can have scouts in there, you can have angels in there, you can have operators there. So I think you need to think about your equity story very early and try to make an amazing syndicate on your cap table of, let's say, we want to have Sequoia Capital as a lead investor. And then I would love to have a co-follower, these guys. And then maybe we do hardware, so we want to have a hardware guy. Or we do B2B SaaS, so we want to have a B2B SaaS person. So whatever it is, you want to maybe add. And I also see now rather safe notes, so you could raise another 6 months and add really helpful people. Or I see second closings. So a closing is done by 1 million, 2 million, and then they leave 500,000, and then they call Al Gore or whoever, and they say, you want to join? Everything is already done. It's amazing. We just want you as a value-add person to help us.
So you already helped them very early stages, kind of cap table design.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I had one company they wanted to raise. I think they are amazing. They do climate tech, ERP software system. I can help them on go-to-market ERP. I cannot help them on the climate tech part. I made them an introduction to Nucleus Bade, to Nucleus. It's Maximilian Bade, he's a climate tech investor. Albert Wenger from Union Square, they have a climate tech fund. Ferry Heilemann from Aino and many others. They are reviewing it. Now they are investing there. I'm a part of it, and I help these founders to create the round when I'm high conviction myself. So I would help you to create it.
So the way I see it, if I would sum that up, is that because of your history, first with Axel Springer Plug and Play, but then also becoming an entrepreneur yourself from a seed startup and then raising up to a Series D, you said, right? So you saw all the stages, and then with Revaya, you switched your role into the investment seed. So you saw also both sides of the table, which then makes you a very valuable companion at very early stages for founders who want to go exactly that path. And you can show them both sides of the table.
My dream is absolutely to find a very early stage company. We have a Mayfield in Smart Recruiters. He was the very first investor, and he's in the board until today. And one day, if we go IPO or have a big exit, then he will still be there after 14 years. So my dream is also to be this companion, friend, sparrings partner, embrace the pain. You know, my co-founder left. We don't have money anymore. We're running out. Whatever you're, also these like personal things that are very hard. It's a burden. Here's my WhatsApp number. Call me. And then it doesn't matter if you want to do seed round, Series E round, you want to sell secondary, or you want to talk pre-registration rights IPO. So with Stepstone, for example, I'm in the advisory board of Stepstone. They are rather big. They made 1 billion revenue last year. And I'm also, even there, I'm trying, and I think I'm helpful to a certain extent now for 2.5 years. So whatever the stage is, and the dream is end to end, go it all together with you.
Great last words. Thank you very much, Robin Haag.
Thank you.
Woohoo!
Woo! Thank you very much, Robin and Ole, for this very insightful talk. Very exciting journey. Yeah, don't worry. We'll make it work. Awesome. Thank you for being with us. All right, guys. Take your time to switch in between sessions, or even better, to join us here on the Builder stage for our next fireside chat, which is promising to be an exciting one, a very entertaining one. I mean, those of you who've been here with us last night, they know that we've had an interesting talk and explored with Christian Angermayer actually around like the possibilities and impacts and opportunities around psychedelics and what their impact and effect on our happiness is. We'll go a step further today and focus on cannabis and the question whether it's indispensable for the future of healthcare. And I guess we just give you guys like one or two more minutes to sit down, to get ready for the session, because we got with us two fantastic panelists, and we got a moderator, of course, of this fireside chat. Her name is Catherine Tress, and she is with Cherry Ventures in Berlin. She's a former journalist with CNN as well. So we got a very capable person of having this fireside chat together with Finn Hensel, and he's the founder of the Sanity Group that is exploring, not just exploring, actually I should say leveraging cannabis and everything around it in order to make healthcare even more impactful, I guess, in the future. Not just having an impact on our happiness levels, but actually also on our health levels. So very much looking forward to that. And please, guys, put your hands together and welcome them together with me here on the stage.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Just as a matter of introduction, yes, I'm Catherine Tress. I'm head of communications at Cherry Ventures. We're an early stage venture capital firm based in Berlin with operations in London and Stockholm. And we pride ourselves on being the first institutional backer, teaming up with Europe's brightest and most daring founders, such as Finn from Sanity Group, who is the founder of, as I mentioned, Sanity, and has been in our portfolio for a number of years now. So Finn, why don't you actually introduce yourself a little bit and maybe even catch us up on what's happened in the past year when we last came together at Startup Summit.
Yeah, so thank you for being here and thanks for the nice introduction. So my name is Finn. I'm the founder of Sanity Group. We are one of the leading European startups in the area of cannabis. What does it mean? We do everything from CBD products to medical cannabis, and hopefully when Germany decides to legalize, which will probably be announced before Easter, participating in the legal German market. And it's a very exciting time right now, and a lot of things happening in the industry. Before I started Sanity Group, I was in the startup network for a long time, started an online fashion company in Australia together with Rocket Internet, came back to Germany, started an incubator with ProSiebenSat.1, our big German TV company, then became the CEO of Movinga, which is an online moving startup. And then in 2018, we founded the Sanity Group when Germany decided to legalize medical cannabis. And that's basically a bit of a summary of who I am, but I'm very excited to be here and have the discussion with you, Catherine.
Yeah, so last year we focused a lot on the perception and the ability for startups to influence politics. And as you mentioned, Germany's inching more closely towards legalizing recreational cannabis. And maybe you can share a little bit more about what that process is looking like from your point of view. And what the implications may actually be for the startup scene?
Yeah. So if you think about it, it's crazy. Germany has 85 million people living in the country. The biggest legal cannabis markets in the world are today Uruguay, 3 million people, Canada, 35 million people, and California, 35 million people. So if you think about that the only legal markets are actually small states or countries, and suddenly Germany in the middle of Europe wants to legalize cannabis for 85 million population, that is nothing else than a paradigm shift in the global drug policy. And to be very honest, for us it was quite surprising. We didn't expect last year that the Conservative Party will lose the election. I already mentioned it last year, so the new government announced that they want to legalize. And since then, a lot has happened, because obviously the Ukraine war started, Corona was still a topic, and even when they announced that they want to legalize, we really didn't believe it will happen because we thought there's just so much else on the plate right now that this actually will not really happen. And then over the year, and especially since last year, we talked last time here, it was very surprising to see that the government was really on it. They presented a cornerstone paper last year. They actually decided that they want to go to the European Union to ask for permission to legalize. And at the moment, we are at the stage where the health minister of Germany, Karl Lauterbach, announced that he will announce a draft law by March, like this month. I think it will be around Easter because governments are notoriously late. And we are all very excited to hear how Germany plans to legalize, because there are a lot of challenges. There's the EU law, there's the UN Narcotics Drug Convention, and what many people don't know who are not German, the federal chamber, so the second parliamentary chamber, is dominated by the Conservative Party. So if Germany decides to legalize in the main parliament, the federal chamber can still put a veto in. So I think they will not do this knowing that they will get a veto. So I guess they will announce something that is an agreeable compromise to the whole, to also the Conservative Party. But very exciting times, and in 3 weeks we probably all know more.
And maybe being a little bit of a crystal ball here, but do you think that in the next couple of weeks this will have sweeping sort of influence or implications in other European markets as well?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. In the US, for example, many states have legalized. More than 100,000 jobs were created. More than 5,000 startups were created in the environment of cannabis. A lot of tax revenues are coming. And if Germany, as one of the biggest countries in Europe, is legalizing in the middle of Europe, obviously this will have a signaling effect to the neighboring countries. We know that, for example, the Netherlands are talking about it. The Swiss government is talking about legalizing. The Portuguese government is talking about legalizing. The Spanish government already half legalized. So I guess it's the start of a very interesting time all over Europe. And what I personally like, always being a startup guy who's always founded businesses and loved to run businesses, the ecosystem that's currently created, from things that might sound weird to you, but recruiting agencies just focusing on cannabis talent, to payment systems, to delivery systems, to shop systems, to e-commerce platforms, to track and trace platforms. So basically there's a lot of things creating, and I think there could be a huge opportunity for Europe, not only for Germany, but for Europe if other countries will adopt the German legalization.
And as we've discussed, we've been talking a little bit about the politics behind it, and we focused on that a lot last year. But maybe actually getting a little bit more into the business side of things. One, last year you described Sanity Group as an integrated company, and you expressed some aversion to the phrase holding company. Yeah. But you have a portfolio of brands that are focused on the science and research and development, the care/consumer, and the medical side. But even beyond that, what are some opportunities looking perhaps at business models or just for the business overall as we inch closer to legalization in Germany, starting off?
Yeah, I mean, you said integrated company. I mean, we did something that normally VCs don't like. If their startups are not focused, but rather do a lot of different things, normally the first things you hear from your investors, don't spread yourself thin, go deep in the topics. But cannabis, when we started, was a very, very small market. There was a little bit of medical subscription, there was a little bit of CBD, there was a little bit of something else, and there was not really a legalized vision. And what we did in the beginning is we tried to put our feet into as many different business models in cannabis as possible. So we started doing a medical company, selling cannabis to pharmacies. So if you get a prescription in Germany, you can go to a pharmacy and pick up your cannabis from the pharmacy, and most likely in 1 out of 4 cases, it's our cannabis. The second thing that we did is we launched a big CBD company, a very big CBD brand. Then we launched a second CBD brand. We've been to der Höhle der Löwen in Germany, like Lion's Den. And now, funny enough that you asked that, we are actually at a stage where we are wondering, is it still the right thing to be that broad? And at the moment, we are in the strategy process to think about what are really the game changers for us in the next 2 to 3 years. What are the business models around cannabis that are really exciting? And at the moment, we are in the process of deciding also which areas potentially to cut off and sell to other companies or finance differently. But in my opinion, the two big markets are definitely medical, because the therapeutical effects of cannabis are amazing. From attention deficit syndrome to chronic pain to sleep problem to post-traumatic stress syndrome, you have a lot of different indications where you can use cannabis, and that will always be part of our DNA. But then obviously when Germany decides to legalize now, that is a big market. Just for your comparison, the global or the German beer market is 5 billion. The German cannabis market is expected to be 10 billion. And you know Germany is a beer country, so that just gives you an impression of how much potential is there in that market. And obviously you will have startups wanting to benefit from that. So everything around that legalized market, I think, will be the most important business model of us in the future. But then also it's not just one business model, right? As I mentioned, from payment to delivery to e-commerce to last mile to track and trace where the plant is coming from. There's a lot of different aspects that are really interesting in that market.
And how would you say that the consumer model, I suppose, fits in? You did address that just briefly just now, but how do you make the argument for the consumer portion and as it relates to healthcare? Take it away.
So you mean,
some of you're more like the lifestyle brands, such as This Place and Vey.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look at the market, I mean, one thing that we always ask ourselves, is it believable to be a medical company at the same time being a recreational company? Like we sell cannabis as, let's just be honest, as a drug for people to enjoy, but on the other hand, we have a medical purpose as well. And that sometimes makes it a bit difficult because it obviously means your different brands have to have very different communication to the customer. And that sometimes is a very thin line to walk on, because as soon as we create fun around cannabis and become a bit more recreational, and the pharmacies or the doctors are reading that on social media, immediately the doctors call us and say, like, you cannot make cannabis look too harmless, you cannot make fun around cannabis, it's a serious topic. So obviously, one of the biggest challenges we have is navigating in those two areas. But we decided, instead of having one big brand that's selling everything, rather to differentiate in branding. You mentioned This Place, focusing more on well-being and wellness, Vey focusing more on the problems that urban young workers have, and that will probably also be one of our recreational brands. And then the medical brands really focusing on very specific indications of where cannabis can help, actually.
And last year you hinted at, maybe even teased the idea of joining a Swiss pilot program in Basel.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering if there was any updates you can share about that, or just other developments in that realm.
Yeah. So who in this audience is from Switzerland? Who is from Basel? One person. So Sanity Group, I don't know if you know that, but the Swiss government decided to legalize cannabis in pilot projects. So it means each canton in Switzerland can create a pilot project where they give a license to one association and/or company to sell cannabis to people in the region who previously have to register as a participant in that study. Last year when we talked about it, we were just applying to the canton of Basel, unfortunately Basel-Land and not Basel-Stadt, but still very interesting. And I think last year I said we will get the go very soon. As everything, when you hand with governments, things take longer than you expect. But just recently, a few weeks ago, we got the confirmation from the BAG, from the Swiss Health Ministry, that we will be allowed to run the pilot project in Basel-Land. We will be in a small town called Eschwil, and there we will open up a store. And currently, we are recruiting participants for that study. So if you have friends in Basel who like to try out legal cannabis in a controlled setup, let us know. But at the moment, we are just in the last details together with the canton and the regional government to decide how exactly that model project will look like. And hopefully we also do a big announcement in a few days from now, finally saying how the brand will be called, where the store will be, and where you can apply. But obviously it's a very, very big topic for us because we are one of the only companies that can participate in this pilot project. Normally it's more associations, it's like private small groups of people who create those pilot projects, and we are one of the only companies who are actually running such a project. And for us, it's a completely new area as well. So I'm very excited about that. But again, it will be, as everything in cannabis, probably take a few more weeks and months until we are really operational.
Are you able to talk a little bit from a comparative perspective between Switzerland and Germany? Do you think Switzerland is ahead, behind? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, Switzerland is definitely ahead. If you think about, and some of you are Swiss, you just raised your hand, cannabis is much less stigmatized in Switzerland than it is in Germany. So it's, for example, if you have tried CBD products before, in Switzerland you have a threshold of 1% of THC that can be in these products. So most of the people who have tried CBD in Switzerland had somehow have a touch point to THC as well. While in Germany, the threshold is 0.2%. So it means THC is still something that from the regulatory standpoint, from the political standpoint, but also from the society standpoint, is something that is still very stigmatized. While in Switzerland, you already had, a few years ago, a whole business segment that's interested in cannabis. You had already startups that were active in cannabis already 5 to 10 years ago. So in many regards, especially how the society looks at cannabis, but also how the regulation looks like, I would say Switzerland is probably 2 to 3 years ahead of Germany.
Wow. The kind of now getting into more thematic topics, the wonderful student organizers of Start Summit have themed this conference as Reaching for Resilience. One thing that stuck out in our conversation last year was that you said that your goal in building Sanity Group was not to build a typical cannabis company. And I was just wondering if in that journey of building the atypical cannabis company, you've had moments of resilience or anything like that that you can discuss even for these future founders in the audience that they can take away as lessons or learnings.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting topic because, I'm just about to ask you if you consume cannabis already, but probably you don't want to say it publicly. but if you know a bit about cannabis and you know the cannabis community, it's a very community-driven group of people. So it means, how do I frame it in a good way? It means that venture capital, startups, business is not something that typically works together with the people who enjoy cannabis. Because people who enjoy cannabis very often say they want to home grow, the community is important for them, and they are suspicious around everyone who wants to earn money with that topic. And that is definitely a challenge that we had because as a company that now in total raised almost 100 million euros on the capital from VCs and capital providers, obviously we are always in the focus of the community saying, these are the bad capitalists, they just want our money and they don't value the community. And what you mentioned as an atypical cannabis company, I think that balance to keep, on the one hand, trying to be believable to the community and showing the community, hey, we are on the same side. We want to legalize cannabis. We want to have good access. We want to have social equity, which means that also the people who are, for example, in prison today because of cannabis will be freed and can do business in cannabis going forward. But on the other hand, yes, we want to earn money with that. And that is something that very often brings us to very interesting situations. Just FYI, there is something, if you are on Twitter, there's a hashtag WeedMob, and the WeedMob is around 10,000 to 15,000 people from the German cannabis community. And if they don't like something, you will feel it on Twitter. And to not create a shitstorm on Twitter because I say something publicly like cannabis shouldn't be decriminalized because it will help dealers to legalize their business is, for example, something that the WeedMob doesn't like to hear. because they obviously fight for decriminalization, and they don't really care if someone is earning money with that or not. So I think as many things in startup life, or also as a founder, if you want to create resilience, I think communication is key. Always talking to all the stakeholders, trying to find a common ground, make sure that everyone understands where you stand, but also try to be a bridge between the different stakeholders, which especially in cannabis are very difficult and different, because at the end, again, as I said, you have on the one hand the turbo capitalists who give you money because they want to have a return on investment, and on the other hand, the community that just wants to consume cannabis and otherwise be left alone. And to find that bridge is not always easy.
We're approaching the end of the fireside chat, but I do have 2 more questions. And
sure.
The first one I'll ask is, as you talk about community, it does seem like the word community is a bit of a buzzword among startups, and that every business is becoming community-driven or utilizing their community. For startups that are beginning to identify community as an important topic, what can you sort of share, any crossover learnings in working with such a tight-knit, very proactive community such as the cannabis one for startups?
To be honest, I think that's a very good question, because I mentioned in the beginning, I started my startup career at Rocket Internet, and Rocket Internet is basically not community at all. I mean, Rocket is not that active anymore, but when Rocket was started, and most of the companies were created in the 2009 to 2012 or 15s, Rocket was just about growth, growth, growth. And very often you created products and you didn't give love to the product. And you didn't really think about the consumer who should consume the product. You just copied very quickly what the Americans did, and you were hoping it would be successful. Sometimes it worked, but very often I would think every consumption has a community. May it be fashion with a fashion community, may it be furniture with the architects or interior architects community, may it be cannabis with a cannabis community, may it be cooking stuff with a chef's community. And I really, now where I'm 40, I really have the learning, if I look back, the biggest mistake that many startups do when they try to scale their business is that they just create a plastic brand that is working against the community. They think having a product and doing TV advertising is enough, but at the end you really have to understand what your community wants. And I think that's a very interesting learning that I had, because obviously as a startup you always say customer first, and we know what the customer is, but very often this customer first means you send a survey to 5,000 people and you actually discuss the answers and create a product based on that. But having a continuous relationship with key opinion leaders in your community, I think is one of the key criteria of having a successful startup, not only in cannabis, but in many other areas as well.
Very interesting. And as we begin to wrap things up, and I think I could talk for a couple of more hours just on the developments that are at play. But what are a couple of headlines that you would like the audience to take away from today's discussion, or even more broadly, just the movements that you've suggested that are going on in general as it ties to Sanity Group?
So, I mean, if you will ask me in 3 weeks from now, I would love the headline, Germany's or Europe's cannabis pioneer Sanity Group will participate in the Swiss pilot project. So that will be obviously a headline. The next headline that I hope will come out will be the legalization is happening in Germany, and Sanity Group will be perfectly prepared for that. I love, and that's actually the reason also why I'm here, is because we run Sanity Group like a tech startup, right? So a cannabis per se is not a very tech-driven industry, but I always say, like, I want to run the company like a tech business. And I also love to hear whenever people say, like, wow, you're really bringing a new mindset to the cannabis industry. One headline, even though it's probably not important enough to be a headline, would be Sanity Group is the first tech-driven cannabis company in Europe. So that would definitely be something that would make me proud.
I think that's definitely something that's totally feasible, and if not in the next 3 weeks, maybe next year at a similar panel at Start Summit. So thank you so much, Finn.
Thank you very much, Catherine.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. Finn and Catherine, fantastic discussion. Good job. Thank you so much. Finn, actually, I was told by the organizers that you would walk up this year with the joint, but apparently things changed since last year. Next year, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, next year it's legal, exactly. So it's probably better for me as the stage host that you didn't. Anyways, very interesting. Thank you very much. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, again, as always, take your time to switch in between sessions, and even better to join us here on the Builder stage, because now we got a topic coming up that definitely belongs here onto the Builder stage. And we got two fantastic speakers that actually, as a matter of fact, they surprised me in a very unfortunate moment backstage when I was still like, you know, trying to eat my food, and those couple of minutes which I have in between of sessions and stuff, it looked very messy. You know, guys, it's not what you think it looks like backstage. Those were the good days. Those times are over. So, but I promise I cleaned up now. You can be my guest afterwards, after the session, for sure. Now, I've got a very interesting story or anecdote from last night, because it seems that one of our next speakers, actually Mark Kornflit, he actually shared the same driver with me yesterday. You know, we as speakers, like, we get some of these shuttles, and the last one driving me to my hotel last night, I was actually, you know, engaging a little bit with the driver, because all of them are student volunteers and stuff, and I was interested in, you know, understanding, like, because I've been a driver myself, like, years ago when I was back here at the university, and usually, I mean, as a student, obviously, you get excited if you're allowed to drive cool speakers around, etc. And I was asking him, like, who was the greatest, most inspiring, sweetest, whatever, like, person you were driving today, and actually his honest answer was Mark. So very happy to have him here with us today. I hope today he would say Bastian, but anyways, like, that's just on a sideline. Awesome. So we're gonna talk in this session about, or I should say, like, the speaker is gonna talk in this session about what visionaries might separate from success. Do you guys know what this could be? I mean, I guess many of you are builders already. Some of you might even be visionaries. But a vision can only be as valuable as it can be if you manage, like, to operationalize it, right, along a thorough strategy. And I mean, as we just discussed yesterday, you might fail because of problems in the team, because of not finding the right, like, co-founder, etc. But many companies as well, and I think it still belongs into the top 3 reasons for failures in early stage startups, is the lack of a decent strategy. And I couldn't imagine, like, better speakers to get into that discussion around such a topic than a serial entrepreneur such as Mark Kornflit, the president of Vimeo, the video platform that all of us know together. And he will be in this fireside chat interviewed by Mike Knights, who is representing here the Digital Hub Initiative, which is a German Ministry of Economic Affairs initiative. So you guys see, this is serious stuff. Very much looking forward to their conversation here at our stage at Start Summit. Please put your hands together and make huge noise for Mike and Mark.
Thank you so much, Bastian. Amazing introduction. Thanks so much. I don't think we've ever been, asked as kindly to the stage as this. Thank you so much for all of you for being here, and obviously for Mark for taking the time. This is absolutely amazing for us to have this conversation with you today. Before we start, I was thinking we should do this as customer-centric as possible. So I would love to just get an idea of who sits in the audience. So could you please raise your hand if you're still a student? Are you studying at University of St. Gallen? All right. Who of you is looking to become a founder? Are you looking to build something great? All right. Who of you is already building something great? All right. And then the rest we have, like me, the uninspiring corporates. All right. Then we have some investors enabling that amazing products are being built. Who here is an investor? Yes, yes. All right. Okay. Okay. We have a very good idea, I think, Mark. This is also for your answers, I think, quite interesting. So what we want to talk about today is a company called Vimeo. And I think what happens if you hear Vimeo is that you will probably intuitively think you know what they do. You will be like, oh, isn't this the YouTube competitor? But then the truth is, if you look at it more closely, you probably don't really know what Vimeo is doing, and especially you don't know what is currently driving their growth. So what happened was a very, very remarkable transition that Vimeo has gone through in the past years, and this is exactly what we want to talk with Mark about, and we really want to try to extract, you know, the most learnings, learn from his mistakes, seeing what advice he can give to all of you so that you're not doing the same mistakes as he did maybe, or that Vimeo did, but that you're really creating a great product strategy and then ultimately, obviously, a great product, right? There's 3 things that you have to know about Mark. The first thing is that he started his own company in 2007, which was Livestream. He sold it in 2017 to Vimeo, which is why he's now here. He's now the acting president. And there is a third thing that we're only going to talk about at the end of this panel, which is also very interesting, especially for the Swiss ecosystem. But that's enough of me. Mark, please. I'd love to kick off this conversation, this discussion, with actually a quote, which I thought was so cool. So Forbes was writing on Vimeo. You know, Vimeo was always YouTube's weird, flailing, artsy cousin, until it was transformed into a 6 billion cash cow. So from what I understand, this started exactly when you joined the company in 2017. Could you walk us through what happened there? What was the mentality shift? What did you understand? And how did you react to that understanding?
Yeah, hi everyone. And thank you for being here. Thank you for having me. Let me start with perhaps background on who we are, because we are indeed not the consumer destination that you might all think we are, or the destination for creatives that people sometimes imagine Vimeo is. We are also a destination for creatives. But today, we serve businesses. We serve businesses in a unique way. We've built a suite of tools that enables businesses to unlock the power of video. And I'll just start with why video, because video is, we believe, one of the most effective ways to communicate online. Video is rich, it's authentic, it's real, it's immediate, it's so powerful when you're communicating to an audience online. And so we set out to build a suite of tools to enable businesses to create video content, to manage that content, to distribute it effectively so that they can grow their business faster, they can be more productive, they can communicate with their employees better. So that's what we do today. We've gone from about $150 million of recurring revenue to over $400 million of recurring revenue since the time of that transition. We have about 80% of Fortune 500 companies using the product today. So it's been a pretty big transformation for us. So let me go back to why that happened. When I joined the business in 2017, Vimeo had just decided to focus on selling to businesses, of becoming a B2B SaaS company. Why? Because they saw this tremendous growth in business users adopting the platform, business users finding ways to get into video. And I had just gotten to the company and I started thinking, okay, what do we need to build to actually enable those businesses? And like I always do, I spent a lot of time talking to users. This was all new for me. I had a fresh perspective. And I spent a lot of time talking to users. I spent hours looking at all the video content that was uploaded to the platform, one piece after one piece. And I had this incredible realization, which was the world around us had transformed. Video was going through an incredible moment. And it's not obvious, right? But when you start looking at the content, this was 15 seconds, 30 seconds piece of short form video content. It was vertical, it was square, rather than being these long form feature films. The content looked really, really different from what I had imagined Vimeo to host. And then it became obvious. It became obvious when you look at the history of video. It's been around for 100 years, video, right? It's not a new medium. It was invented at the end of the 1900s, at the end of the 1800s by the Lumiere brothers. It'd been around for a while, but it was mostly confined to TV screens and movie theaters. It was a form of art and entertainment, right? That's what video was. And then, surprisingly, people don't think about that very often, Adobe Flash made a huge change, because Flash was the first time video became available in more than a TV screen. It became available on desktop. Flash created YouTube. You all know the story of YouTube, right? A couple years after YouTube, Steve Jobs decided to put a camera in your phone, have native video capture and playback in your phone. You know the rest. The rest is history. Today, billions of people are watching video content through TikTok, through Instagram Reels, through other destinations every day. Billions every day. So when you look at that history, then what you start observing is that that ubiquity of video, that new consumer behavior, created a need for businesses to be where their customers are, right? And you had pretty incredible changes where Facebook started prioritizing video in the feed, I think 5 times more than any other type of medium. Same thing happened with Twitter, with LinkedIn. Everybody added native video, and businesses were trying to figure out a way to be there. And here is an industry that is actually quite old, that was built for art and entertainment, Final Cut, Adobe Premiere, Avid, and so on and so forth. Here's an industry that is completely inadapted to what those users want to do. So we identified that need, and we set out to build the first platform for businesses, really focused on enabling those businesses to create that content and to manage it and to distribute it. That's how that transition happened.
What can we imagine then, from your point of view, what are the ingredients of a good product strategy? Was there even something like a product strategy at the time? Is that like your, very standardized SWOT analysis? But for those of these people here that really want to build something, what is at the very beginning, at the very core of that transition, of that product, building, really?
Yeah. Look, it's a broad question. There's a ton of books that have been written about strategy. I'm not going to go into sort of generic thoughts about strategy. And by the way, for me, in a tech company where you're building a technology product, your product strategy is your strategy, right? A bit different if you're building an e-commerce website and, I don't know, you're selling shoes. Here, you're selling the technology. And so you have to really align your product strategy with your overall strategy. And so all the general things about strategy apply, right? You have to identify a need, you have to obsess about that need, find a way to solve that need for your users. It has to be a real product that people want to use. You have to identify competitive differentiators. You have to identify if there's any structural things that get in the way, legislation or otherwise. All of these things are true for a product strategy. I think what is somewhat unique is if you think of long-term versus short-term, you have to establish your vision. That's really, really key. You have to establish where you want to go. And then you have to bring that back to reality. And that is as important as the vision. You know what they say, a vision without a plan, or a visionary without a plan is a dreamer. A plan without a vision is a great way to pass time. So you have to have both, right? A good strategy, a good product strategy is a good balance of vision, and how to execute on that vision. That means you have the right people, the right talent, the right organizational structure, you have the right culture, you have the right shareholders to enable you to execute on that strategy. And then lastly, I would say the key about the short-term product strategy is establishing a balance between building now for long-term bets and making big step function changes to your business, expanding your market, or building something dramatically new, and short-term, more iterative things that you can build to actually generate revenue to be able to fund the long-term bets. People sometimes do either or. They will go all in on the long term, or they will really stay stuck on iterative short-term changes. being, short-term changes being a feature request from a customer or technical debt that you're trying to solve for. And you can't stay stuck in either of these two. How you need to balance depends on where you are as a business.
Right. Let's talk about a few of the things that you touched upon. First of all, I'd love to know more about building a good product team. And I think you have an amazing head of product now, Ashraf, I think. He's joined last year, came from Amazon, built the Freebie platform there. How do you identify your guy for product? How do you build that product team? At what point do you start building that product team? When you're in the early days?
Yeah, look, the answer to at what point really depends on your business as well. I think early on, many folks in the company wear the product hat and can serve really the purpose of building the roadmap. Very often, engineers serve the role of building the execution plan, and so you have an ability to operate without really dedicated product managers. But it depends. It depends on your own skill set. It depends on what you're building. I think when you start building a product team, you have to be conscious that there are very different type of product people. For me, there's perhaps 4 or 5 different types of product people. The first one is what I would call the 0 to 1 product person. It's the creative type. It's the person who's going to come up with the completely new ideas. Great at the very beginning. It's the person that's going to bet on something, have conviction, and go and build that. The second type is the more perhaps iterative product manager. Really detail-oriented, will take all of the customer support, create an incredible customer support request, create incredible backlog for your roadmap. We'll be able to make these little iterative improvements that polish the product, that make it really great. The third type comes in perhaps a little bit later in your journey, and also again depends on the business you're creating, is perhaps the growth product manager. The product manager that's going to be obsessed on business metrics, on funnel, on changing the button on the website, on changing the registration journey so that you can move these metrics that matter to your business on an ongoing basis. That's a very specific type of focus. The fourth type is a technical product manager, more for back-end products, more technical products, projects. And then the fifth is the unicorn, is the product.
And Ashraf?
The product person that can do all of that, that wants to do all of that, that likes to do all of that. And you will come across those. You have to make sure that you nurture that talent. You have to make sure that you challenge these people always throughout the journey of the company. And yes, Ashraf belongs in that unicorn category, is an amazing chief product officer. I spent so much time talking to different type of product people. And then you add at the level of Ashraf, as chief product officer of a public company, there's a lot of additional layers that are added, right? That have to do with organizational rigor, with execution, with ability to have a broader view on the business. There's a lot more that comes into that.
I love that idea of the product manager being really the glue of the company, which is very true. He has to glue a lot of things, or she, hopefully. Yeah. So this is also a very important, I think, component to not miss.
For sure.
Let's talk then about, I'd love to know your take on product validation, or when is the moment that you can actually execute? Like, how small were your circles there? Were you ready to go out? I would say, I come from Germany. The more German mentality would be to sit it out a little bit longer with product and trying to build it until it's close to what we would think is perfect, instead of maybe a different mentality and culture would be, let's validate it while we're already out there, let's test it. But what is your take on that? Do you have any advice for what is really their point?
I think my answer will be disappointing for folks. This is probably the hardest thing to do when you're building a tech company. The question of what is a minimum viable product happens not only day one when you launch, it happens throughout your history, right? Because your product is moving all the time. What is good enough to put in front of your users? And it's a source of so much debate, so many conversations, so much I knew it after the fact, right? I knew this, we had to add this, it wasn't good enough, right, across the organization. It's hard. This is the art. This is where you place a bet. There is generally no hard metric that you can hang your hat on to say, this is what the MVP is going to be. It's going to be very intangible, and it's going to be a bet that you're going to have to make based on your understanding, the empathy you've formed on your user and their needs. So, you know, what I would say is, common wisdom is get your product out as fast as possible in front of users. Because, you know, you're making a lot of assumptions until the moment it's out in front of users, and then you're going to iterate. I will say one big lesson that I learned throughout the years, perhaps related to this idea that you can quantify everything and you can have metrics. You know, when you start a business, or actually when you start a new product, you spend almost all your time, or you should spend almost all your time talking to users, pitching them, selling the product, understanding what they need, right? And then as CEO, as the founder, you start scaling, you hire people. Those people are having the conversation with users. You start abstracting the business with metrics. You do KPIs, you do OKRs, you build beautiful dashboards. Everybody loves beautiful dashboards. You can track the business, and you need those, right? Otherwise, it doesn't scale. You need that to track your business. And you believe, it gives you a sense of comfort. Everybody has comfort looking at these dashboards. You can see charts. Everybody loves charts. But the reality is that abstraction, sometimes you need to break that. You need to force yourself to break that abstraction and go and talk to users yourself. You have a very unique role in a business as a founder, as a CEO, that you have the broadest view of what's going on. And if you're disconnected from the products, if you're disconnected from your users, you're going to miss out potentially on huge, tremendous market changes that are happening around you. Behavior changes, your product changes, everything changes, right? You cannot afford to stay out of that. So another piece of advice perhaps is find ways to connect with your customers, with your users, with your product, whether that's ad hoc, whether you create a strategic planning process, you know, you do this around strategic planning. Whether you're a user of your product yourself, you might be fortunate to do that. That's not always the case, particularly in B2B SaaS businesses. But find ways to stay connected and break out of the metrics and the things that give you comfort on an ongoing basis.
I think very important. And since we're with the customer now, if we think this product journey further, looking at sales, what has worked for Vimeo in terms of actually selling this new product? Because it was something that you had to educate your enterprises about, you know? And I was telling this earlier, Video Enterprise has had a revenue growth of 69% last year. This is huge. But how do you get there? What is your take on sales performance actually, or sales funnel?
Yeah, perhaps unsurprisingly, you need to first start with building the product that people want. And so, you know, we were fortunate to get early signals on, specifically as it relates to enterprise, on this need for larger organization that was slightly different, augmented from our self-serve business, but it was still turnkey, as in we identified that by building these additional features, these additional products, we could serve a whole new category of user, but in a turnkey way, in a very disruptive way for our industry. Once you have that, you have to move on your go-to-market strategy, and that's quite tricky. It's especially tricky for us, a company that had very self-serve DNA, to add this enterprise sales layer on top. It requires a lot of intentionality. Like, it's not only about hiring salespeople, it's the operations, it's legal, that you need to adapt contracting, finance, you need to adapt sales enablement, collateral, your product marketing team needs to adapt. It's a lot of organizational changes to support that sales force. When it works, it's magical because you are able to capture so much more of the willingness to pay of these larger organizations on the basis of actually product-led growth and a self-serve funnel.
And if you have that sales structure set up so tightly, like a tight net, then this enables you also to have that close connection to your customer always, right? It was Steve Jobs saying, you know, you have to start with the customer and then you work your way back to technology. And I think what a lot of people maybe get wrong is that they think this will finish when they've built their product, but this is like an ongoing cycle that happens all the time.
Yeah.
You guys just started interactive video, right?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So in a way, it's a blessing. The sales force comes back to you all the time with very direct, very concrete feedback about the customers, though I will say that doesn't replace your own understanding, but it's a really valuable input to building a good roadmap. It's much harder for self-serve, particularly when you're a company like Vimeo and you have millions of users. And so you think about your target user, you think about your market, you think about your roadmap. What do you need to build for 1 million users? It's really complicated to make that concrete, right? Whereas when you have a sales force, it becomes much more tangible. You have other challenges, though, obviously, that come with that. But yeah, having that tight coupling is a big advantage, and it has enabled us to make bold decisions like building interactive, which has been tremendously successful, enables our customers to actually engage with their customers in a much deeper way through the use of interactive video. Yeah.
Got it, thanks. So we only have 3 minutes left, and remember at the beginning I was saying there's 3 things that you have to know about Mark. So in those last 3 minutes, there's actually the 3rd thing that you need to know about this guy, because I thought about whether I should ask him this question, whether we should talk about it. I think it would be weird if we were discussing, you know, Vimeo and its, you know, vision, etc., and then you would start Googling Mark, and you would actually read that he has resigned from Vimeo. I mean, you're at great terms, you know, there's nothing bad happened. I feel like maybe you felt your work was done there. But now the good news for the Swiss ecosystem that Mark is actually becoming a Swisspreneur. Yeah. So you're moving to Geneva. You have already moved to Geneva. What is next for Mark?
Yeah, so first, I hate the word resign. It hasn't really permeated. I don't consider it that way. I will continue to be involved with the company. I'm joining the board, so I'll continue to be involved as part of the board. And yes, for me, you know, it's about going back to my roots of building something that I've been thinking about for a while. I've been at Vimeo for 5 years, which is pretty long after the acquisition. I've loved every minute of it. I feel tremendously obsessed and passionate about the mission of Vimeo. I also feel like the company is incredibly well equipped to go to the next stage now. I really believe in the strength of our executive team. Very, very unique executive team that we've put together. And I'm back in Switzerland. I've been back for 18 months. I came after the pandemic for personal reasons. And I want to build something in Europe, or some things in Europe, and that's what's next. I hope I get to spend the rest of my life building products. That's what I love doing.
What's your first impression from someone who has been away for a while? And it's not only been New York, it's also been London. But what is your impression of what's currently happening here? What are hot topics for you? And what are you observing in the DACH region, maybe in the ecosystem here?
Coming back here?
Yeah.
I'm fairly uneducated because, disclaimer, I've still been going back to New York every other week since moving back to Europe 18 months ago. But I can tell you, for me personally, there's a fairly steep learning curve. Yes, I've spent 16 years abroad, 12 of which in New York. And coming back here and seeing the fragmentation of the market from a cultural, from a language, from a legislation perspective, it's somewhat daunting, but also super exciting. You know, I'm European, I'm born in Turkey. I moved to Switzerland when I was 5 years old. I grew up here. I love being back here personally, so I'm excited to take on the challenge.
I think we're going to be really excited to hear probably next year, the very latest at Start Summit, to see what came out of that, you know, brainstorming process that you're currently in. If you could maybe leave the audience with one very valuable advice that you've been given or something in your entrepreneurial journey you've come across that you would share with these folks, then this will be the last question I have.
I think topical now is just be resilient. You know, that's always true of entrepreneurship. It's hard. It's really hard. It's hard, it's long. I thought I would sell my company in 6 months when I started. I lived in La La Land, like, you know, this is 20 years ago. And then every 6 months I was like, I'm going to sell the company in 6 months. It took 10 years before we got to an exit. And it was a beautiful, amazing exit, but it went through a lot of hardship. And right now, it's a tough market out there. It's also amazing opportunities, particularly if you're starting a company or you're thinking of starting a company. This is the best time ever to start a company, but you have to be resilient. You have to be ready that it's not going to be a straight line. It's not going to go up and to the right all the time. You're going to go through a lot of ups and downs, and let yourself be carried by your passion for building, your passion for your company. Keep that always in mind as you go through these difficulties.
Thank you so much, Mark. I thought we took a lot away from this. Thank you so much. That was really great.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark Conflit and Micah Knights. All of these insights. Good job. Thank you so much. Honestly, I didn't know that much about Vimeo, so that was very good. Thank you so much, Micah. Oh my gosh, guys, I don't know what's happening down here. Honestly, I mean, forget about main stage. Builder stage it is. Look at this. This is full house. Gosh, seems like we've got quite of a popular topic just in front of us. How are moods? All good? Yeah, I want to see energy levels here. Make some noise like on the stage, guys. Builder stage. Now, Simple Club. Like, who's registered with the Simple Club? Come on, put your hands up. It must be more, guys. The stage wouldn't be as crowded. Okay, 2 hands, 3 hands, there we go, yeah. Give it all. Fantastic. Well, guys, you must be extremely excited because we've got 2 Simple Club founders here on our stage up next. We've got Nikolai Schork and Alexander Giesecke. They're both founders and CEO of Simple Club that went from a YouTube channel to Germany's biggest ad tech brand with 2 million users. That sounds exciting, doesn't it? Please welcome those guys on stage, together with the moderator of this fireside chat, Miriam Pattington from Sifted Financial Times. Please give them a big round of applause.
Do we sit here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe come a little bit closer, make it a bit more cozy.
Yeah, true.
Wow, what an audience.
All right.
You actually have some fans. I was speaking to some people before and they were like, oh my God, Simple Club got me straight through my A-levels. So.
Yeah? That's super nice. Thank you for being here. Really nice.
So Simple Club has quite an interesting history. Maybe you can explain a bit about like what you started out doing and then how you developed that into being a really popular edtech brand.
Yeah, so I think we do not have like the typical startup story. So we both, we know each other since 5th grade, bromance since then. And yeah, we started in 11th grade. That was like, I think 11 years ago or something, when YouTube became bigger and bigger in Germany, like also became more professional. And we were also eager to like start something while we were in school, and we came up with the idea, hey, let's produce math tutorials for YouTube. And actually, to be honest, when we started this, we thought that, yeah, we will earn money, we can finance our universities, and everything will be fine. So we did that, uploaded YouTube videos, and after 6 months, we earned $10. And I think on YouTube you need $70 so you can pay it out, so it was worth nothing. But during that time, we got so much amazing feedback from people that started to use our videos, saying, hey, you explained, like, I finally understood math, hey, I got an A grade because of you, hey, I can now study medicine and things like that, where we then decided, okay, let's continue this even though we will not, or we are right now not earning money, but we see that we provide value. And from that idea, then, like maybe to make the next years a little bit faster, we pivoted that to an education technology company, and today helping students in school, but also apprenticeship and vocational training to learn for their curriculum.
So the brand, in a sense, was kind of built on community, I guess. You had so many people watching your kind of YouTube channel that eventually, maybe it was you were already so well known that the brand was then founded on top of that, or how would you describe the journey in terms of like building the brand?
Yeah, I think what we made right by accident was building the community first and the brand. And then at some point when we introduced the app, it was really interesting to see how the community perceived it. Because in the beginning, the first iteration of the app was really shitty, we need to admit. It was so bad that people actually wrote a review that was like 3-4 years ago. 5 stars because I like you from YouTube, but the app is shit. We were like, okay, damn. And then every half year we relaunched the app, and you can actually see this on our main channel on YouTube where we re-announce, hey, that's a new app, that's a new app. And then at some point, I think in 2020, we had the first version where you can actually say, okay, this is now a tech company, which also works because of the product and not only because of the brand, but both came together very nicely in the end.
So you actually did like the opposite thing. So lots of people build a brand and then they want to build a community afterwards, but you kind of did the opposite, built the community and then the brand.
Yeah, true. And the cool thing about that is that you are way better in user testing. So one thing we learned, and that's a huge tip we can give everybody who wants to launch a company, is do user testing right from the beginning. And we did it the wrong way. We had once a story that's pretty funny. When we first built the app, we had an external provider and sent them a PDF document of 60 pages, how we imagined the app to be. Then they built it for half a year, we launched it, and everybody hated it. We never tested it once with the user. And then we realized, okay, there's also a cool book from Google Ventures called Sprint. We read this, and then from there on, we tested every single week, very small iterations, very small hypotheses, and built the app step by step. And at some point, we were at the point where we knew it just works. We launched it, and then the first version was really successful. So in the first year, we made actually $500,000 of profits right away. So we were profitable, and then in 2020, there was HE Capital coming in a seed financing round because we wanted to accelerate things.
Yeah. In terms of like, so when we talk about a brand, of course you have a nice logo, but what actually is a brand? Like, what does it boil down to, essentially?
Yeah, maybe I can tell the story like at the very beginning how we defined the brand and then how this developed. Because as I said, we started like with math content on YouTube, like in 11th grade. And if you think about it, like in the history, learning brands, I would argue were in general not like the nicest brands. Like if you think about the school book publisher, nobody is like screaming, hey, nice, I have this book from this school book publisher, this is so cool. So we knew that when we started, it's kind of very risky that our brand could be very fast going into like a nerdy way, like two guys explaining math on YouTube, like this must be like the super nerds. So what we did at the beginning was that we thought about a classroom, and we thought about, okay, like what is kind of the student our brand represents in that classroom. And we thought about, okay, this is a student, yeah, that has good grades, but it's not like that nerdy type, it's also that type that has a lot of friends, that goes partying, has hobbies and things like that. So we really did that definition at the very beginning, and then like by everything we did, designing the logo, but especially designing our content, we thought about that student, and I think that direction, kind of that North Star, helped us a lot at the beginning.
But part of the priority, as you mentioned before when we were chatting, was like actually trying to make something that could potentially be boring, like cool. Like appealing to students, like you have to be cool, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what other priorities did you have when you were building this brand? Like, what did you want to kind of convey about yourself, or like, what values did you want to get across?
Yeah, so I think one of the main important things for our brand is this on eye level approach. And we always wanted people to perceive Simple Club kind of as their older brother or older sister. and not as the teacher who's just teaching things. And that also gets a lot into the brand building process, because there we actually define a lot how do we want to talk people, not only in the content, but also on social media, also when we are at events and so on. I think every touch point you have with people needs to pay into this brand building you did in the beginning. And the on-eye approach, or on-eye level approach, is really what is also our USP compared to other competitors. That's even very important when you go into the vocational training market, because right now, the school market is kind of a self-runner, so we have all the content ready basically, and now we move to the next segment, which is vocational training. And companies actually approach us and say, hey, my apprentices know you. They still know you from school because they learned with you. I want this product now. And you can see this brand value really translates into other segments as well.
But in terms of like kind of getting your company values or your values as founders out there into the world, like how do you do that in a kind of authentic way, right? And not in like a really cringy way.
Yeah. I think there's also a funny story to that. Like at the very beginning, our voiceover played a super important role in like our content, and we did like rock, scissors, and papers. Like who did the voiceover? And I'm so funny that Alex won. So at the beginning, it was really okay. Ourselves were part of the brand, and therefore it was super authentic. But that at some point, we knew, okay, we need to scale that and build that as a company. And that meant also things like, okay, we need another voiceover. We need to have a team that represents in our content still those values. And at the end of the day, so for example, with the voiceover, we like really defined everything around that brand, wrote that down. And then like, I think it took us months to find a voiceover where we really said, okay, this is now representing our brand. And the same then for the team, where I think at the end of the day, it's that learning of, okay, you need to write it down, think about it, and then make sure that everybody understood it and can really apply that as well.
So brand really comes from the founders at the beginning, and then later down the line, you get the team involved. So then the voice is kind of created from all these aspects, or like, how would you say? Because voice is like a really difficult thing, isn't it? And I suppose it has to like evolve over time and like grow with the product.
Mm. It's kind of an interesting question, because in the beginning it's super easy. We were two guys, then we built a team with like friends from university, so it's very easy to be aligned on this tone of voice. But at some point, and now we are around 80 people in the company, at some point you need to hand over this ownership for brand to other people, and you really need to make sure that they not only understand it, but they make it even bigger in the future, more than you could have done yourself. And we did it wrong in the beginning. So first we handed it over, and then we were like, okay, let's see what happens. And then we also had some content types which were really cringy. So we looked at them as well, and we're like, oh, that's really cringe. And then at some point we needed to really get those people together again, try to define it in a way that everybody who joins the company, and we have a huge knowledge database with Guru, so everything we learn inside the company, we document, and every single employee who gets inside the company needs to do a really, really big onboarding, not only on the functional stuff, but also on the company culture, on the tone of voice. That's a huge workshop, actually, for everybody. It doesn't matter in which department they work. And now we can really say this works, and this is also something which leverages the whole company.
I think what I can also add to that is that at the end of the day, it's not like a one-time thing that you do, but over time, like your brand also evolves and develops. So for example, we started in school, and then like our brand 11 years ago was completely different to the brand we need to build today, because at some point teachers started to using us, and we at some point also like we needed to convince parents to trust in our product. Now we need to convince companies to trust in our product. So this is something where you really continuously need to challenge, okay, does my brand, like you have maybe that kind of core values that you always want to represent, but you always like continuously need to work on that and not just do this once at the beginning and then it's like done forever.
Yeah. In terms of what you just said about like, so you've got many different audiences, right? You've got the students, you've got parents, you've got companies. Like, how do you target those different audiences with the brand and also like across channels, right? Because you also have several different social media presences, right?
Yeah, that's a super important question. So you need to choose. You can't appeal to everybody, that's like the basic of brand, but it's very easy to do it wrong and forget about it during the process. So we always need to remind ourselves, who is the core audience we built the brand for? And it's you. So it's the users, and not the companies, not the parents, not the teachers. But the thing is, you can build a brand for a certain audience and still have another customer who trusts this brand to be successful, and therefore they pay for it. So you have it a lot in other industries as well. For us, the user is not the same person as the customer. In B2C, for example, in school, the user is the student, the customer is the parent. In vocational training, the user is the apprentice, the customer is the company. But still, we need to define who's the brand for, and it's always the user.
We have actually a principle both in brand and in product that says learner first, and then like everything around it happens around that core.
So where do these different audiences tend to hang out then? Like are parents still hanging out on Facebook? My mum's Facebook account is so embarrassing. I mean, I didn't even use Facebook, but I've just had to like completely just, not, even friends will be like, oh, your mum posted something on Facebook the other day, and I'm like, I don't want to know. But yeah, where are these people hanging out still?
Yeah, so parents, you name it, Facebook. I mean, users, obviously Instagram, TikTok, but there also if you build, so that's an interesting thing. Probably many of you know the videos which were for free, and at some point we needed to introduce a monetization model, obviously. And that's a big learning we made. If you have product market fit for your free app or free product, it doesn't mean that you have product market fit for your paid product as well. And there was a lot of iterations need to be done to actually figure this out. When do people when are people willing to pay for an education product? That's not easy. And at some point we cracked it. But there we realized that also the channels are different. If you have a free app, TikTok is amazing because you get so cheap installs. But those users don't really convert. For us, they convert 4 times less than users on Google, for example, specifically YouTube. So you need to figure out, okay, what is your end goal? Is it monetization? Then you have probably different channels which work compared to what is a free app working with.
What are your main channels, would you say? Like, I saw that you're quite big on Instagram, right, which works really well with the kind of content that you produce.
Yeah, so in terms of acquisition, by far, organic channel is YouTube, our own videos. Paid as well, Google, by far, but there the allocation goes also mainly to YouTube, because you also need to figure out on which platform is the user in the state for your product. And the state for us is somebody needs to be already in a framing of learning. If you're on TikTok, you aren't in the framing of learning. So you're just entertaining yourself very quickly. If you have an ad from Simple Club, go to the product page, nobody buys it, because why should they, right? They saw just a giraffe drinking water in Africa, whatever, I don't know. But on YouTube, a lot of people are already learning, so if there's an ad from us, people are like, ah, yeah, wait, that could be an easy approach to learning. So that's something we figured out.
But how do you keep this like consistency, like brand consistency across all these different channels? Is that a challenge?
I think at the end of the day, it's again that picture of you have that core of the brand definition that is clearly defined for everything. But then at the end of the day, and I think that's exactly the advantage why you have different channels, you can still have a different like nuance of the tone of voice. So for example, if you look into our Instagram posts, they are like completely targeted to students, and it's a different tone of voice than our LinkedIn channels where we are completely targeting our companies. So I think that's where you can really play around with those channels and then have per channel an exact 100% clear definition of the audience, and then can adapt to each of one of those.
Do you make use of like user-generated content?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Like user-generated content? Do you also...
User-generated content. Yeah, we are starting to do that right now. In the beginning, we thought of those both approaches. And I think both work based on what your goal is with the app or the product. For us, it was always the main reason why people used us was our own content. And people weren't in a like collaborative environment because it wasn't needed to be like that. We compare ourselves more to Duolingo, where it's also single-player mode. Obviously, they have challenges and a leaderboard and stuff like that, but the core experience is you sit on your own there, need to understand it on your own, and then after you understood it, you can then go into collaboration. If you then put this in a bigger context, a lot of schools work with Simple Club as well right now, and what they basically exchange Simple Club with, or the traditional learning methods before, where you have a book, you learn it, and it's boring. Now you have Simple Clubs more engaging, and now the teacher has more time to do then the collaborative stuff. So we see ourselves not as the peer-to-peer learning experience, but more like you need to understand the topic and we are the best in it.
But you talked a little bit earlier about kind of getting employees involved, right, in building the brand. Is this one of the ways, like is social media one of the ways that you can get employees involved? And would you advise other companies to get employees involved in social media to help like project that brand?
I think it definitely helps at the end of the day, but I think it will not be like the core driver of your brand, because at the end of the day, like we have 80 people and we can like make our culture visible and things like that. But like I think it's probably not like the secret source of something that you need to have this to be successful as a brand, because again, like we ourselves, we started like with both of us, and I think it took us quite some years until we make also our team more public, and we were still able to build a brand around it. So I think it's a nice to have, but not like the key thing.
I think the key thing is this authenticity, and I hate this word because on every brand stage they say that. But what we mean by that is we experienced it ourselves. When we had the first YouTube channel, we were filming ourselves with a phone, sitting on a table and talking to the people. Yeah. Hey guys, we did those math videos. What do you want from us? So what should we do next? They told us, like thousands of comments. We did this. Then a few months later, we did the same thing. We sat in front of the audience, asked, what do you want? And then we built it. And that's how you really do user research. Right now, it's way more professional, where you have like weekly user testings with user research and so on. But if you have this close relationship to your audience, that's the core. And if you can then add this on Instagram, for example, where we also do user research, we ask a lot of questions. We try to get their feedback in. Also in the app, if you have content you search for and you don't find it, you can apply for the content to be produced. And then we have a leaderboard of the most requested topics, and we produce them, and then we announce it as well. So this close relationship to your audience is really key.
Maybe to frame it then better, like it's not only about that authenticity, but it's like that social media is not that one-way street. Like where you make an Instagram account, you upload a picture every day, and then like you push everything out, but you also need to pull and interact with the community, because only then you really build that community and be authentic at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I think that was exactly what made us successful.
Along your journey with building a brand, was there anything that went like really badly wrong? And if so, how would you do it differently the second time around?
Yeah, there was one point. So in the beginning, I said it was very authentic. We did it ourselves and so on. Then at some point, we needed to pivot to an education company. Also got to know investors and learned a lot about this framework as well. And then we needed to build this growth engine, basically, which is a lot built by paid marketing in our case as well. And there we, at some points, almost forgot that we have a community, and we looked so much into the numbers that we forgot that we need to have this very authentic interaction, and that is the core USP of Simple Club. So we basically forgot what made us successful in the first place. And then we needed to remind ourselves, because you could also see this in the app ratings. At some point it was like, you only monetize right now, blah, blah. And we saw that and we're like, uh-oh, that's dangerous right now. And then we needed to readjust. And right now I think we have a really good combination of the growth marketing engine obviously needs to work, but we reminded ourselves of what was the DNA of Simple Club. I think that is a great term to figure out what is your DNA of the product, what is the one thing that really makes you successful, and stick to that. Don't forget it.
Yeah. How would you say, so in terms of like having a strong brand, do you think that has helped you with hiring? Because brand isn't just about the kind of brand that you project to customers, it's also employee brand, right?
Mm. Yeah, so I think that for us it helps a lot. And maybe you can like see it from two angles. One is like the outbound angle. We have that huge brand, we have that big reach on social media, and if we have, for example, a lot of working students, like especially future teachers that work for us and create the content for us. And for us, it's super easy to make a post on Instagram. Hey, we are looking for people like who wants to join, and then we get like a lot of applicants. And then on the other side, you have that outbound channel where you reach out, especially if you search for like more executive people, VP level and things like that. And if you then like reach out to them and they understand, okay, this is like really a huge brand and they have a lot of reach on social media, then you automatically get that trust. And I think then like people easier listen to you and then also finally read those messages.
What do you think are like the values that Simple Club has and portrays that like people wanting to work in tech actually really connect with?
Yeah, I think the core value, which is really important for many people who join Simple Club, is, and we actually put this as a company value, we genuinely care. This is something we did in the beginning, and that was a great story. So Nico told the story how we started with the maths channel, and who knows the maths channel from us? Pretty quick. Okay, shit, that's crazy. So we started with that, and in the beginning it didn't work at all. And the one reason why we continued what we did was the feedback we got from a blind person who said, I found your videos, now I can listen to the maths videos, I have a channel to learn again, thank you guys. And we were so amazed, I get still like emotional when I tell the story, because it was amazing to see how much value can provide to people without even knowing about that. If that person wouldn't have written us, probably we would have stopped. You know, that's crazy. And because of that story, we built this core value, we genuinely care. And the cool thing is even, and I say even with like exclamation marks, even salespeople who join the company are very motivated by that, because at some point, salespeople are like working for a company and they realize, okay, I really don't believe in the product I sell and so on. In our case, it's like they're super behind the vision. And in every single sales conversation where they have with customers, they're like, okay, we know it works, we know we generally care, so I can sell it really with a good incentive behind it. So this is one of the core values. And what we then combined it with is the performance aspect. So the second value for us is we go beyond, and there's a definition behind it. But I think that is important because for us, we have a very social culture. But in the end, the typical framing of we are not a family, we are a team is super important. Because if we want to get to the level where we want to be, being a global brand which provides education also in countries where it's perhaps currently not possible, we need to have a team on Champions League level, and that's the second aspect of it.
But we talk a lot about kind of values in companies, but also in brand building. But where do values come from? And like, how do you actually incorporate them into a brand? Like, does it literally just take like two founders sitting together and just being like, okay, what do we care about? Yeah. Making a list, or like, you know, how does that happen?
Yeah, we asked GPT-4, like create 4 company values, and easy.
Probably get a good answer these days.
No, I think that process of like coming up with those company values, I think it took us around 6 months, and we like involved many different people from all of our teams. So right now we have a very strong people team at Simple Club, and they led through that whole process. And then obviously we as founders were included, but then we had stakeholders really like from every level and every team, so that really everybody was able to contribute to those values. Obviously we had kind of a final word as founders to that, but that helped us a lot that right now really everybody at Simple Club knows, okay, I also contributed to those values, and it's not just something that our founders are now like putting on the wall and everybody needs to do it, but really it's like everybody's super eager to be behind it.
Yeah.
We learned the importance of values the hard way, to be honest. And this is a crazy story. So when we moved from having a YouTube channel to having a learning app, we needed to redefine the whole company. At that point, we were already 30 people in the company, and at some point, Nico and I looked at each other and we knew, shit, that's not the right team to build a tech company. And there we needed to make a super hard decision, which was we needed to lay off 50% of the staff. So we needed to let go of 15 people in one day, which was like half of our whole team. Worst day in our lives until then. And the remaining team obviously was like, what the fuck is going on? And there we did one thing which was super important. We got everybody together in Munich back then, did a workshop where we defined the values we want to have from now on together. So we said, okay, we could go in crisis mode right now. This is not the mode we want to be in. Let's look into the future and say, what is the company we all together want to build? And the values came from the team, not from us. I think that's what you also said as a negative example. You should never, as a founder or leadership, go to the team and say, hey, we did a workshop. These are the values now, let's go. But it should come from the team.
Yeah. So once you have a brand, it's working well, users seem to really like it, you kind of cracked it. How do you then scale it?
Big question.
How do you get more? Yeah. How do you get more people to know
1
about
minute, 40 seconds.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's a big clock there. I didn't even notice that. All right, go on. 1 minute.
I think at the end of the day, it nails down to not like. I think to not change something. I'm not sure. Probably some of you know that book from Gary Vee with the jab, right hook. But like at the beginning, we did this intuitively right, that we provided so much value with our content, and then started to slowly like make that hook of, okay, hey, you can also check out our app, hey, this is our premium product. But at the same time, still today, we are again, super aware, okay, you need to provide that value, you need to stick to that principle that it's a community, it's not a one-way street, and just like build that habit and continuously do like the same things that you also did at the beginning. And then it's just a matter of time that you scale that brand and have this also network effects.
Another thing I could add is focus. That always sounds the same word as authenticity, like, oh my God. But what I mean by that is we did it wrong as well. So at some point when one thing works, you're like super hyped and you say, oh, I could go this direction, three-dimensional growth, blah, blah, blah. But you need to decide. Because we did it wrong by going into too many directions at the same time 3 years ago. And at some point you really need to say, okay, I could say yes to so many things, but what is the one thing which is really the most capital efficient, which is the best decision I could make right now to get to the point where I want to be, and do things after each other. And even if you tell yourself, yeah, I could build teams around and they in themselves are focused, bullshit. You have to have a company focus and stick to it.
Perfect. Thanks very, very much. I think we're going to go to questions now. There should be someone with a mic running around.
All right, I'm a bit scared of that moment, to be honest. But if you just mind not just giving me a mic, then we can dare to do that. Okay, that's still okay, guys. I was expecting worse. We've got a question over here. Hi. What's your name? Where are you from? And what's your question?
So my name is Jonas. I'm from Düsseldorf in Germany. And I asked myself, I also do YouTube, and you said that you worked for 6 months pretty hard and then you earned like, what, $10? So how did you keep going? What was your motivation to still keep going, to still inspire others, even though nobody sees the vision that you have?
Yeah, so I think a really bad tip is to just say, keep going what you do without thinking about the methodic behind it. That's a very naive tip. You need to keep going, but what we understood is there are 2 ways to get views. One is your search traffic, which is already there, and you need to be a magnet for the search traffic. That's what we did, because people were already searching for the terms, like derivation explained and so on. The other way is to be very interesting and news-heavy. So the moment you upload it, people need to watch it because it's so interesting. And you need to decide, I'm not sure what your topic is about, but you need to decide, are you the one type of channel or are you the other type of channel? For the news-heavy channel, it is like that. The analytics look like if you upload the video, you get the most views on day 0, and then the views go down and never go back again. For search-relevant channels, it's the opposite. When we upload the video about derivation explained, nobody gives a shit. It's not like, hey, yeah, new video from Simple Club about derivation, nice. It's more like, over time, there's a compound effect, and that gets the views. So you need to decide if you're a search-heavy channel, you really need to nail SEO and metadata and stuff like that. If you're the other one, you need to really nail more like I wouldn't say clickbait, but you need to create this huge curiosity gap in the thumbnail, in the title, and everything you do, similar to what an ad does. But then you also need to keep the promise in the video, because the most important thing on YouTube and on every other channel is the watch time. If somebody clicks on the video and they stop after 1 second, you are done. Your channel is rated irrelevant. If you get people to watch the video, even though it's a very small amount of people, but you keep them during the video, then over time your channel gets more and more relevant.
Incredible. Compared to all these possibilities nowadays, it feels like I was prepping for my final exams with the chalkboard and like slideshow and stuff. Okay, we go one more question over here.
Hi guys. I wanted to ask you, have you actually been struggling with learning like in your life before? And what is your advice or your take on how to become a good learner or good in learning?
I think we are lucky that in school itself, like we were pretty good students, and we had subjects where we were strong in, like more math and science things, and then we had subjects where we were not that good in, for example, languages and stuff like that. I think during university we really were forced to learn how to learn, because we built Simple Club while we are making our bachelors, and then especially in exam phases where you have like 7 exams and something like that, you run a company with 30 people, you do full-time university, you really need to figure out, okay, how can I, like in the shortest amount of time, be most efficient in that exam preparation. So we actually read a very, very good book back then that is called Make It Stick, and that is a book where like there's a lot of scientific knowledge on how learning really works, because like in general knowledge, there seem to be a lot of things that you think are effective, but actually they are not at all effective. And we used a lot of those things then doing our study themselves, but also implemented them at the end of the day in our learning platform. So make it stick, I can really recommend that one.
Thank you. Is there more questions? I'll take one over here. I know you've been a very loyal attendant of the Builder stage, but ladies first in that case. Please take it here. I'm still not sure, like teachers must love or hate you, but okay, we'll figure that out later.
Well,
your question, please.
Thanks for coming over. I'm Sabrina. I live in Berlin
Please
at the moment.
hold the mic closer.
Closer,
Yeah.
hello. My question is, you talked about your layoffs of 50% of your people. I experience a similar situation right now, and I would want to ask you if you can elaborate more if this was because you didn't have techies in your team at the time that you needed, or because you thought this is just not, I don't know, just not the right person to have right now.
You can really not hear much on the stage. Perhaps Tech could turn up the speaker a bit.
It was
Can I
about
repeat
the
the question
layoffs,
and then,
right?
Okay, could you
about the
repeat it?
layoffs at your company. How did that happen? How did it come about? And how could you prevent that in the future?
Can you hear me?
Just
A
repeat
little?
the question. I'll repeat the question.
Oh, it's my ears.
No, was it because you didn't have enough techies, or was it just because you weren't prepared for such a phase and the growth of your company?
Honestly, I think it's a very complicated and long story, and back then, like multiple factors came together. One thing was also that we back then had a strategic partner where things were not working out, and we needed to pay a lot of money for that. So back then, it was a combination of, okay, we needed to financially restructure Simple Club, but also we needed to do that pivot to education technology. And then you really need to ask yourselves, okay, what is the right expertise we need in that company to make that successful? So it was not that like the people were not performing or something like that, but really that, okay, it was for us, like we were a YouTube production company and pivoted that to education technology, which is obviously like something completely different.
We'll take 2 more questions. Okay, now it's your turn. Come on. There you go.
So I'm Mark from Vienna. Thanks for helping me through Matura. I was shit in math, so thanks for that. So you already talked about your goals for now with the vocational education. But what is your goal for like the next 10 years? What do you want to achieve with Simple Club? Since you had a quite long journey so far already, where do you see yourself in the future?
Yeah, so we think of expansion in 2 dimensions. One is languages and one is age groups. And if you map it, you start with primary school, secondary school, vocational training, and then up and reskilling, for example, on general corporate training. And with vocational training, we are entering that big corporate learning world right now. We started with secondary school. And if you imagine it like a map, you can really make this green like tick. Now we are in vocational training, built this up, which is basically just an extension of the lifetime because they use the same app with the same infrastructure. Also, there's a huge content overlap, so we don't need to do completely different stuff. It's just the same thing with a different customer. And then at some point, we want to expand globally, also together with our customers right now. And B2B, for example, we started 1.5 years ago, roughly. Now we have 150 companies who are clients. And it's growing really rapidly, and always they ask us, because they are also big enterprises, they have entities around the world, in the US, in Spain, and France, they ask us if we could localize the content for them, because they want to bring the vocational training quality to other countries as well, and that could be one way to expand.
I can maybe add one final picture to that, because if you think about it, like in the last couple of years, basically every industry was disrupted, and there's now a lot of technology and things like that. But if you look into schools today, it looks like still like 10 years ago. And we often compare us to, for example, the Spotify. Like think about how many engineers, like the smartest people on earth are working on those algorithms and those platforms. But like we feel that in education technology, we are not at that same place. But the impact, if you would really have like a big tech company that's doing like the same crazy shit, but in the context of education, you can really have a huge impact. And that is what drives us.
Very good. Let me just quickly ask, do we have a teacher by any chance here in the audience? Yes, we got one. Okay, that's my question. I'm sorry, but I gotta know this. Like, how do you feel about Simple Club? Like, are you afraid of your job, or is it easier than ever?
No, actually, I just used one of your videos and showed it to my students during a class.
There we go. So you're not prepping anymore. No, awesome. So you like it? That's what I...
Definitely.
No.
We need to make best use of the resources possible, and your resource is very valuable.
Super, thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, one final question, and then we call it not a day, but a session. Over here, Abdel.
Thank you so much. My name is Karim. I'm from Aschaffenburg in Germany. And my question is, you've two been like friends for a very long time. And when I'm thinking about building a brand or a company with a friend of mine, I'm scared that it might get to a point where we disagree so much that our friendship breaks apart. So how do you deal with disagreements?
Is this your friend? No. No.
You got the question,
like, what the fuck,
right?
bro? No, that's a really good question because we were afraid as well, and everybody told us don't do it. If you're friends, don't build a company together. And I think it can really go wrong, but the key to make it go right is to be very proactive about what you build together, and it really sounds like a marriage, I realize. But it actually has the same principles. That's a cool story about it. So, when we were in university, we went to our university building and locked ourselves in the basement at some... that also sounds wrong, sorry.
That story
we did a workshop. Wow. We did a workshop, but that was really interesting. It was right at the point where we got more and more employees, and we needed to figure out who's owning what. Because up until that point, everybody did kind of everything. And then we did a workshop which was, both of us needed to write on paper, 1 hour, what they imagined the company to be in the future and what their role should be in the future. Like, if you could choose, right? And after 1 hour, we read it to ourselves. It was really weird, to be honest. And the cool thing was, first we figured out that both of us had exactly the same vision. So it's not that one of us wanted to do a quick exit and the other one wanted to build a huge company out of it, stuff like that. It was really aligned. And the second thing is, also our strengths and weaknesses we perceived ourselves were very complementary. And we think by now, these are the two things we need to figure out. Do you have the same vision with the company, where you want to be? And secondly, are you complementary to each other? Or can you do the same things? Because that could be a problem.
Understood, Abdel? All good? Fantastic. He's a big fan, huh? He raised both hands earlier today, so he's really good. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Miriam, for hosting the session. Alexander and Nikolai, give it up, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for making this builder stage the place to be. Fantastic. That's the true builder spirit. 2 million users. Gosh, I felt like we got 10% of them here in the audience today. Alrighty, guys, we've got a little break here on this stage. Would be lovely if you just stayed for the other sessions, but I won't be naive. I know you got other stuff to do as well. Nonetheless, I'll let you know that at 2:20, we're continuing the program here on the builder stage, actually with some of the inventors behind Moderna, so the guys that saved our lives last year. Take that as an option as well, and see you later. Thank you very much.
Standing by the bedroom door, leaning on the wall, watching how you brush your hair like a waterfall. Dusty galaxies dance around the sun. Nothing moves pretty good, holding everything. I wonder what would happen if we pulled the string. So you be you and I'll be me. Just don't hide a thing and we'll be fine. Even if it's all wrong, it's alright. And don't remember circles in the dirt and throwing pennies in. Thinking works a lot like that. You lose more than you win. No matter how you twist it up, it comes undone. Leave well enough alone, and we'll all have fun. So you be you and I'll be me. Just don't hide a thing, and we'll be fine. Even if it's all wrong, it's all right. And don't remember what you're supposed to do. You be you in an unforgiving light. Even if it's all wrong, it's all right. A rainbow ain't a crayon box. The sun that don't know it's hot. We don't know how nothing works, like it or not. So you be you and I'll be me. Just don't hide a thing and we'll be fine. Even if it's all wrong, it's all right. And don't remember what you're supposed to do. You be you in an unforgiving light. Even if it's all wrong, it's all right. So you be you and I'll be me. Just don't hide a thing and we'll be fine. Even if it's all wrong, it's all right. And don't remember what you're supposed to do. You be you in an unforgiving light. Even if it's all wrong, it's all right. You be you. So you be you and I'll be me. Just don't hide a thing. Just don't hide a thing. Even if it's all wrong, it's all right. It's all right. And don't remember what you're supposed to do. You be you and unforgiving light. Even if it's all wrong, it's all right. It was high July, another summer on the boardwalk. His skin was brown as a rosary bead. The year before, he was everybody's hero, but he was losing ground and gaining speed. It could have been a girl, or just one good hand of poker that could have turned the whole damn thing around. But that July, something was lost that never did get found. He was a sun that was waiting to rise. He had the look of a king in his eyes. And everything was possible. And now he just laughs and says what the hell, and clings to the secret that he'll never tell. But I wish I knew what kind of scar can turn a sun into just another falling star. Now I get this deja vu like it. With this friend of mine that can't get it in his brain. He's a diamond lost inside the stone. He's a player born to win the game. But he's gonna blow it all. The brass rings in his finger, and I gotta watch as he throws it away. He's like a song that's rare and right, and no one's gonna play. He is a sun that is waiting to rise. He's got the look of a king in his eyes, and everything is possible. And now he just laughs and says what the hell, and clings to the secret that he'll never tell. But I wish I knew what kind of scar can turn a sun into just another falling star. Oh, just another falling star. Can someone explain it? 'Cause I don't know why some people live like they're waiting to die. And I wish I knew what kind of scar can turn a sun into just another falling star. Whoa, just another falling star.
Alrighty, lovely people. Dear ladies and gentlemen, fantastic to have some of you back, some of you stayed. We had a full arena just a couple of minutes ago, and I'm seeing that we're again filling the rows here, which is fantastic because we've got a very exciting fire chat coming up, which is going to focus on a particularly interesting topic that totally belongs here onto the Builder stage, in my honest opinion. We're going to see a chat between investor and portfolio company, or let's say like a venture builder. And the company itself might not be as well known as the companies which they built, or behind which they actually stand. Many of you know about Moderna, company that has actually saved millions of lives last year and actually continues to do so. And that company was, among many other projects, built by a Boston-based company builder and investor called Flagship Pioneering. And we're more than happy to have their senior associate with us, who is Simon Brunner. And he will be here on stage with us and actually going to have an interesting chat with Jonas Jansen from Magnetic. He's going to be the moderator of the session. They are an early to growth stage investor, and as he told me just a few seconds ago, they're very interested in doing some weird stuff as well. They're open to invest in some stuff that hasn't been here before, and this is exactly what we will explore a little bit more during their session. Please put your hands together and make some noise for Simon and Jonas.
Hello everybody, great to be here. To start off, let's make it a little bit interactive. So who of you is building, investing, or working in an AI-related field? Please put your hands up. Quite a few. Who of you on the other side is doing this in the biotech field? Wonderful. A few hands, but not so much. So I'm excited that today we can learn more about the intersection of AI and biotech with someone that has done quite a lot of impressive work in that field for a couple of years. So to start off, Simon, what was your journey becoming a builder at the intersection of biotech and AI?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, first of all. Yeah, I have a fairly scientific background, as is quite common in the field of biotech. So my interest was really to merge biology, a logical perspective on how to think about biology, as in, thinking of it as consisting of modular tools that can be understood in data-driven approaches, using, for instance, AI, as well as having a passion for entrepreneurship. And so I actually stayed in academic research for, I think, about 8 years at the University of Cambridge. And during that time, I was looking for opportunities to spin something out. But effectively, that didn't happen, and I decided to first get my business chops at Boston Consulting Group, which was a really useful experience, but it also taught me that my true passion was really in building something that would have an impact in the biospace. And that's how I started a AI-based genetics diagnostics company, and then later joined Flagship Pioneering about 1.5 years ago, where now I'm a founder of one of our latest stealth stage AI-based companies.
Wonderful. That's quite a nice, different set of experiences here. So let's maybe talk about your current work at Flagship. I think Moderna is a name that most of us know as the COVID vaccine manufacturer. However, Flagship is not a name, unfortunately, that a lot of people know, but you have to know it, I think, in the coming days. So what exactly is the process of Flagship building biotech companies that are category defining?
Yeah. Flagship is a really unique and very exciting place. So we are both a fund, we are founders, and we are scientists. And we're operators of biotech companies. And so what we do really is we start platform technology companies, meaning that we start companies that don't just have a single application. And in the biotech space, that is frequently the case, right? Because you have one drug that you try to get from the very earliest stages of development all the way to the clinic. What we do is that we come up with new technologies that, from which you can take many, many different instances and make them into individual products. And in doing so, we as Flagship employees, we become the founders of these companies, and we spend 3-4 years in one individual company at a time, up to the point where we can confidently pass it off to senior leadership that we hire in externally, and that is then able to take the company and take our vision and run with it. And the process of us doing so has been honed over time. So we like to think that it has been informed by the selective principles of biological evolution. So we start off with an ideation process where we go out very broad. We look at many, many different potential areas that we really see as moonshots that are going beyond adjacencies in the technology, but doing something that really nobody else is doing by far, such as the example of Moderna that we'll get to in a minute. And once we have sufficient conviction, we then have the ability to invest our own seeds money. That's usually at around $2 million. From there, we have an opportunity to hire in the first few employees, test our venture hypothesis. We then invest our own Series A at around $50 million, which is fully Flagship-led, no external investors at that stage, and that's where the company goes into exponential growth. We hire in 30 to 50 people, and we put together a data pack that allows us to raise funds externally from the first time at that stage. And from that time onwards, the company becomes progressively more autonomous until it's a fully independent company of Flagship itself, and that would be the example of Moderna today.
You just said that Flagship invests $50 million in a Series A, which is quite a chunky amount. So maybe give us some kind of indication, how big is the fund that Flagship is managing, and how many projects are you financing, and how many projects are you looking at?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, yes, so these are impressive numbers. Biotech is a very, very expensive business, so it does make sense to have that type of investment approach. So over its existence, and Flagship has existed now since 2000, sorry, so that's about 23 years. And over its existence, we raised $6 billion US. In our most recent raise, we raised $3.5 billion. And we are now at, I think, internally close to having at least gone to seed stage with close to 100 companies. And we have exited either via M&A or IPO close to 30 companies.
Wow, that's quite a big number, isn't it? So looking at, I think, the brand all of us know, that is the wonderful vaccine manufacturer Moderna. Can you tell us about the role of Flagship building Moderna?
Yeah, obviously the Moderna example is the one that we all know, and I think it's a beautiful example to bring this sort of process of thinking through different scientific ideas to life. And effectively, really, Moderna was started in 2010, so that's 10 years before anyone cared about the COVID pandemic, with the basic idea of what if we could get a patient's body to produce its own medicine, right? Because usually you receive a drug and you have to take the drug again, etc. And so obviously what Moderna is doing is you instruct cells with messenger RNA to transcribe, translate its own druggable, drugging agent, as in a factor that raises the immune system's attention. And so it's really with that early mission that Moderna was started. The idea then became more clearly specified as, what if we could specifically take messenger RNA to do so? Can we deliver these types of molecules to cells? And so this was really sort of the early venture process that each and every Flagship company goes through. Flagship's or Moderna's early interests were indeed actually in vaccines. So some of the first trials were in influenza, but it wasn't the sole interest. So there's definitely a lot of other diseases that are being considered, including oncology. And yeah, I mean, Moderna went IPO in 2018 with not yet being in the clinic, and the COVID pandemic was obviously the perfect use case for the type of product that Moderna was developing to become relevant, as in a programmable drug that could potentially be updated very, very quickly depending on how strains would develop. And I guess the rest is history in a sense, right? But I think it's important to say that this is not necessarily a fluke that started in January 2020 and became a vaccine 11 months later.
So what do you think does the future hold for Moderna and its applicability to other fields?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't necessarily want to speak on behalf of Moderna, since I'm not necessarily representing them here today, but nonetheless, I mean, I think there is a huge scope to the concept of what we call information molecule-based medicines, right? So medicines that essentially encode a drug and that you can update quickly if you have to. So one of the biggest challenges today in these types of drugs is delivery. We can deliver similar such drugs generally quite well to very few organ systems, the liver being the most common example, certain immune cell types being frequent examples. But then actually, if you want to go beyond that, if you want to deliver drugs to other tissue types, be that, I don't know, let's say the kidney, be that the central nervous system, it's going to get a lot more challenging. And I think that's one of the biggest opportunities. Other opportunities lie in making such drugs more long-lived, as in making sure that even if you're in oncology, not necessarily the immune system, you only need to have a single injection that lasts, 6 to 12 months or so.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So let's shift gears a little bit, because we have the rare chance of having a computational biologist with us today that has experience working with the best biotech company built in the world. And the one word that I heard over the past 2 days in nearly every conversation was AI. So, Simon, what is your perspective? How can AI be applied in biotech?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously already happening all over the place, as you can imagine. And it's a really exciting time. I think, new people are taking notes of biotech, and are entering the field, which is great. And so I think the two main areas where impact is clearly visible is, on the one hand, AI is a tool, right? And it can be a tool in many, many different contexts. One of the recent developments in that regard, which was super exciting, is the publication or the release of a model called AlphaFold, which allows you to predict protein structures. Usually, measuring, solving a protein structure takes years of work, tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars. And with AlphaFold, basically, you can take a new sequence and you can ask that algorithm what is the structure that results from that sequence. That's fantastic. It's really, I think, already transformed the way that biologists do research. I think we can see similar developments happening in image AI, image analysis. We might get to a point where some functions in medicine, such as histopathologists, are going to become, let's say, more marginalized or more niche because AI is going to take a bigger role in that area. I think the other really cool field in AI that we're paying a lot of attention to is that AI can be generative. So you all know this through the fact that you might be using ChatGPT today already to write your essays at university. I hope you're not. But in any case, obviously AI can have that function now. And I think that brings opportunities that are unseen. And one of the companies that we are very excited about in the Flagship family is called Generate Biomedicines. What they're able to do is you can basically ask, generate the algorithm, give me a protein that has a certain function, and the algorithm goes away and comes up with a sequence for a protein that has that function. And I think that is a step change from where we are today, where usually what we're doing is we sequence everything, the whole world, and try to see what are molecules out there that might have the desired function. If you don't need to do that, if you can just ask AI to do it for you, I think the opportunities are boundless.
Yeah. And on that note, medicine is increasingly becoming data-driven, and biology as well. And there's a new field that is emerging, and it's called tech bio, where software is stepping into the foreground. So in the tech bio field, what opportunities do you see, potentially also for people in this audience, to start a company in?
Yeah, and I mean, if I understand correctly what tech bio signifies, I think what it means is that at its most basic, people who are not necessarily biologists are beginning to enter the space and care about biology applications and are applying new approaches to that type of technology or field. And I think that is always going to be exciting and important. Turns out that some of the most important innovations in biology in the last 70 years weren't actually necessarily made by biologists. In many cases, we had physicists entering the space, making interesting discoveries. And so in that sense, I'm excited about the idea of seeing computer scientists entering the space, mathematicians entering the space, let's say app developers entering the space, and thinking from there what might be the opportunities of those folks being in bio, may that be called tech bio. I think at least two things. One is the sort of the whole AI space that we just talked about. The other thing that I think everybody should be excited about is the digitalization of healthcare. And the concept that right now healthcare is not a very digital process. The experience that you have as a patient in the healthcare system is a lot worse than when you order a pizza via Deliveroo, right? And it doesn't have to be that way. And I think there's a lot of innovation that can be pursued in order to make that better.
Let's talk about company building. So there's company building in the old days for software companies. We all know very prominent examples of that in the US and in Europe, but company building in biotech-related fields is very different. Usually it's venture-led instead of founder-led. So where do you see potential frictions and the future where biotech company building might head to?
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of, I'm not sure there's necessarily frictions in that approach. I mean, I think it's two somewhat different philosophies, one being the founder who goes out there and pursues at a very high personal level of risk a certain mission. And I think there's a lot of advantage to that, right, in the sense that you have somebody who is relentlessly dedicated to a certain goal and purpose. And I have a lot of respect for that approach, as in the thought of plunging into the unknown yourself. I've been there myself before, and it is a scary thing to do, and I think everybody who does it deserves credit and respect for having made that move. I think, on the other hand, obviously, venture creation, I think in a field that is as complex as biotech makes a lot of sense because you need to have a lot of different skill sets that come together. And I think the sort of overarching theme behind why Flagship was started is the question of why do we need to go through a process where somebody who has never started a company before sort of, risks their life in a sense, or a part of their lives, to try to be a founder and be successful in that, when possibly there are learnings that you could have been told, that could have been transferred to you earlier to make you a better founder at that stage. And I think that's really what we're trying to do at Flagship, to make starting companies a more reproducible process. And whether you like that or not, I mean, I think really there's pros and cons, and I'm not necessarily going to say one is the right way to do it, but I think we can probably all learn from each other. And I think the way that venture creation might be an interesting model, or an interesting inspiration for solo founders is, there's a few aspects to it. One is, I think, allow yourself time to hone your idea and your strategy. You don't need to jump into something immediately. You need to be really convinced about it. And in a venture creation situation, you have a lot of time. Like, you don't need to necessarily jump into something. And once you want to, you can go very fast, right? I think another thing that is very helpful and important, surround yourself with really senior people who can bring a lot of experience to your project. And I think that's something that we're generally good at the venture creation side, because we have a certain network, reputation, etc. It's harder to do that as a solo founder, but make it your challenge to work with people who are better than you in certain areas that you might not have a lot of experience in. And I think then the last point there would be transfer that, not just in terms of the people who work for you, but also the advisors that you're involving in that early stage of the project.
Let's look into the future. What does the future hold for TechBio, this new and exciting field?
Yeah, I mean, I think, lots and lots of different aspects. I mean, I think that the whole concept of generative AI is something that we keep coming back to. I think it's not yet clear how it's going to affect medicine. There's many different ways you might actually think of being able to replace your own general practitioner, your doctor, with an AI model, or at least aspects of that interaction. I think healthcare, again, is going to digitalize. I have talked about that before. We at Flagship are particularly excited about that whole theme of information molecules, as in, more different types of drugs that are programmable, that can be updated very quickly, depending on the evolving situation of having an infectious disease, but also potentially a cancer that acquires new mutations over time. And I think, importantly in that context as well, for all of that to happen, there needs to be a continuation of regulatory innovation. So it is always, regulators always tend to go along with the times. They find it a little bit harder to keep up with the pace for obvious reasons. They need to keep society safe from new technologies that are being introduced. But obviously we will see change, and we will probably see a situation where in the next pandemic, it might become easier to approve a new medicine more quickly, or to update that to a new strain. And I think one area that potentially might be impacted by that as well is highly personalized medicine. So right now, if you have a cancer, you can get a fairly personalized drug that might go down to 10–20% of people with that similar cancer that share the same mutation receiving one treatment. But it's definitely not at the level yet where you as one individual has every cancer is slightly different, and we're not using that individual difference right now when we drug cancers. And a big reason for that is it would be incredibly difficult to give each individual a different drug that you usually need to run a clinical trial for. And I think that's one of the things that regulators will be able to innovate in.
Yeah. You've been a founder in the European bio startup field, and you also now work for a Boston-based biotech company builder that historically have been significantly better or more innovative than we in Europe, unfortunately. So what do you think should we do to foster the exchange between the both ecosystems?
Yeah, it's a really hard point. And I'm passionate about Europe, and I'm passionate about the idea that we can have companies that at the very least compete, maybe outcompete other regions. I think one of the things that I have an impression is that it's harder over here to license technology from academic places, and generally it's just a lot faster to get a technology license in the US than it is over here. And I think tech transfer offices in Europe should more adopt a position of it's better to get something licensed, to get a technology out to the public, rather than having it sit on your shelf. Even you might not have gotten the 20% equity that University Tech Transfer Office in Europe at times won, which is frankly a little bit ludicrous. And I think there's other aspects which are really hard to put your finger on, but what we're experiencing, for instance, in Europe is that it is harder to find in the biotech sector senior, very experienced hires. It seems we definitely have very smart people over here, and we have very smart people coming out of universities, but it seems harder to find somebody with 20, 25 years of industry experience who can actually take on a sort of vice president level role in a startup. And I don't have an answer for how to resolve that particularly, but it is definitely one concern. And finally, of course, I am passionate about the flagship model. If any one of you here has the network and the capabilities to set up a future flagship, then we should have a chat about that, and I'd be interested in talking.
So let's make it worthwhile for our audience. What do you think can people do to break into the field of tech bio and potentially start a company in that exciting space?
Yeah, I think the first thing is don't be afraid of the science. If you're early on in your studies and you're still sort of thinking back and forth about what it is that you want to do, I think it's always going to be helpful to add a bit of scientific knowledge to your education. And maybe that's also something you can do through conversations with scientists. I think, it's a sort of field where everybody is very glad to share. Often people are not necessarily being asked, so go out there, have that conversation. I think that's where, in the end, the technology innovation is going to be in, right? Like you need to actually follow the basic research that's going on. And yeah, I think in sort of more general terms, quite obviously follow your gut. Take decisions as a founder that feel right to you. If you come out of an investor meeting and didn't feel right on a personal level, don't take that money. Similarly with lawyers, if you don't trust the advice, don't take the advice. And maybe finally, think of a big vision. Like at any given point of starting a company, you might be working on something that is tangible, that is feasible within a Series A runway, etc. But make sure that the reason why you're doing this is for a bigger reason. It's for a bigger goal that you're pursuing. That will help you attract funding better, and I think it will also help you align your entire team and your company around that shared goal.
Wonderful. And also, we at Magnetic are investing in the tech bio space, so if you're interested, please reach out anytime. So on that note, Simon, thanks very much for your time. That was very interesting.
It's great to be here.
Thank you, Simon and Jonas. Super interesting talk. Thank you so much. Good job. Fantastic. Oh man, I wish I had just the same degrees like this guy. University of Cambridge, ETH Zurich, Berkeley, and I could work on all of these cool things that are actually making and having an impact in our world. Thank you for taking the risks and gathering all that money that is necessary to build these moonshot projects. 6 billion, I think they said, right? That is quite impressive, isn't it? So, dear ladies and gentlemen, next up here on the Builder stage is another very interesting session. I'm not quite sure, didn't receive the signal whether our speakers are here yet or not. It seems they are, which is fantastic. It'll be a hybrid session, after all, and we're gonna have 2 representatives from the Foundation Bodnar, Dr. Otto Bruderer and Amelie Prost, which will be interviewed by Andreas Böhm from the University of St. Gallen. And as you know, immigrants oftentimes make fantastic founders of companies. They have gone potentially through difficult periods. They have, find ways to defend themselves in new environments, etc., which are certainly not the worst traits if you want to, excel as an entrepreneur and adapt to new circumstances in whatever markets you are and whatever technologies you're working on. And we're going to hear about a particularly inspiring story about the multi-billion legacy of an entrepreneur as an immigrant aged 57. And please put your hands together for our 2 panelists who are on site, which is Dr. Otto Bruderer and Andreas Böhm, and they will be joined by Amelie Prost virtually. Please put your hands together. Well, welcome.
So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a fireside talk at a rather unusual time of the day. Welcome, Amelie on the screen. We can see you, and I hope you can hear us too.
Yes, I can.
Welcome. Welcome, Otto Bahudaha. And we're here to explore a very unique and exemplary life journey. The life journey of Octave Bodnar. And let me start this session to ask you, Amalie, please introduce your uncle so that we get an idea who he was.
Well, hello everybody. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm delighted that we have this amazing technology that now enables us to nevertheless, exchange and be together despite the distances. And I want to thank everyone for really sort of giving me this opportunity to share some thoughts about my uncle and also Otto, who also knew him. My uncle, I actually called him Oswald and not Octave, so forgive me if I sort of switched to Oswald. My uncle was a very, very intense individual with an incredible belief in the power of the individual and the individual in the way that individual could really not just change in the world, but change him or herself, and sort of the power of renewal and having more than one chance in life to sort of pursue what was within. So I think that really sort of sums up my introduction of him. And really, it's a great, really great thing that we can actually share all of that today, and really enable all of us to sort of look at his life and some of what he did to learn and maybe draw some lessons.
Thank you, Amalie. Otto, he became an entrepreneur in a very special time, which for us today is rather far away. It was the political and also the ideological conflicts during the Cold War and the post-war period. I suppose many of us here don't really remember this period. I, for myself, only remember small parts of it. But could you please enlighten us a little bit about the particularly ideological atmosphere during these years, and probably that influenced Octave Bodnar quite in a significant way?
Well, he was born and raised in Bukovina, a place which is today in Ukraine. At the time it was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, German-speaking, Jewish, growing up and going to school in Czernowitz, one of the cities that has been devastated by the Nazis, killed about 80% of the population. Octave was an early communist in school, thrown in jail first time. Then his brother bought him out of jail. Eventually Octave wanted to go to fight to Spain against the Germans, got stuck in Paris, joined the Légion étrangère, fought against the Germans, became POW, escaped from POW camp, pretending to be from Alsace, therefore speaking German, not being Jewish, of course, fighting in the French resistance till the end of the war, going back to the place that once was Austro-Hungarian, now becoming Romania, becoming a Romanian government official, and because he was always kind of like going his own way,
after a number of years and reaching quite a considerable rank in the political hierarchy, a political process, thrown into jail, the Danube Delta, digging and digging, 2 years of isolation, eventually bought out by the Americans in a prisoner swap program for Jewish people, brought to Israel, didn't like the place there, went to Germany, became a car salesman, the proverbial car salesman, and applied for German citizenship. This is also quite interesting to hear that after what Germany did to him, to his family, applied for German citizenship, and then moved to England to sell German cars there, Audi NSU. Didn't like these cars, applied for the license to sell very early on Japanese cars, at the time called Datsun, became a car salesman for Datsun, which eventually changed the name into Nissan, reached about close to 12% market share in the UK car market, selling insurance, selling loans, selling cars, selling second-hand cars. And the interesting thing, he really started his activity in England at age 57. So he had quite a life, and now you understand why he kind of like was so energetic in his age, 57, because he had a lot to catch up.
Wow, that's amazing. It's like the 20th century impersonated and crystallized in one life journey. It's really amazing. Amalie, when you think how one guy could really be so strong to live this kind of life, what was his personal ethos that drove him in this way?
Well, I think, I mean, he was my father's younger brother, and they had different paths, but my father was one of sort of the first generation of venture capitalists in Europe, and he was the one who sort of enabled my uncle's introduction into the car industry through NSU in the UK. And so the first beginnings were really sort of a new phase in my uncle's life that really sort of actually happened because he had family in the UK. So, you know, those first steps were enabled that way. So obviously there is the strength of brotherhood and family, which I think, you know, plays a really big part in his life, and really sort of to enable him in that transition. And then I think the ethos which he always had was again this sense that the individual and sort of this inner strength, this inner calling to really follow one's own destiny, no matter what the conditions are and how things around you change. And to really sort of apply that to anyone today would really be that, in the world in which we live today, there are so many moving parts, so many risks and difficulties and challenges. And looking at his life, it's really about, whether, as Otto points out, he was imprisoned, he was very sort of limited in his movements and what he was able to do, yet he was able to reinvent and reconnect with a part of himself that would put him in a different place and enable him to really follow what was most important to him. So the ethos is almost sort of an existentialist one that, maybe today, you follow a very idealistic view of the world where you think the world will be changed by one ideology, let's say, but maybe tomorrow you will have to reinvent yourself and follow and act in a different way. So I think it's really to sort of always question yourself, always push yourself, and yeah, it's you know, in the face of all these challenges, to keep going and believe in that sort of inner potential to follow your own path.
And then he went to the UK, started his own business at age 57.
That's right.
I think he didn't speak. I think he didn't speak much of English.
I mean, he was very much a German speaker. He spoke a little bit of French, but a completely new culture and language. And this is one of sort of his, you know, as an entrepreneur and also as an immigrant to a completely new country that itself was also very much in flux and changing. To be able to really spot what you know, sort of gaps in what many people were aspiring to. And because he was in the car business, you know, cars actually had a very powerful, symbolic, and practical place in people's lives. I mean, they still do today, but at that time, I think it was quite different in that it wasn't a given that a family would own a family car. Or an individual would sort of go out and buy his or herself a car. And I think he was very, you know, very, very clever in the way that he was able to spot that sort of, that aspiration, that demand, to be able to own something that would give, you know, families and individuals a sense of freedom and a sense of accomplishment as well, to be able to have, you know, to own a car that wasn't just sort of a, you know, any car, but car also that responded to certain expectations and demands.
Otto, yesterday I had a very intriguing debate with Peter Wuffli. We were talking about the connection between entrepreneurship and philanthropy. And I would pose this question to you: how is the entrepreneurship of Octave Bodnar continued in the philanthropy of the Fondation Bodnar that you're a part with today?
It's a tough job. To be an entrepreneur in philanthropy is in a way a contradiction, because most people link philanthropy with charity, and charity is not an entrepreneurial activity. And Octave did philanthropy in his years in England, but it was always helping people to help themselves. His way of philanthropy was kind of like to plant the seed, but then let things grow, let things develop, help people, and then groom them, educate them, train them, give them opportunity, give them toys, means, tools. And there we are at Fondation Bodnar. Our goal is really to practice an entrepreneurial philanthropy. It's fairly, I would say, singular concept. There are not too many foundations doing philanthropy in an entrepreneurial way, and also we are walking up the learning curve.
One particular focus of your philanthropic work is on children. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you're doing, and especially the use of technology in this respect?
Let me say, children, that was part of our DNA, because Octave and Marcella lost their only child. It was their will that whatever happens, the purpose will be focusing on children. And if you look at children, it's our future. And the second question, technology. It's a fairly easy answer. It's leverage. obviously technology is the only way we can leverage our philanthropical activity.
Amalie, what would you think Octave Bodnar would say to such a venue that we have here today? There's thousands of people, literally a big fair to meet, a marketplace of ideas. What do you think? Would he be proud of what the guys and girls of START are doing here right now?
Absolutely. As Otto was saying, you know, it's sort of helping yourself, help yourself. He would be incredibly impressed, you know, by the risk-taking, the creativity, and also this sort of belief in this potential to also make this world a better place through these incredible entrepreneurial ideas. And, you know, in the same way that, you know, he was sort of pioneering these cars that, you know, were very sort of fully equipped and, you know, offered all of these, you know, wonderful sort of comforts, but also, you know, he pioneered that to help these families be more comfortable and to have these cars that they could get around in. But that's just part of the story. I think, you know, all of these ideas and these actual sort of these goals make everybody aware that, you know, each and every one of us can make a difference in a way that's also beneficial for the world and for communities, for societies. And, you know, I think he would be incredibly impressed. Absolutely.
Otto, Fondation Bodnar is also one of the partners of the fellowship program. I was just meeting one of the alumni of the fellowship programs from last year. I asked him, give you 1 minute in order to describe the program to me, and he said he doesn't need 1 minute, it's just one word, it's life-changing. He came here from South America. Humberto Martinez was his name. He spent his stay here in St. Gallen. He met investors for his startup. He made friends that stayed together, he says, for a lifetime. So what's your motivation to support this program here?
Well, there are two answers. The first one is our purpose is our children. And when I look around, I almost feel like a grandfather. But that's the one side. The other side really is he had entrepreneurial genes all over. And Octave Bodnar was an entrepreneur in the true sense of the word. And I guess it's his legacy and the legacy of his wife that we have to really support entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurial activity is philanthropy in itself. They are creating jobs, they are creating opportunities for others, they are creating education, training, and all this. And I think in the true sense, we are supporting entrepreneurial activity to the benefit not only of children, but to the benefit of young people.
Amalie, you could say, when you're looking at the legacy of Octave Bodnar, that it's never too late to become a successful entrepreneur. Would you also say you could never be too young to become a successful philanthropist? Should our young people here in their startup sphere try to do something philanthropic as well, or would you say they should first focus on their own business?
Well, I can't speak with so much authority as an entrepreneur, but I would say that in the world that we are today, and in very much in the spirit of my uncle, I think that there is, you know, in each and every one of us a certain responsibility and a certain sort of, you know, in a way, an obligation to live our lives in a way that is meaningful and respectful to sort of our community, our loved ones, and also the greater universe. And I think as entrepreneurs, in the way that they are creating companies, these companies are often making change and making this world a better place in the way that those companies actually operate, and as the way that they also find solutions for some of the challenges and problems that we face today. It's not always an assumption, but I think more and more so today, and especially with young people, there is this real recognition and awareness that all of these initiatives, entrepreneurial, also have this sort of greater, this sort of bigger dimension to them, and they don't just happen in a vacuum. So it doesn't really answer your question, but it's just sharing my perspective. I think for my uncle, he was always very, very, very sort of turned towards others and children and young people. And I think Fondation Both Now, we're really following that spirit and those objectives, and giving young people those second chances or first chances, all those opportunities also to become who they can be, give them a nudge, give them opportunities, give them some training. So that's really in the spirit of what my uncle would have definitely done, in the belief, again, in the individual.
So let's close it by saying it's neither too early and certainly not too late to become a successful entrepreneur. I would like to thank Amalie, Otto, and also the Fondation Botna for supporting Start Summit and Start Fellowship. Please give both Amalie and Otto a warm hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone involved in these fantastic projects. Thank you so much for being here with us, Otto. Thank you for the good job as the moderator of the session. Fantastic, all that philanthropic work that has been done from the foundation. So as we try to exchange the batteries of our microphones, that you also can hear our next speakers, I'm again wondering how you guys feel. You all right? You know what topic comes next? Did you look into the program? I assume you did. HTAG. Anyone around here who is active in HTAG? No? Interested in HTAG? User of HTAG? Not yet. Okay, right. Okay, but you guys are interested? Why are you interested? I wish I had a mic to offer, but I'll just do it this way. Why are you interested in HTAG?
Because there's the healthcare market is very much focused on it. It's like 30% of the people are sick, but the 70% no one's actually doing.
Right. So you mean amazing potential, little focus so far, blue ocean. I mean, that's part of the title of our next session. Definitely a lot going on. You were also, I think, raising your arm, no? No? Okay. Nonetheless, I hope we win some more, let's say, interesting ideas and thoughts about HTAG. I think meanwhile we've exchanged here also the batteries. Definitely very interesting field, because actually if you look at the numbers, very little focus on this growing market. I mean, globally, obviously our society doesn't necessarily get any younger anymore, at least not for now, and definitely not in Europe. So it's a field that you should have a look at, especially if you're a founder or a builder, and maybe not yet that sure in which area you're supposed to start a company. All right, sailing through the blue ocean. So come with me on a ship and let's sail through that ocean, which is all blue. It's not red yet, which is a good sign. So best time for builders to become active. And join me on welcoming here on the stage 2 lovely people that will have a fireside chat. Our founder, Tim Wagner from Patronus, an age-tech company, as you can assume, and with him, the investor, Nico Wittenborn, who is based with Adjacent in New York, VC company. Please, guys, come here on stage and enjoy your talk. Give them a round of applause. Come on, guys, not that late yet. There we go.
This is bright. Yes. Hello, hello. Thank you all for staying with us on this Friday afternoon. I'm sure you're all tired. I want to start with you, Tim. But maybe before we go into how you came to start Patronus, maybe give a quick introduction of what the company does so people can relate it to age-tech and your story as well.
Sure. First of all, thanks for having us here at Start Summit, and thanks for coming. Patronus, very simply, our mission is to make the lives of your grandparents safer and easier. And also make your life of taking care of them easier. That's like the VC phrase. So what we actually do is we have a smartwatch for elderly people that my grandmother's wearing. She uses it as a regular watch, but if she has an emergency and she needs help, she just triggers the emergency on the side of the watch, and then we get her the help. So we have an emergency call center, we have all the medical records, we then organize the help. And the second product we have is a mobile app for you, the family members, where you can track if everything is okay with your grandmother. So you can see, did she get up in the morning, did she leave the house, is she wearing the watch, is she moving? And you can also call her directly on the watch. So those are the 2 products that we are currently offering.
When did you start the company?
We started 2 years ago, pretty much actually 2 years ago. And right now we have roughly 10,000 elderly people in Germany wearing this watch.
Okay, and so I think it's interesting for some people here probably to understand how you got to start the company. So maybe we can give a quick summary of your journey from studying, first work experience, and then coming into this market, which is still, I think, pretty underrated. And as a young founder going to found in this vertical, curious what led you there.
So, as you can imagine, I was not always interested in age-tech. So I did study at WHU, so I went to a business school. After that, I actually thought about starting a company while I was at uni. Decided against it, didn't really feel ready, and also, to be frank, I just wanted to do other things. I wanted to live in other countries and have less responsibility. So I did start in investment banking. And then, like, from starting in investment banking to starting the company was roughly 4 years. And at that time, I was switching jobs quite often. So my CV looks really bad if I apply at any other job. Because my main takeaway was that at every job that I did, I was always very quickly bored because I didn't feel that things were progressing fast enough. And that was true for investment banking, that was true for another company I worked at in the US. And then, like, after 4 years of doing that, I really thought about, okay, what's the next step for me? And I scrolled through LinkedIn, like, looked at all the different jobs. There was really no job that I was like, okay, this is definitely cool, this interests me, I will be there for more than 1 year. And that leads to the bottom line that the only way I can do a job for more than 1 year is by creating my own and starting a company. And that, actually the decision that I made together with my co-founder was, first, we will start a company. So we both quit our jobs, moved to Berlin, no idea what we're going to do. And then for half a year, we basically just started thinking, okay, what type of company do we want to start? What ideas do we have? What ideas make sense? and did like a really long process of validating and testing ideas, and then eventually ended up with Patronus. So the decision I took, I would say, from that journey after university was that I knew I wanted to start a company, and also knew that I would regret if I don't. And I think that's a very important framework to live by. When you already know that you will have regrets in 20 years, you will have them 100%. And then it's okay to make that decision to start a company, and then just start thinking, well, what type of company you want to start. Because that's the most important decision you will make in your life. And I'm sitting here right now, and I'm so happy I made that decision. It was probably the best decision I did in my life.
Were the other ideas that you considered also, did they have an impact angle? Or was it, did you consider impact at all? Or was it really the decision driven by the size of the opportunity, what you were passionate about? What was the formula?
It depends on how you define impact, right? I think there's one of the criteria that we had when we were assessing ideas was how many people we can impact with that in a positive way. And I mean, obviously now I have a company that has a product that has a very great purpose, and everyone gets behind this idea, and it's a great thing to support elderly people. But I would also argue that other products that seem like more fun products can also have the same impact when they distract people from their daily lives and just give them some joy. So I wouldn't necessarily say that just because we are an age tech company serving elderly people, we have a better impact on the world than other companies. So main criteria was to impact as many people as possible. I mean, I personally also wanted to start a consumer company because honestly, I think it's more fun because you're so close to the customer. You get instant feedback. I think if you do B2B SaaS, you start a company, you get angel investors, you sell that SaaS solution to your angel investors. It takes years to find out if you actually have product market fit. If you sell a product to end consumers, to like 30 or 40 people, you know right away if your product works or not. So that's why I wanted to start a consumer company. And then during our ideation, we looked at different markets. And I mean, it was said in the intro, when you look at different parts of the population and you look at elderly people, it's insane that there are not many more startups focusing on this target group. Because it's so big, and they have very strong and specific needs that you can address, and it's completely untapped. Like almost all technological products that are being built right now are being built for people like you and me. But a product for an elderly person needs to look completely different. So you cannot just take that product and give it to an elderly person. I mean, try give an Apple Watch to your grandmother and see how that works. So that was that was the reason why we decided we want to go into the elderly space, because we felt the marginal progress we can make there is significantly higher than building a product for my demographics.
Yeah, I had, so Jason invested in Patronus last year. And
thank you.
Yeah, thank you also. One striking data point that I got to learn about when I did the research was that in Germany, which is pretty reflective for at least the Western world, there's 2 people leaving work life for every 1 person that enters work life, right? So it's a pretty clear 2x difference in our demographic currently. And I also find it interesting that there's not more people seeing this opportunity, right? If you have such big shifts in culture, in demographics, usually, you can not count the startups that are battling for that opportunity, right? So why is it that there's not more companies going after this specific problem?
I mean, you're asking the wrong person because, I mean, we decided to do that. But I mean, I can tell you, like, from my experience in the startup industry, I think that firstly, when you look for ideas, you usually see the things around you. And maybe you guys take care of your grandparents, so you do know the pain, but a lot of people starting a company, living in their kind of bubble of young lives, they face other problems. So they see other problems and come up with different ideas that are more focused on their own demographics. I think that's one reason. And another reason, I think it's also cooler to build products for your friends than for your grandparents. it's very different. And it's also, I mean, that's the second reason. The third reason, I think, is actually a valid one. It's really hard. Like, not to build a better product for elderly people. That's actually quite simple because the products they're currently using are terrible. But accessing this target group, so acquiring customers, that's really, really difficult. Because, I mean, if I had like a new mobile game, you just put out TikTok ads and go viral there, and it's a cheap way to acquire customers. For old people, you need to do different ways. I mean, we do online ads, it works quite well. Facebook is a great platform to acquire old people. Like, honestly, like our target group is on Facebook, but they are not the ones that are checking out on the website. They want to call us, they have more questions about the product. Once they receive the product, to this date, I mean, right now we have 10,000 customers, and every single customer received a personal onboarding call from us, where we walk them through the product and explain it to them once they receive it again. And I mean, it sounds cool, but if you want to scale a business, this is not a good way to scale a business, because it's so much work. It costs a lot of money to acquire customers then, and it's just painful because you need to increase your team size a lot to handle this volume. And I mean, we're still, quite frankly speaking, in the process of figuring out how to do this more efficiently. And I think that's one of the big obstacles for building products for elderly people, that acquiring them is really manual and takes a lot of work.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's more complex acquisition. On the flip side, you also have usually caretakers or people that are involved in the elderly's life that maybe we can...
True, yeah. I mean, we like half of the sales is going to family members that buy the product for the elderly person, which is easier in the initial process, but still, like, those family members then need to sell it to their parents or grandparents, so it's still a two-step process. So it's definitely harder to sell a product to an elderly demographic than to younger, I would say. But there's another flip side to it. Once you actually acquire the customer, they are incredibly loyal. Like, they don't churn away. Like, we barely have any churn which is not related to, honestly, people dying or moving to stationary care. So we have super long customer lifetimes. And I mean, you can just imagine like how fast you enter a subscription on your phone, but then also cancel it right away. And older people take a week to enter a subscription, but then they stay on for 4 or 5 years. And it's, in scaling businesses, that's hard, but in a steady state, that's amazing because customers just stay on for a super long time, and you have such a long period where you can monetize them.
Yeah. And I can also just add from my perspective, investing in a lot of different consumer subscription companies, that the retention for the paid subscribers that you're seeing is almost at SMB, software as a service level, which is very unusual for consumer. As you all know, we're more flaky with our own subscriptions. And there's also one other aspect of the business that I think is interesting to touch on for a second, which is working with insurances, because that's something that not a lot of consumer companies do. It's also, there's some complexity involved, but there's also one of the reasons I really liked how Patronus is positioned is that I really believe that the product is a win-win-win, right? Like, I think the company has big potential, given the economics. I think the users love the product, and they can sometimes go hiking again when before they didn't dare to because they were scared of falling. But also, there's an insurance angle there that makes the product very affordable for people, right? So maybe you can touch on that a bit.
Exactly. So I would say it's a bit complicated because German healthcare system is complicated, but roughly 2/3 of our customers have something called a care level, which means they get the majority of the monthly price reimbursed, which obviously is great for us as a company. It's, to be honest, also a necessity because our competitors have that too. But I think it shows what you said, that with the problem of 2 people leaving the workforce, 1 entering with the demographic shift in Germany, there's a strong need for society to make elderly living more easier, more efficient. Because 2 people leaving the workforce versus 1 entering also means 2 people that need to be cared for versus 1 caring for them. So there's a strong push, and there needs to be a strong push from society, which is government, which is the public healthcare system, to subsidize or support solutions that make elderly caregiving more efficient. And the fact that we received this reimbursement just shows that there's a strong society support and that there is strong value creation and society is even willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
And they should be, because that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and that's maybe, since the topic is HTech, probably one of the downsides, that it is more localized to specific countries if you deal with insurance. Maybe it's different if you don't, but it's one of the perks, I guess. So how do you think about international? Is it something you do later? Do you think about it at all? Is this true for all HTech? I don't know.
I mean, I think a lot of countries are interesting for us. The insurance topic, yes, that's very specific to Germany, but we also need it in Germany because others have it. If we now go to the US, hopefully in a few years, other competitors don't have it, and there's a higher out-of-pocket willingness to pay in the US for healthcare anyway. So a lot of countries are interesting. I think it's more a decision of where you deploy your capital, and like Germany is a massive market with a lot of elderly people. I mean, as an example, so the Johanniter, it's a big charity organization in Germany. They offer those like more old-fashioned home emergency devices. And just the Johanniter, they make 100 million in ARR with the home emergency product in Germany. That's one of the providers.
And it's not a great product, it's a button.
It's not a great product, however, it is a good organization. Like those charities are incredibly local. They are very, very well recognized from all the people. So they are great organizations. They're not great in innovation for sure, but they know that, which is also why we are working together with them. But that just shows that, yes, we want to go to other countries because we want to build a really big company. But even in Germany, I have no doubt we can go to 100 million in ARR, which would make both Nico and me very happy.
Starting to. Yeah. I think you are, how many people today?
Right now we're 130 people.
That's crazy, after 2 years, right? And I mean, maybe you give us some of the learnings of scaling to 130 people after 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I do want to mention before that I don't think headcount is a good KPI for startups, because in the end 130 people means a lot of cost. So we're not growing this team because we like to hire people and like to pay people. We have to hire that many people because of what I mentioned with customer acquisition, because we are so involved in the process. We have to do so many calls. So the majority of people are actually in sales and customer success. So I think that's one important thing to mention. We're very cautious in terms of overhead. Like we very, very cautious in hiring people that don't acquire new customers. But when you actually hire 130 people, obviously the organization changes like crazy. Well, I mean, my role changes, but also the role, kind of how this organization behaves. And I think we got much better at recruiting over the last 2 years. Obviously, we did our fair share of mistakes. But we definitely learned that, I think 2 things we learned. One is, and I hate that buzzword, but how important culture is. And by culture, I don't mean like put a whiteboard on and write words that you like, but like kind of the way you work with each other. And we're very specific in our values. For example, we have values like everybody's hands-on and output matters, or honesty wins. So we're super straight in our communication. So I think that's one thing which we really focused on, to make sure that this organization at 130 people is the same as 20 people. And the second thing we're very deliberate about is that we don't hire managers, or professional managers, because I think there's nothing that slows down organizations more when you hire people that come in to manage for the sake of managing, and there are a lot of them. So whenever I interview people also for leadership positions, I always ask them how the team setup should look like, and the perfect answer is, I don't know yet. In the beginning, I will do everything by myself. Because it's really the output that matters, and you need to be very cautious that you don't end up with like a leadership level that is just there to lead and to manage and doesn't care about output. And that's, I think, one of the things that we learned over the past 2 years.
Do you think that working in an age tech company attracts a certain type of person? If you compare it with Bank of America or another of your prior experiences, do you feel like there's a specific type of person that is now a Patronos employee, or does it not really make a difference?
I think it impacts a bit like who applies and who is interested in a company, because you look for products that you find interesting, or products that you kind of can affiliate yourself with. I think in the end, who works at Patronos, it's less of an impact from like the industry we work in, but more kind of what we can offer as an environment. So I think generally people that really like to get out of their comfort zone and take on the hard learnings. I think those are the people that we generally attract, because we build this culture where we try to really get everyone out of the comfort zone and address weaknesses heads on. And that kind of attracts people that are looking for this, because we got very good at managing expectations in the recruitment process. So we tell them exactly how it looks like to work with us. And then it's less important if it's age-tech or not, but more important, do they think it's a cultural fit? So I would say it really impacts the top of the funnel in recruiting, but not really then once they work with us.
And then I want to touch on fundraising a little bit, because it's probably, I mean, one, you did 2 rounds, right? There was a seed round, then a bigger A round, and it happened in different environments. So I think that's interesting by itself. Also, it's interesting to hear what fundraising for age-tech is like, are there specific investors? Before we get to that, a last question on culture and evolving as an organization. You do have a co-founder.
Yes.
And I'm curious how that relationship changed, since it was you two and Ruben, actually, right, who organizes this conference, who was the first intern.
Yes, exactly.
But how did it go from then to today, and how do you make sure that you don't step on each other's toes?
Yeah, I'll say 2 things. One, we knew each other very well before, so we studied together and we did everything together at uni. Like mostly not studying, but everything else. So we knew each other very well. Then secondly, before we started the company, we were very clear and open about the things that we care about and the things that we want to achieve, and really set kind of our expectations and see if we are aligned there. And then actually a third aspect I would also add, and this is kind of how it evolves over time. Obviously, like, there's no person in the world I spend more time with than my co-founder. And you grow incredibly close, but it's important then to always, so we do that like once in a quarter, take a step back and do basically, as we do with our employees, feedback talks. So we have like 2-hour sessions where we give each other feedback, and we note that down, and 3 months later we do it again and look at what we discussed the last time. Which also is super important, because as a founder, no one else gives you feedback. Like, you get high-level feedback from your board or from your investors, but you don't get feedback on how you work with each other. I mean, your team members give you feedback, but they're super biased. So to really get open and honest feedback, you need to do that in a structured way with your co-founder. I think this is the most important thing for us, to kind of keep the great relationship that we have. And so far it's going incredibly well. Like, if I ever would start another company, I would definitely do it again with Ben.
Yeah, probably one of your best decisions early on to do it together.
100%.
Yeah. Okay, so let's switch to fundraising. I'm keen to hear, maybe for people starting companies, when was it that you went out for the seed? When did you take your first money? How did you get in touch with angels? First check, always hard. But what was that seed experience like? And then we can compare it to the A.
Yeah, so we did a small angel round in the very beginning, which was a few $100K. That was personal network. That was honestly the benefit of being in Berlin. And Ben worked at AutoOne before, so he was in the startup scene. That was basically personal network, and every angel who's actively investing knows 20 other angels. So I would say angel round is actually not that difficult. Then coming to seed round.
It might change.
Might have changed. Seed round was in 2021. The market was fantastic back then. So to be honest, that was also not that difficult. Those intros came mostly from our angels. And that's, I think, one of the best reasons to get angels on board, because especially active founders, because they usually are very well connected with VCs. If you have active founders, I think that's one of the best intros you can get to the investors if it's coming out from their portfolio. I mean, I don't know about you as an investor.
I want to add to that, because there's some founders that ask me for introductions to other investors, and I do that, of course, if they want it, but it's much stronger if it comes through a founder, because especially if it's a founder that already works with the investor. Because there's a level of trust there that you don't have when you're funds at different levels or stages. I don't think VC interest to other VCs are actually that good. I've done deals that way, and I think it happens still a lot. But going through founders, I think is the best way to get in front of a VC.
So we then did the seed round, and then last year we did the Series A, where the market environment was already difficult, but I think better than it is today.
But it was just changing, I think.
It's just changing.
Right? Like
it went quite well, but like totally frank, if you ever read about financing rounds, there's so much luck involved. Like the process can be well run and structured. In the end, all has to come together. You have to find the right people. But I think general guidelines that I would really like to emphasize: if you find your position, you start a company, you do the fundraising, choose your investors based on if they understand your business, which is great if you do consumer subscription, go to Nico, and if you like them, if you actually like to work with them. That's far more important than anything else. Especially two things I find very overrated. One is valuation, and the second one is dilution. Valuation, in my opinion, if you raise a financing round, should be as low as possible to just get enough capital to operate. Because, I mean, the valuation is a way to get more money in, but in the end, the valuation is just a commitment to return that money multiple times. And it makes it so much harder for you as a founder if you raised money on a sky-high valuation in the last few years, because it's hard to take down rounds when things are not going well. And also from a founder perspective, if things are going okay, you cannot even sell the company because you have to sell it for $1 billion. So get enough capital in, but don't try to optimize on valuation, and also don't try to optimize on your dilution. Either your company is going big and you will be fine, or you're not making any money. So if you're ever in a position to do fundraising, those two factors, in my view, not that important. Really find the people that you like to work with and understand your business. Because we did different experiences with investors, and I'm very glad now that we have people on board that I like to work with, because especially when things are going well, it doesn't matter, but when things are going rough, and things will go rough at any company at some point, you want to be surrounded with people that you trust and you like.
Yep, I hope that's coming back, because I was lost a little bit in the last couple of years, where deals happened at a very fast pace and at crazy terms, and those companies, for the most part, will have a really difficult time going for their next round without looking like they're failing. So I think it's pretty wise how Tim and Ben have approached it, and I think it will change again now as the environment is shifting a little bit. I think we're actually out of time. I don't know if we have somebody else coming in now, if we have time for questions, if there are any questions.
Indeed, as we will have a short break here on this stage afterwards, we would have time to take a couple of questions in case there is. Anything you guys are wondering about? Any additional comments on what was said here on stage? Anyone? Did you get more excited about HTAG, or those of you who were... Yeah, you did? Awesome. How come?
Actually, Ruben over there.
Oh, that's your brother? Okay, I was like...
Ruben was our very first intern at Patronos. So in the very beginning was my co-founder, myself, and Ruben. We were in the first week, we were still working from Ben's living room, and Ruben was the first person to help us.
Oh, that's awesome. What a support,
and he brought us together here today.
Yeah, really good, really good. Hey,
and now he's running this great startup organization, which is another sign. Guys, join early stage companies and work there. It's a great learning curve.
What a loyal supporter, awesome. Look, as you went discussing about HTAG and stuff, I had to kind of like remember what we were discussing here on the stage yesterday, because we had some longevity investors that were here on stage. And I was just wondering, maybe it's a random thought, but isn't that like the biggest risk to all HTAG companies? Like once we get to longevity or immortality or whatsoever?
My first thought is it increases our customer lifetime.
Very good, yeah, certainly.
I think we can coexist.
You can coexist, I'm sure you can. You'll find ways. Awesome, guys. Anything else left to discuss or to ask? If not, please, guys, give it up for Tim and Nico. Thank you for sharing your time with us here today, and enjoy the rest of Start Summits. Dear guys, as I said, thank you so much. Good job, thanks. All right. You're still all right? You feel cozy in your chairs? That's awesome. We got a couple of minutes, as I said, before we're going to start with the next chapter here on this stage. I mean, it's a very exciting one. I mean, once you put enough work into your company, etc., you might get to a point where you might exit your company if you want to do so. definitely part of the whole entrepreneurial journey, which we want to like cover here on the Builder stage. So if you're interested in that and you want to hear the head of listings of NASDAQ in the USA, please make sure to be back here at 4 p.m. sharp. Thank you. All right, lovely people, welcome back. 4 o'clock sharp. No, not yet, because I got 2 minutes of introduction, which is my time here on stage. Love it. How are you guys doing? You all right? Yeah, looking forward to tonight's after show party? Who of you is staying for tonight? Some? Yeah, that's good. Actually, did you know like that the president of Start Summit is going to be one of the DJs tonight? That's pretty awesome, right? I mean, that's quite of a talent network here at like Start Summit and its team. Like you'll find all types of people in our own rows, which is amazing. Very good. I mean, guys, this is the founders and obviously the builders stage. So you know that we promised yesterday morning that throughout those 2 days, we will cover pretty much like the whole startup life cycle. And we did so. We talked about, you know, spinning out from university. We talked about like finding co-founders. We talked about failures. Yesterday, we had a lovely lady and speaker who was honest and open enough to speak here on this stage about her bankruptcy, which she filed like in December. And you know, things can go obviously in all kinds of different directions. But if you put a lot of effort into the company that you're building, and you're also a bit fortunate enough to bring it to a point where an exit is a real option, then you might still have a type of struggle because you've got some certain interests from your investors, from other shareholders, from partners, etc. And I mean, there's all kinds of like exits, as you all know. And just yesterday, we had the partner from CVC Capital here who was talking about buyout options. But obviously, and especially for many companies that choose that path, like in the US, that kind of IPO thing seems to be like the way to go. Let me just quickly ask, that might be also interesting for our panelists here. Has any one of you exited a company so far? Considered? Considered, yeah? Is about to? Is it happening anytime soon? Guys, who's gonna sponsor next year's after show party? I'm kind of concerned. So yeah, we need more people to join the audience. Just fill up the rows here. We need more exit potential. Now, as you might have heard and read and maybe also experienced yourself, Europe is not yet known as being kind of like the IPO market, especially if you compare it like to the possibilities in the US. Probably also one of the reasons why we have a representative from NASDAQ here. He's the head of listing from Europe, so he's the guy that you should go towards to if you want to list your company at some point. Could be quite interesting. And we got a lovely moderator here on stage who is here again after yesterday. As I always tend to say, he's the one with the most beautiful surname I've ever heard. I mean, I got the surname Bueno, which is not that bad either, but I mean, he even tops that. So please put your hands together for this exciting session. Mic drop, which I won't do because it's gonna hurt your ears, I'm sure. Successfully making an exit. And join me on welcoming them here with a great round of applause. Please, Reggie and Adam. All right.
I've been literally blinded by the lights. I'm sorry.
Feels like a Star Wars movie.
Yeah, exactly. But I love that sound, but it's fine. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. Thank you so much, Adam, for being here.
No, thank you.
I know we have...
And it is a great surname.
I know. It means beloved, by the way. For those who don't speak French, bien-aimé means beloved. It's useful, very useful when you call the state.
Yeah.
First of all, I guess no one would introduce you better than yourself, you know, in that sense. And also, you work for a company that, when I was little, you know, when you watch a newscast, there's always this moment where they show you, like, you know, the indexes, like different ones. And I never really understood what they did. And now I have someone who worked there. So So could you, just for the audience, just introduce you a bit, where you've been, what you've been up to?
So great to be here. And I must say that it's my first time at Start Summit, and it's probably the best experience I've had for a long time. It's so genuine and thorough and from the roots. So great to be here. And so I represent NASDAQ, and I work at NASDAQ since roughly 10 years. And what I do there basically is I run the listing business for NASDAQ in Europe. So we own and operate Nordic exchanges, Stockholm, Copenhagen, Helsinki, the Baltic exchanges, and then Iceland as well. And I'm responsible for all the companies listed on our exchanges and also for companies coming to our exchanges. But equally important is also helping European companies access the US. So you've had a number of examples from Switzerland the last few years. One is On, the shoes, of course. You've had Sportradar, which is another interesting company in the data space and the sport business. So Switzerland has typically been biotech, but more and more tech, and it's great to see how we're able to engage and support these entrepreneurs in that final journey in accessing the public markets.
Yeah.
So that's really what I do. So basically what I do is I meet the entrepreneurs, I engage with them, make sure they have what they need, make sure I connect the dots between them and the advisors, make sure that we are supporting them in getting ready, and then supporting them as a listed company. And you know, from our perspective, listing is not the final journey.
Yeah, no.
It's the beginning of the next journey. You know,
but that's the thing. I mean, obviously you can say that because you work for public markets, and you know, as they asked the question before, who here was either had exited or was thinking about going IPO? I mean, it is for some a distant dream. For some, I guess it's very fantasized a little bit.
Yeah.
From your perspective, how do you, like, when do you start working with a company that wants to go public, for example? How does it?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I think the world has changed. I think it's probably been discussed in many different forums during this event. I mean, at the end of the day, from my perspective, first of all, IPO is not for everyone. But for the right company, it can be a fantastic platform for further growth. I mean, if you take a great number of examples, I mean, the list is long of companies that when they listed, they're relatively small compared to where they are now, and they've really leveraged the platform for growth. So at the end of the day, if you look at the platform just as an exit venue, then it's probably not the right venue. Then there are different alternatives. If you're looking for this to be the platform for the next step, then it's probably a great alternative because it really diversifies your ability to attract employees, to buy other companies, to create more visibility, more credibility in terms of really scaling your business to another level. And I think one of the key topics that has been probably discussed during this last 2-3 days has also been financing. And if you are a listed company, you really have more different alternatives to finance your growth rather than just really the private vehicle, which is really that many companies have today. So at the end of the day, you have to be ready. And what does it mean to be ready? I think the key aspect is you have to have a predictable growth. You don't want to come to the public markets and surprise them with a very volatile business and a very volatile business model. And I think equally important, as you keep on growing your business and you see that you have scalability, you start reaching that traction of growth, then it's important to start looking at your business, not only how you scale it and how you grow it, but also how you mature it from a governance point of view. How do you have the right board to support you? Do you have the right processes in place to support you? So it doesn't become a scenario where if your business model fits the public markets, then you need to sort of look at what do I need to do to become a public market? That should evolve rather than be something that you want to do dramatically when the markets are right. So I think that's the dynamic, and that's what we do. We try to engage with companies early stage, learn from them, but also give them the tools to make sure that they know what they need to do step by step to be ready for the public markets.
It's funny because in the private, let's say in the private investment, let's say private equity sector, they'll use the word scale just for a Series A. Like once you get to a seed round, that's where they focus on growth, and it's investment for growth. Obviously, in this junction, public markets are talking about unicorns, basically.
Yeah.
We're talking about like companies that have a valuation of $1 billion. Where, like, have you seen example of like very early stage startup that you met? It could have been years ago, and that really, like, from the get-go, they knew they wanted to go public and got into the official fund?
Well, listen, I think some business models suit the public markets better. You're neutral as a platform, you're not owned by someone, etc. So there are different dynamics depending on the sector. But I think at the end of the day, private equity is not a a never-ending story in terms of, they have an exit plan, they have a vision in terms of what they want to do with their ownership within your company. So at the end of the day, you as an entrepreneur need to decide, where do you want to bring this company? And if you have that vision and if you have that team supporting you to take you to that journey, at one point you need to define a platform to be able to transition out the VCs and the private equity firms that have been supporting you to that stage. So I think it's great that, the way you should look at it from an exchange point of view is that it's just a part of the ecosystem. It's not either or, So at the end of the day, it's evolutionary how you get there. I think, unfortunately, in Europe, we haven't been as aspirational as probably in the US. And I think Europe can do a great job in terms of bringing some of these fantastic companies all the way onto the exchange. Because I think you tend to forget, if you look at Adyen, for example, they're a great example. They listed at 7 billion euro in valuation. Great investment from a VC point of view to bring it from 0 to 7 billion. But where are they today? Roughly 50, 40? So at the end of the day, it's not the end on the day of the IPO, it's the continued journey. And you as an entrepreneur and the management team around that, you really get access to so much diversity in terms of being able to create liquidity for your employees, so much more diversity in terms of growing your business. So at the end of the day, I'm not saying, as I mentioned before, that everyone should IPO, but at least when you get to that point where you feel there's traction in your business, understand the alternative so that you have the option to assess whether to go to the public markets, the pros and cons, versus staying private or selling your business. So many entrepreneurs come to the point where they haven't really assessed the public route and they miss that opportunity because it could have been a great opportunity, there could have been a great appetite in the public markets.
It's also different, there are ramifications to going public where you used to have investors, you transition to having more shareholders. Have you seen, in all the companies you have listed, you've seen what percentage, for example, kept the same, let's say, founding members at the head as opposed to just literally over time having new CEOs, new C-levels?
Well, I think this perception that the founder has to be the CEO all the way, listen, I think it's company by company. At the end of the day, if you have a transition, if you have a strategy and you clarify the vision, I think what you want is to make sure that those that have built the business are staying committed to the business. A private equity or VC firm will not stay on. Their business model is to get out after the IPO after 18 months. What they're looking for, they're not looking for, they're looking for someone who has flesh and blood in terms of believing in the business and wanting to drive the business forward and using the platform for the future. If the founder steps down or steps into the board, that's not the end of the day. You have so many great examples of companies that are not, if you take Uber, their founder stepped down for different reasons. They brought in an experienced CEO, he brought them public. They've done a great job, So from that perspective, it's really company by company.
And so let's say I have a startup. So I have a startup, and now
we can list it tomorrow.
Well, hopefully. I'm hoping that's the whole point of the exchange. But let's say, okay, so I have a startup. I'm based in the Nordics. How does it actually happen? What are the steps?
Well, what happens is that startup gets traction. And builds a scalable business.
Okay, That's done.
And that takes time, So from that perspective, I think key parameters for the public markets are scalability. Everybody wants to invest in a business that has proven to scale. The key word that everybody's talking about now is scalable growth, which is profitable. So, that's something that was missing for a long time when money was free. And everybody was kind of land grabbing. I think we're going back to basic and saying, profitability or road to profitability has to be understood. I think the other aspect is predictability in the sense of your business model. If you're investing $1 into your business, what is that dollar delivering? And how have you proven that quarter after quarter that you as a management team have been able to deliver on that vision? If you don't have that predictability, you should not be in the public markets. It doesn't mean that if you're a public company that you cannot pivot and change your business model and grow in a different direction. I mean, a great example is Apple. You know, I wish I would have bought Apple at $12 back in the days when they were trying to figure out what to do, and everybody was saying, this is the end. They should not be in the public markets. What is it, $3 trillion later? So you can pivot in the public markets. It's not the easiest thing to do, but then again, it's not easy to pivot in the private markets either. And the difference with the private markets versus the public markets is you don't have to negotiate preferential shares and special treatments for certain investments because it's a very democratic platform. So from that perspective, you're treating all shareholders the same pretty much. You can keep control with ownership rights, but at the end of the day, you're creating much more diversity and much more flexibility in supporting that growth. So at the end of the day, it's not an easy answer, but what I really want to say is that if a company comes to that stage where they have all the ingredients, they shouldn't just focus on an equity sale, but look, is my IPO business is my business IPOable?
Yeah. So you work for NASDAQ. First of all, I didn't even know they were active outside of the US or anything. First of all, is there a difference, fundamental difference how they operate, you in your region, for example, for the EMEA and in America, or is it like?
Well, the US is, it's a bit of a different ballgame. I mean, in the sense that if I look at the European companies going to the US, they're going there for the higher valuations, the higher growth, the higher dynamics. So from that perspective, it's a lot more aggressive market. And I'm concerned about where Europe is going to be left after this this crisis that we're going through, because I think a lot of the growth investors will disappear. And it will take time for them to come back and really support the growth. Whilst in the US, they're kind of going to brush this off much quicker and come back to market. So we'll probably see the IPO markets come back much quicker in the US.
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, Europe has its challenge because Europe is not Europe. Europe is Switzerland, France, Germany, and it's all each financial market. Everybody's trying to understand. So if you look at the Swedish market, which we own and run ourselves, 2021, we listed 150 companies in Sweden.
Really?
And last year, we listed 50 companies. If you look at Germany, Germany listed 20 companies in 2021, compared to the 150 companies that we IPO'd in Sweden. And the difference is that there you can do the smaller IPO. Everybody forgets that Apple was a $50 million IPO. They raised $50 million on the day of their IPO. That is what we're doing in the Nordic markets. You can't do that in Switzerland. You can't do that in Germany. You can't do that in many of the other geographic markets. So from that perspective, I think what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, it's really about assessing and making sure that the European entrepreneur sees the public markets, makes the public market a true alternative to grow, because I think ultimately there you get another scalability effect, which is very impressive.
It's really more like a personal question. I've seen the trends over the last, let's say, 5-6 years of people investing in crypto markets, people investing in ICOs, and but overall, like retail investors looking to dip their toes indirectly in the game of startups. Is that something you felt on the public markets too, a little bit, like more small investors trying to be active in those smaller companies?
Well, I mean, certain companies like B2B companies, et cetera, probably won't attract as much retail. If you are a brand like On, you should really focus on retail as a potential, So it's different depending on the business models. What we saw during the pandemic was a boom in terms of retail participation. We're seeing retail pull out of the market now because it's been pretty harsh. When it comes to alternatives like crypto, ICOs, and so on, the world will always be innovative. At the end of the day, will it be? We'll always go through phases of finding different, more efficient ways of raising money. I'm not sure at the end of the day what will replace the public equity markets. But clearly, we want the retail markets to be more engaged. but they also need to understand what they're investing in. And I think during the pandemic, it was very speculative, very opportunistic, and I don't think everybody quite realized the exposure they got. Some made money, but a lot lost. So at the end of the day, we want retail participation. If you're IPOing your company and you have the opportunity to bring in retail, it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's the same for crowd investing. That's also growing.
Yeah.
Even though it gives more information, I feel like it's a bit. I went through the process with a startup.
The difference with it is actually, you know, IPO is a form of crowd investment.
Yeah, true.
But at the end of the day, you have a liquid platform where everybody can trade and sell on a daily basis, which you can't really in crowdfunding.
It's closed.
And you know, it's a different aspect.
No, I get it. But then, how would you rate, or how would you differentiate? Let's say a company that wants to go to the US and that's ambitious, like on that market going public, and one in Europe. Do you see difference? I know there's differences for the investors.
Listen, if you're a European company that wants to go to the US, you have to have proven that you have grown in the US. You have a commercial model that's present in the US and that's understood in the US. If you don't have that, it's a bit of a hit and run in terms of being able to do that. Biotech can do it because biotech is a different sector. Doesn't necessarily have to have established itself there. But if you're another type of business, if you're trying to go to the US saying that I'm going to IPO in the US and then grow in the US, you won't get paid for that. So, but if you have a business model that has expanded in the US, proven to be have traction and so on, then the fact that you list in the US will give you the added value of visibility, credibility, access to the US dollar share, to make acquisition, to employ people, etc. Then it becomes a return of investment, not only a valuation play. So I think you have to be cautious about assuming that you can list in the US if you don't have a proven track record in the US.
Okay. I always wondered the volatile aspect of the public markets in the sense that there's always this sense, I mean, obviously it's worse in other fields, but...
Because it's so calm in the private markets, isn't it?
No, I mean, no, obviously no, but I mean, you know, it's like in people's mind, I always have this impression that a war is somewhere.
No.
You feel like this is something like that doesn't concern like you when you
Well, I mean...
Or the startups you deal with.
Listen, if you take the graph, if you know, when you go home and have a look, and you pull back the index as long as you can, and you have continued to invest 1,000, or 100 euros every month in the public markets, the volatility that you were experiencing now is like a bump on the road. You know, it's a tough bump, but long term that bump gets evened out. And the value overall of the public markets is a fantastic investment. No one is good enough to always buy at the lowest time and to sell at the highest time. But if you continue to invest, you will get a pretty healthy return. You know, so I'm pretty cautious about the volatility. It's here to stay for a while, but the public markets will come back, and the IPO will be a relevant alternative. But it will take some time, and it's probably good that it takes some time because a lot of companies are going through some tough times trying to pivot and adapt to the different market demands. And if they're trying to go to the public markets without having had that balance and found that balance, they're going to fail. So I think from that perspective, take the time now for the markets to calm down, find the balance, and this is good for the private and public markets, by the way. And then once we found that road, the IPO market will be relevant again. Maybe not paying the same multiple as 2021, but it would still be relevant.
Which is very different. But but then, let's say when you meet because you meet all these companies in the end, like every year, what would you say is the number one, I'm not going to say tip or advice you give them every time along the journey, as they set out for the journey of being listed? What's the number one thing that keeps coming back and always?
Listen, there are so many great companies that have listed and done it successfully. And there are so many great companies that have not done it so successfully. But at the end of the day, what is fascinating for me is when I meet a company that I see is on the way to IPO, sometimes I tell them, listen, I'll put you in contact with the CFO of Adyen. And Ingo, who's the CFO of Adyen, he will respond in 2 minutes to share his experience and the way, what he felt, what worked and what did not work. And there are so many great entrepreneurs that have done the journey. Reach out to them, talk to them, learn from them, because it's something that they were willing to share, what they would have done better or could have done better, or what worked out in the public markets. It's not about going to the bank and asking for advice. It's about talking to flesh and blood who have gone through the journey.
Yeah.
That's my recommendation. And again, when you feel that you have the ability to raise substantial money in the private markets with substantial growth investors, and you have predictability in your business, and it's growing, it's scalable, you're tracking onto profitability, start looking at the alternative. Is this business IPOable? And getting that feedback, because at the end of the day, private equity and VCs, they would love an immediate exit. Cash in hand, out they go. But at the end of the day, you as an entrepreneur, you're the one that's going to keep on driving that ship. And if that IPO platform is going to give you a better platform for growth, then be ready for it, leverage it, and use it, but at least evaluate the option. It's a bit like when you're selling a house. You don't go to the first best person. You try to find different offers to see who's going to be the best person to take this over.
Yeah. If, let's say you founded your own company, would you, in your strategy, would you consider going IPO as an option, or
listen,
based on what you see?
The ingredients for being an IPOable company is scalability, global scalability, profitability, growth. Those are all great ingredients, whether you're private or public. So if you're running a business that's not profitable, it's not scaling, it's not growing, So I think the problem we've had is that for us in the European markets, the route has been grow, develop, sell. But what we're talking about here is grow, develop, grow, develop, continue, and to continue to deliver on that, and to do it by yourself, but to use a platform which is not depending on VCs or private equity, but really a platform that gives you a share to buy companies, a share to incentivize and create liquidity for employees. I imagine that there's a lot of entrepreneurs sitting now frustrated with a lot of employees that are sitting on shares that they can't sell, they can't create liquidity. In the public markets, that is a very great asset, So from that perspective, again, IPO is not for everyone. But if you have all the ingredients to raise money in the private markets, you're probably getting to the stage where the public markets can also support you.
Yeah. One final question for you. So you see so many companies, right? I mean, all the time.
Yeah.
Do you reach a point where when you almost look at one or you see certain details, you can already recognize, even at early stage, who has what it takes?
Well, I mean, the business in itself has to have it.
Yeah.
I mean, the business model, but I also look at the maturity of the management team.
Yeah.
And the maturity of making decisions, of getting the right CFO on board. Tough decisions when you've been growing with a certain person to a certain extent and making the decision that that person is probably not the right person to bring you into the next step. Changing the board, making the board the right partner and supporting you. Those are the kind of ingredients that you're looking at. You're not only looking at a great business, it has to be a well-managed, mature business. And that is something that takes a lot of guts and time to build, and it's not something you do overnight, because bringing in someone new into your ownership and governance structure is something that you have to think about carefully and really make sure they understand the culture of the company so they are the partner for you to take that next step. So I would say that's really what we're looking for. Then it's for the market to decide whether they like the business model or want to invest in the business model.
All right, we have 30 seconds left. I was wondering, can you remember a memorable listing, either in a good or bad way, one that on the day was supposed to be happening, something horribly wrong happening, or good?
Well, we had the worst one was a Turkish company that was going to list in the US, and they were flying over ministers, and they were flying over, it was so many people. We had so much Turkish food in the whole of Times Square. And then when I landed on JFK, because we were preparing for the day after, it was like mail after mail after mail, cancel, 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 cancel. We ate Turkish food for 3 months.
Wow.
But we felt so bad for them, because on that day, there was the energy crisis. There was a bad energy crisis in Germany. There was a pricing issue, etc. And all the markets were red, and they pulled the plug.
Wow.
Luckily for them, they had the option to pull the plug, and they probably will come back to the markets, but that was the worst day.
Oh, wow.
But then the best day is, it's not about the largest IPO, it's even about the smaller IPO. It's really about watching the hard work that this company has gone through and to get to this milestone, because it is really the best platform of engagement you can get in terms of your employees, early investors, partners, customers, everything, and the visibility they get and that moment of celebration. But it is that moment, because the next day, it's back to work. But all of a sudden, the big difference is that one CEO told me was when they were trying to recruit for that one person for the project management and so on, as a private company, he was getting 10 CVs. A month later, after the listing, he was getting 100 CVs. So the visibility and the credibility is also giving you that dimension. Of course, it's not all good. It's not all easy. But I do recommend you to have that vision. And if your model works out in terms of business and you get there, make sure that you reach out to me. Make sure you reach out to those that have done the journey and understand what it takes.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Adam.
Thank you, Reginald.
Thank you, Adam, Kostiol, and Reggie. Thank you very much. Cheers. Awesome. Very good, lovely people. Fantastic. We're already again half full, which I like a lot. Here on the Builder stage, we're ready for another keynote speech. A very interesting one, if you ask me. But before we go into this, no, I think I'm going to do that later, because we will need some time for gratitude. But since everyone is just getting up, I think it wouldn't be fair to do that right now. But there is a lot of people behind stage and also our technicians that should be thanked at a good moment when the ranks are full here. I'll make sure to do that then after our keynote speaker, which is kind of funny because, for those few of you who know, in my day-to-day work, I actually don't stand on this kind of stages, but I work for a listed real estate company, and it's funny enough that they assigned the following speaker to my stage because he's all about remote working. Now, the company I work for is invested in the billions in office space. And you guys can imagine the discussions we're having about back to work and, are people actually coming back to the office? Yes or no? Very different, opinions across both generations, across hierarchies in the company and so on and so forth. So I'm particularly excited because, guys, let's face it, right? People will, of course, not in the way they were, going to the office in the past, come back. Because there is simply, first of all, probably new paradigms in our societies and our cultures. We learned that remote work can be very fruitful as well. And our next speaker is even claiming that it's possible not just to do, the random and boring sort of desk work, but that you can actually build innovation and that you can build unicorns. And the good thing about that speaker is that he's done it himself. With 1,000 people working remotely around the globe, from what I understood. He chose Lisbon. He's Portuguese, so good reasons to do that. Probably second or at least first most exciting tech hub in Europe, apart from my second hometown, Barcelona. Beautiful, enjoying the sun. So all of that is possible nowadays, right? And he called his company Remote, as easy as that. I guess that's what they're suggesting and promising. It's one of the leading unicorns in that area. It's a payroll solution. Not only is it HR, payroll, and furthermore, compliance and benefits solution. And he'll have a keynote speech talking about their story. And the exciting thing for me here is, and they must have been real visionaries. You could imagine that they just started to build their company right after Corona. No, they actually started to build it in 2019. And obviously, as you can imagine, or I would imagine, Corona was a big catalyst to their further growth. But without further ado, please put your hands together and say out loudly, muito prazer, Marcelo Lebre.
it's impressive and frightening. Not sure which one is more. Anyway, so first of all, I'm sorry for the double or triple pun in the title. I guess I only realized it after sending it. But because I'm a dad, I'm sort of entitled to one dad joke every day. So there you go. I used it at all. This is me. I'm Marcelo, co-founder and CEO at Remote. And essentially what I'm going to be talking to you about today is, what do you need to bring a company to be remote? What it is to create a decentralized company, either for a small business, small companies, or up until you grow to a certain stage and size across the world. And I'm going to separate this into two topics. One is, it is not possible for you to migrate a company from an office-bound setting to just going remote. It's just different, right? It's not better, it's not worse, it is purely different. And the truth behind this is not about, the secret sauce or, some magic behind it. No, absolutely not. It's just about the processes that go into it and the mindset of the company and the leadership that takes it into what is needed to be remote. So one of the biggest problems and things that happened ever since COVID started is that companies come to us and say, hey, we're office-based and we need to grow and we want to hire people across the world, but we're going to dump an office and want to start remote. How can we do it? So for one, no good option out there. So you can read a thorough walkthrough that will 100% tell you how to do it. What I'm going to be talking to you about is how we did it. What were the things that made sense to us? And it worked out. I won't talk to you about the things that made us cry, at least on stage. I can do it after if you want. But I'm going to separate it in two parts. One is the culture and the processes behind it. So as far as culture goes, what is fundamentally important is that you have an understanding of what your company is about. Your company has, either it's in an office or it's in a virtual setting. There's something, that you will define as culture. You will undoubtedly think, well, I am on a day-to-day basis engaging with my colleagues in a certain way, right? Or I'm going to go out for a coffee or for a smoke. That is, what you perceive as culture. In several ways, I guess I need to be closer to this for it to work. Elevator song, there you go. Just have to click 10 times until it works. Anyway, these things are not culture. And so part of the biggest issue that companies have going remote is that they consider that these things are part of their DNA, of what makes them unique. Actually not. A company can function perfectly without any of these things. I will actually say that for some companies, it's actually better that you don't have them because, anyway, there are side effects, at least to some of them. So what does it mean to have a culture then? So if it's not the physical environment, then what is it? It's going to take a while. Should I just wave? Anyway, culture is made of values. It is what you decide, how you decide to treat people, and what do you decide that your mission or your journey is going to be like. At Remote, we decided to not go into the shenanigans of saying we're a family or we're in this together, we're all gonna eat pizzas and burn the midnight oil. That's not a company. I mean, it can be a frat house if you want, but absolutely not a company. It is a working relationship. And what is important is for you to decide how you're going to run it. What are the things that you value? What should your employees look for when they need inspiration? How about to go their day? And that is the first thing that has to be considered when setting up a company. Because you won't be seeing people every single day. You won't be next to them and sitting next to them every single day. So you can't continuously poke someone and coach them nonstop every time you hear them say something. You have to create an idea of what it is to run a company and what is the feeling that that company should have. What is the feedback that the people should provide when working with you? And so the first thing to know is that there's nothing else. What are the things that you want to see in your colleagues, in your managers, your reports? That's just it. Cool. And then we go into processes. There are a few things that, yeah, it's going to be fun. No, wait, not yet. A few things that define what makes a good decentralized company work. The first one is asynchronous. Asynchronous work is, typically most people understand their work as something like this, right? You go through process A, B, and C, and all of a sudden, something gets at the end of the day. Maybe an engineer or a manager, copywriter, marketing designer, whatever that is. Being asynchronous means that you don't need to wait for others. Things are not necessarily slated to be sequential for many different reasons. Because you can't assume people are available, because you don't know if they're, ready to do what you want, if they're not in the same country, or to be honest, if they're working from home and they have kids or something going on, you can poke them for several different reasons. But the biggest thing about asynchronous work, and one of the biggest pillars about remote work, is the ability for you to tackle your work without fundamental need to, tap someone on the shoulder. For one, most people smell, so it's not really nice to be next to someone that just smells. But secondly, it's the fact that it's just annoying, and you lose a lot of productivity, and we'll go into it in a bit. So the asynchronous part of it allows you to slate work and prepare work across the day, the days, the weeks, the months, without necessarily having to be in the same room as someone. It's like the topic of meetings. Meetings are not work. Why? Because it's fully sequential. Everyone is sequestered into a setting and expecting work to be done there. No. And that should be used very often, very rarely. And so this comes to the next point. Why is asynchronous work so important? And why is this way of preparing work so important? Well, fundamentally because the flow is something that probably some of you have recognized up until today, which is when you get into the zone. You want to work, you sit down, you're like 20 minutes in, and all of a sudden you feel like you see the matrix. You own the world, everything is just magic to you, you're on top of your A game, and that is the flow. Like the flow as a thing has been often characterized as something that is impacted, or even, like this attempts to show, broken down across the day, especially when you're in an office. Because in an office, you're working, you're sort of in the zone, you're focused, and someone goes and, hey, you want to go for a coffee? And you're like, no, I just had a coffee. 5 minutes later, you want a water? I'm going to grab something to eat next door. Then 5 minutes later, hey, you want to go for a smoke? 5 minutes later, hey, have you seen this episode of this new show that came out? Your work is completely ruined. And the reason why it's so important is this is a well-studied phenomenon. You need a significant amount of time to get even close to focused. And after being focused, you need even more time to get into the flow. And that flow, it's like 5 minutes of work is the same as having like 3 hours of non-focused work. And then when someone interrupts you, you have all this long tail, and I'm walking through here, I'm going to crash into something. You have this long tail of not really being productive. And so if this happens over and over again, odds are you're not going to get into the flow anytime sooner, or even if that, through the day. And the ability that remote allows you to have this is amazing, because it allows you to, instead of working maybe 8 hours, and going remote is very often the case that you find yourself working more hours because no one interrupts you, and you can't because of your own mental health, or shouldn't at least. I am talking against myself. But the fact that probably if you get into the flow, those 2 hours are going to be the same as working 6 or 8 in an office. And that is priceless, both to you and to your employer. So this is pretty much what it means. I think we skipped something. This is funny. Next. Next. Good. So this is why the concept of time, it varies so much from people to people. Because if you're in the zone, your idea of time passing is completely distorted. There's nothing to do as if you're looking into the watch and see time passing. Like time literally, as you know, flies. Now the problem with this is that perception of time is one of the biggest problems as well if you don't do remote in the way that it should be done. Thinking about time zones, right? Because most companies that are remote, it means that they're distributed. Some are indeed within the same geography, but most are spread across the world. So if you're spread across the world, when you're waking up, maybe someone is actually going to bed or having a great brunch or a great snack, mid-afternoon snack. And if think about the two things that we said in the previous slides, if you don't follow the asynchronous work, if you don't allow people to go into the flow, it means that adding the concept of time zones into all of this is going to completely shatter your context of sequential work, right? And so embracing the change into of the time zones, of this way of working, enables you to create diversity within the team, inclusivity as well, because there's a lot of people that, especially if you're an APAC, compared to being on the tip of EMEA, it means that when someone is about to end their day, you're maybe starting it, and you're not going to exclude someone. So for instance, if you don't document your work, if your asynchronous tasks are not well documented, if you don't have an handover procedure, for instance, it means the next time zone coming into effect is going to miss out. There's no one to ask things. So how are you going to capitalize on that? One way that I've seen work quite well is to make sure that everything you do within the company is focused around, a specific time zone. That helps quite a lot. At least really get rid of all those, let's call it 2 p.m., 10 p.m., 3 p.m., which time zone? And so all of a sudden, the whole company is referring to UTC. This stands for universal, meaning that it aligns with everyone, and you only have to focus on one. Now, of course, I'm not suggesting that the whole company starts working on UTC. It's completely insane, because for a lot of people, there's just something called society, where you actually have to live in it. And so you have to go outside, get some sun, be healthy, but it is very useful that you have a common base to discuss, a reference, which ultimately leaves you with the last item that I want to talk to you about, which is if you go all async, if you promote focus and the flow, the well-being of your colleagues and your managers, your reports, if you respect the time, the difference, the culture around the world, and even if you have a great culture, but if your go-to default behavior is waiting, if you're working in a team, a completely distributed team, it means most of your time is going to be idle. The worst thing for productivity, or for any company or any individual, is waste of time. And honestly, you're not going to get it back. As far as we know, life is sort of limited. Sorry to burst the bubble. But it is one of the most important things. And there's nothing else besides this. It's called default to action. It means that after you break up your stuff, you document whatever you need to document, you build whatever you need to build, you have full control of what you're going to do next. And that enables you to not wait. And so instead of having a day that is composed of a 9 to 5 setting, maybe you get your work done early in the morning, and your day is done. And you can go about your life. That's what we do at Remote. We have unlimited time off, and literally everyone has their own schedule because of this. If you plan your work properly, that means that once you're done with your task and you hand it over, you can pick whatever's coming next. And then if you're done earlier, you're done earlier. But at least you're always defaulting to action. And you don't leave things waiting. As we know, time erodes everything. And so it also erodes cash in the bank, by the way, as we all know these days. And again, there's no magic sauce. There's nothing crazy about this that we've done or that companies that are decentralized do. It's just it. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions, I'll be around after. If not, and if you didn't enjoy it, sucks to be you. That's it. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Muito obrigado, Marcelo. And so sorry, for the clicker not working as it's supposed to. But yeah, I guess you made some muscles doing this here. Keep that move up for the after-show party. All right. And then you guys can join him on that one. That's cool, huh? We can build unicorns apparently remotely, but we can't make clickers work. Annoying. Anyways, Builder Stage is ready for the next highlight. We got 2 founders with us that will discuss on eye level about how their immigrant background helped them be better entrepreneurs. I mean, this is kind of known and partially researched, and we had a similar topic a bit earlier today, that immigrants are oftentimes good founders. Any ideas why that could be? Yes, no? Because they don't have other stuff to do, or what is it? Any idea? Yeah? Over there, just shout it out. They're more resilient maybe because they've got more difficulties in life. Yeah, why not? I mean, that would definitely suit the motto of the Start Summit, right? Reaching for resilience. Is it that? Any other ideas? They see things differently. We got that one there. More stress, okay. Let's see if they can confirm. I know they're stressed right now because they will join me here on the stage. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, they were supposed to be 4, so now they will have both more speaking time because there's just 2 left. But that's fantastic. Okay, guys, without further ado, I'm very happy to invite to the stage Selkur Asiner, and I hope I pronounced it correctly. We didn't have the time to introduce one another earlier. And then I'm pretty sure I'm spelling and pronouncing this correctly because he's been at the University of St. Gallen while I was there as well. That's David Gorgon from Nostox Genomics, which is a company analyzing the human genomics in order to get to better health outcomes and diagnostics. And I didn't mention, but will certainly do so now, Selkuch, in that sense, founder of WellSpent, a consumer health app. Please, guys, join me here on the stage. Come up quickly. We need the dynamics here. There we go. Yeah, put your hands together. Awesome.
Test. Okay, this seems to work.
Yes.
So, hi everyone. Nice to see you all. As I think Bastian mentioned, we were actually meant to be 4 people here, do a proper panel, and it turned out that some people unfortunately got sick, and so we switched the theme a bit, and we're going to keep it really real, share a bit about our experiences that Selçuk and I had over the past years. Over the course of our life in general, I would say, but certain things that have really influenced also our path to becoming founders and leading our companies. And so I'm very excited to share more about this with you all.
So what this is going to be about is David and I met yesterday evening at a dinner, and it's just going to be 2 guys sharing their superpowers actually, because having a migration history is actually a superpower when it comes to founding companies. So it's just going to be a conversation, and we're going to share our very unique stories in the next 25 minutes with you.
Yeah, so there are, maybe before I get started, can you hold up your hands if you actually yourself have an immigration background in any kind of way? Ah, nice to see it. I think it's quite well represented here. I would say 50% actually. So it's really
That's
interesting.
amazing.
And so what I do want to add a disclaimer at the beginning. We both have an immigration background, but we're only going to be able to cover kind of a tiny sliver of the whole immigrant experience and all of the different facets and aspects of it, given that we can only share our experience from our perspective. And so I just want to mention that to keep you all aware of this, that it comes with a certain disclaimer. But maybe to get it started, I do have some stats that might be useful for the discussion. I mean, Bastian already mentioned that there was another conversation on immigrant founders before, but I just want to share some stats so you can get a bit of an insight on how immigrant founders are currently represented in the ecosystem. And so if you look at Germany, there's a report from the Federal Foreign Office where it said that 20% of startup founders in Germany have a migrant background. And so it's a relatively high number, I would say. I mean, of course, there's certain things to keep in mind with that as well. But these are, I think that's a pretty large number that is mentioned here. In businesses whose founders have a migrant background, 47% of the workforce come from outside Germany, and the average for German startups is 27%. So there's kind of an overrepresentation of international team members as well. An above average proportion of migrant founders seek to internationalize their business. It's 80% roughly for founders with an immigrant background, and more around 65% for people without one. And then if you look at it more kind of in the US, for example, more than half of its unicorns have been founded by immigrants, and these are recent immigrants, not kind of older immigrants, because of course the US is a bit of a different case. And in the UK, 49% of the UK's fastest growing startups, including Deliveroo, Checkout.com, Improbable, had at least one immigrant co-founder. So I would say that hopefully this gives you a bit of an understanding on how this is represented currently. And I thought that we would start with sharing a bit about our stories first, and kind of what it means for us, and then share a bit more about our superpowers and how this affects our daily work and the companies that we founded. And maybe you want to start briefly with.
With pleasure. So I was born and raised 30 years ago in southern Germany, and my parents are Turkish. Their parents, so my grandparents, came to Germany 50 years ago to work at construction, to work for Deutsche Bahn. And I think my parents came here when they were like 6 and 14 years old. And I have a twin brother and 2 younger brothers who happen to be twins as well. So it was extremely chaotic at ours. And then at the age of 17, I had not really the chance, but I helped my dad to found a business in the cleaning industry. And neither my dad nor I knew anything about the cleaning industry or how to build a business. But, it was important to earn some money, to pay rent, to get some food. So, of course, I helped him to set up the first website. I set up the first Google Ads. And I actually was wearing his shirt and went to the first 2 bigger clients that I got to acquire. So that helped me to understand that building something and getting stuff done is actually quite important at a very young age. I was 17 years old, and this also helped me to understand that building stuff is actually something very dynamic, and I was hooked from that very moment on. And then I was the first in the family to also go study business administration in order to learn how to systematically do that. Of course, I went to university and of course did not find what I was looking for. So I started my first company at the age of 23 and then the second one at the age of 26. And that's what I'm running today. It's a consumer app that helps phone users to stop mindless scrolling. And yeah, I think that experience shaped my whole life and is now a superpower, I would say. How was it for you, David?
Yeah, so I'm happy to also discuss this with the superpowers and learn more about it. I'm actually quite curious to discuss that. I'm maybe myself briefly. I'm born in Zurich myself. I have both of my parents are from Romania originally. They've been born there and kind of moved later in life to Switzerland. I would say that something that has definitely had an impact on me is that I was also the first in a family to have a university degree, and even if you look at kind of the wider family, there's like one other cousin, similar kind of age, slightly younger, that I actually met yesterday as well, that is also did a degree. But otherwise, yeah, it's the first people kind of breaking ground, so to say. And this also meant on my side that I did start. I mean, something I want to mention is, you know, they've started and built with the opportunities that are available in Switzerland, kind of a really kind of solid foundation then for me as well. But if I, you know, look a bit about my own experience growing up, I did have to start working when I was 16, kind of working in a gas station, and I basically worked ever since, even during my studies. I fortunately had the chance to study in St. Gallen as well myself, and also business administration. And now I'm at a point where, yeah, I lead a company called Nosage Genomics. As Bastian briefly mentioned before, we sell software for medical labs and hospitals. We run a team of 20 people and very international team, I must say as well. And I think here, this immigrant experience, it really comes with a lot of help in understanding their experiences also better. And we've recently raised seed funding last year, and I think we're really on a growth trajectory. And I think part of that really fueled by the immigrant background that I had, and actually my co-founder as well. Like she's originally from Mexico, is half Spanish, and also moved to Berlin and later in life. And I think for us this was quite a big factor in our development, and so in the company's journey as well. And yeah, as you mentioned, it comes with superpowers, and let's talk about them.
Let's talk about them. What's the first superpower we want to talk about? Shall we talk about having learned to get stuff done first?
Yeah, sounds good.
Sure. So I think one of the superpowers that I experienced through my experience is the one learning that helps me still today, which is get stuff done. What matters is the outcome. So as you can imagine, at the age of 17, when I helped my dad to found the business in the cleaning industry, it was extremely important to get revenue ASAP. So instead of building a business plan, thinking about how to do pricing, it was extremely important to get to the first check extremely quickly. Also, having gone through that, this also helped me to understand, to apply that learning into my second startup, which I'm running today. When it was very difficult for me to break into venture because when I came to Berlin, I didn't know anybody, and when we found the company, we financed the first 2 years with public grants, which was extremely tough because I think we had like 200K, 4 people, and we're building this app to help people don't use their phones too much. And to get the first, to break into the Berlin ecosystem and the Berlin angel network, basically, we did not convince our first check with the network we were having, but with the outcomes we generated with that little money. So we had the big. I think we were lucky to convince the former CTO of N26 to write the first check. Back, I think it was like 2 years ago, and then he opened his network for us, which made it not really easy, but which made it so much easier to then close our first funding round. And I think without this experience of having to get to outcomes extremely fast, it would have been a different story for us. And I think I do this to this day. We don't really think in outputs, we really think in outcomes, and it's I think a very elementary part of my DNA, and I'm extremely grateful to have that superpower. How do you feel about getting things done?
Yeah, so I can totally relate to that. I do have to say that for me, kind of getting things done, it comes a bit also with being quite hands-on and being a bit scrappy in the way that I would solve challenges and so forth. Really trying to just make sure that they're done in the best possible way, and especially be quite involved in doing them. And I think in the earliest stages, or just in general in the early stages, I think this is really helpful. I think in general, it's something that is really important to have as a founder. It did come with certain challenges for me as well at times, because I think as your company grows and you get additional people on board, additional problems that you need to solve, different types of problems that you need to solve, you kind of need to start to delegate, and you need to start to rely on your people and not just solve all of the challenges yourself, and be like this super hands-on type of person that you were kind of trained to become your whole life, which was kind of the case, the situation in my case. And so I did have to do quite a conscious effort to learn to delegate and to get really great people on board that can support me in so many different areas. And I think this has been quite a key aspect for me as well, which is now making it possible for me to focus on things where I can have the biggest impact, and then also, again, as you mentioned, make sure that we achieve good outcomes and focus on that as well. But I think another thing that it makes me think of this aspect around getting things done. I mean, I think it should be. No, it's not here. But the motto of the conference is something related to resilience. And I think there's this. I've heard this in Daniel Ek, the founder of Spotify, say this in a podcast some time ago, that the value of your company is the sum of the problems that you've solved. And for me, this makes so much sense. I think we're as founders, we are problem solvers. We are there to make sure that every single day, all of the fires that are appearing are kind of put out. And for this, you do need to be really hands-on, and you need to be, I think the fact that we did have to go through certain struggles so far, it kind of makes us a bit more resilient to this kind of the first impact, and okay, now we need to change plans, we need to do this, and we need to kind of move in a different way than expected. I think that's something that we're totally used to. It's just something that we kind of we grew up with, and I
love that. I love that. Yeah. Yes. I love that the audience also, like part of the audience has a migration background. But as David said, I think what really shaped my business world was that we won't stop. Like we will not stop. I think we have done several pivots here. And I think it comes from this feeling I had very early on growing up. It's difficult to put that into words, but some folks in the audience might understand. If making it is like a 100-meter run, it always felt like we were starting at -50. So I had to outwork everybody. And that's what I do to this day. And it might be a trauma. I don't know what it is, but it definitely fuels my work today, which I'm extremely grateful for. So, call this a USP. So cheers.
Yeah, I think this makes so much sense. I have some other things that I also have in mind, kind of going in a bit of different directions. I mean, if you want to continue kind of another side. So another thing that I was thinking about some superpowers is that because of growing up in a way where I had to earn my own money, I do think that I appreciate the value of money quite heavily, or maybe in a stronger way. And this also meaning that I work in a way that is quite economically kind of sound, or I don't know how to say it differently. I just make sure that we spend money wisely from the very beginning. And I think in the beginning, I think this was really helpful when we were at the pre-seed phase, when we didn't have too much financing yet. And I think that this allowed us to get way farther with the same amount of money compared to other types of companies. And I think that this is also something, I mean, I think there was some time when, during the kind of crazy boom times before last year, when this was, I feel like people lost the sense of it, or kind of the appreciation of being kind of a bit more, kind of to value the way that money is spent in the best way possible. And I think there was a bit of a mania, or I don't know how to say it differently, kind of just overinvestment that happened. I mean, I'm speaking more about startups, not about from the investment perspective, because I think it's great to invest in startups. But I think that this is something that has really changed last year, and I think now this is so much more in focus, and I think this is where it's our moment to shine, and where I do think that the fact that we do have this in some way also in part of our company DNA to make sure that we do all the investments that we do in a wise way. Still effective, and there are areas where you need to spend to make sure that you get the outcomes that you're looking for. But to do it in a reasonable way, I think that has been quite an asset, I would say.
That's also something that I wanted to learn from you. Having raised a larger seed round, has your way of budgeting changed? Of course, pre-seed was very capital efficient and everything. But now that you're growing the business, has something changed here? Given that you had this experience with your migration history, because having if I think about that, we also raised over €1 million. Could you imagine doing that like 5 years ago? And then having this money on the bank, how do you still make sure that the company grows, but at the same time that you keep the capital efficiency that is also part of your DNA?
Yeah, I think that's a quite interesting question, actually. I think there is something interesting regarding that, because I remember at the beginning when we started to raise kind of the first larger amounts of money, I feel like I started to become a bit risk averse, because I really wanted to make sure that people don't lose their money. I really kind of felt that there's
responsibility,
right?
Really
big responsibility coming from there, and I still feel that, of course. It's still something that is kind of part of myself, and I think that goes back to this point about spending wisely and so forth. But I think as you raise larger sums of money, you see it. I think so we've raised now 5 million financing last year. Still, relatively early in our journey, but if I look back in the past 5 years, it is large amounts of money. I really think about it in the way of how to make sure that we leverage this money. That access to this kind of capital, what it allows us to get is to leverage all of the activities of everybody in the company, and also everybody's time, by either getting additional people on board, or getting the resources that we need, software that we need, or travel costs, because in our case there's a lot of sales activities that we need to do throughout Europe. And thinking about it in this kind of leverage perspective is something that I've kind of gained, and that in combination with still making sure that things are sound and so forth, I think it's a good combination. I think that's, not sure what you think about that.
I think it's also a growing experience, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, going from pre-seed to seed, I can imagine, because actually today we wanted to talk about coaching, and I can imagine that coaching probably accelerated your budgeting sense, because I totally feel you. Also growing up, it was and that's maybe the money habits that we learned. Money was never really there. Of course, you also had to manage, but it was never about, do I spend this or do I spend about that? It was always rather about, okay, what do I not spend money on? So, growing up with that, in that environment is I think quite shaping.
Yeah.
And then when we had the first 25K ticket in, I had no idea what to do with it. It felt really, really weird at the beginning. And then I think
I can kind of relate to that.
And then and then what happens is of course then you refresh the bank account on your phone. The money is still there. The money is still there. And then you kind of understand that it's okay to now have that, and then work with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, and I think that's as we discussed, it's something that you kind of need to it's kind of an upskilling that you kind of need to do. And I mean, as you mentioned, we did want to talk a bit about kind of coaching initially. I think in my case, coaching was actually quite helpful as well, to get different perspectives as well, and kind of combine them with the ones that I've already had. And this kind of makes me think actually also about another aspect, which is that, I mentioned this stat before regarding kind of some stats about immigrant founders and so forth. And there is this aspect about teams being much more international from the start. I mean, thinking more international markets, but then also the teams themselves being more international. I mean, if I can share maybe some stats from our side, I would say that we are, I would say most of our people are actually with an immigrant background in our company. I would be surprised there's maybe 2, 3, 4 people that are, we're based in Berlin, but it's 3, 4 people that are from Germany themselves, but the rest is from Germany. And the rest is from anywhere in the world, really. And then in our case, there's also this aspect about remote work. That is also, we have people also working with us from some other countries in Europe, for example, sales people and so forth, where it's really helpful to have people on the ground. And I do think that the fact that we are so comfortable hiring internationally and kind of getting the best people from anywhere is something that is kind of connected to being able to see, kind of to put yourself in other people's position and really see their strengths and kind of not look at the differences, kind of not look so much about the differences that kind of can come to mind. And I think that that's something that is really helpful, and I think it's something that we will, going forward, is going to something that will be quite an asset for us also as we continue growing, and we're planning to expand to the US at some point as well, and yeah, I think that's something that...
100%. I mean, think about what type of gift that is when it also comes to solving your problem. I mean, we're solving phone overuse. I think everybody in here knows what I mean when you spend too much time on your phone.
Yeah, looking around a bit here.
I mean, imagine, solving this from an all-white perspective. Like, think about that. It'd be really weird. I think in our team, we're like a very tiny team of 7 people. 3 are German, the rest isn't. And I think that's the biggest gift we have. We have a colleague from South Africa, a colleague from Uganda, which is the biggest gift because it helps to build the most holistic solution, which is another superpower, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I think I could totally see this. I mean, what you're describing, like for the product that you have, it's so important that you can actually relate to your users and to build the best possible product. And I think in our case, it's also kind of related. I mean, in our case, we help labs provide diagnosis for genetic disorders. And in many cases, I mean, so these are kind of ranging from so many different types of disorders and also affecting people that are typically often a bit, neglected because it's, any different, genetic disorders cover over 10,000 different disease groups, and any one of them is relatively rare, and so it's not very present in daily life. And this aspect about being kind of underrepresented is something that I think most of our team can actually really relate to, and something that drives us, and is also the kind of daily motivation for anybody working at Nostos. And so, yeah, I think it's quite an asset. And I don't want to just kind of, I mean, of course, there's so many good sides of it. Of course, there are some challenges also connected with that. But yeah, I hope that you could also get a bit of a perspective of all of the positive aspects of these kind of superpowers that some of you also, because some of you have immigration background, but even if not, maybe also learning a bit from our experience and also from other people that you're working with that have an immigration background, to understand them better and also make sure that, I mean, hopefully you can also work together a bit more effectively by understanding this experience a bit better. And yeah, I'm not sure if you have anything more to add from your side. I'm seeing the time kind of slowly go down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think, the past 30 minutes was just an invitation to 2 perspectives of the migrant founder community. There are fantastic communities and organizations that finally represent us. One of them is called Two Hearts. It's a community from Berlin. Feel invited to join them, because for a very long time it felt like I'm the only Turk on the table, which felt awkward. And then I found Two Hearts, and I finally feel seen. So yeah, as mentioned, this is an invitation. Thank you very much for your time and attention. We appreciate that, and we'll be around to connect if you want to. Cheers.
Thanks a lot.
David and Selçuk, thank you so much for having this conversation here on our stage. Very valuable. Thank you, David. Alrighty, guys. We got another fantastic panel lined up here for the builder stage. Don't leave us alone. But I was told that we need to gain a little bit of time, so this is amazing. All right, so guys, what are you up to? Are you ready for the after show party? You know where it's taking place, right? You don't? You see it? There we go. Why does he know and you don't? Okay, so like it's literally where like the main stage is. We'll remove all the chairs, and that's where you guys can start to shake later on. All right? 9 o'clock is probably door opening or something. Yeah, so they will make sure they need to sweep you out of the hall first of all, like to get all of that prepped. And then thereafter, oh yeah, I see a couple of beers already, like in your hands, of course. I mean, that's fine. Feel free to bring along a beer to the next session. I promise it's going to be an entertaining one, so that should be all right. So let me just quickly ask you guys, what's been your favorite session today, no matter whether it was here or on a different stage?
I like the main stage in general, was really good.
Okay.
We should talk about negotiation, that was really interesting.
Talk about negotiation on the main stage. That was your preferred one. Okay, it seems like this mic doesn't work. Do we have any more? Shabab?
Shabab, yeah.
Very good.
The next one.
The next one, you're looking forward, okay. Are you in the edtech space or something?
Not in the edtech space. I'm a student from Munich.
Okay, very good. So you're a user or a customer of No Unity?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay, but trying to get inspired. Then to sign up maybe, yeah? You got something to say, Mark?
Obviously, Simple Club was the best one.
Simple Club, holy shit. Guys, who was here for the Simple Club talk? Like, that was full house, wasn't that? Like, yeah, that was like, okay. I didn't expect this to happen here on our Builder stage. Now, is there still anything left that you would wish to happen at Start Summit 2023?
The after party.
The after party? Okay, nothing more than that? That's good. I mean, we'll take that. Okay, I'm just looking for my advisor here at the stage, who's still on the phone, so I guess like we gotta make a bit more of time. While Sebastian is already... I hope you called a few more friends to join your session, did you? They're coming? Okay, they're too slow, like call them again. We'll make sure, okay. We don't need to start in time anymore, even though we've been pretty much in time here on the stage, which is helpful. Okay, yeah, there's more. There's the board group of No Unity, Red Alpine. Yeah, come here. Join us. There you go, first row. Yeah, that's exactly where we want to have you. Guys, remove your cans from here. I mean, you can bring them all, but also remove them, because else it's very, very dirty here. Don't like to see that. Okay, there's more people coming. Wow, we got a very young age group here in the audience, which is fantastic, and probably also reasoned by the fact that the founder that we will have on stage is very young himself. You know that, right? And there might be some of you here in the audience that have been, you know, doubtful in the past, you know, when's the right moment to build and start a company? Is it like during university? Is it thereafter? What are your opportunity costs? Shouldn't you go for, first of all, consulting for 1 or 2 years or investment banking, and then you become the better founder? Is that true? Yes or no? Anyone who's been doubtful about that question, when is the right time to found? Or should you wait for the next macroeconomic crisis to happen to then found or to then not found? Like, how have you been thinking about that? Again, the mic. Can we? Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Here we go. So I had the pleasure of joining a startup in the US very early, and it was never my own decision. So it just kind of happened, and we worked along. But now that this journey is over and I'm looking to fund something on my own, I'm asking myself the question all the time. So you're like, hey, when is the right time to start? And I think the answer from this summit is now.
Now? Yeah. Okay, just do it?
Yes.
Right? Don't wait for anything to happen, just do it. Lucas, what do you think?
For me, it has been kind of the same journey. Like, I think every founder has this idea in their head since quite young. But then at some point you need to get you need to materialize it somehow.
Yeah.
And I think
definitely agree. That's for sure. Okay, let me just quickly check in with you as the audience to see what age levels we're talking about. Is there people 50 or older? Just raise your arm. Yeah, a few. Very good. Is there people 40 or older? Yes, a few. Awesome. 30 older? Yes. 20 or older? That's probably the majority, I guess. Okay, and now it gets interesting. 18 or older? I mean, yeah, obviously between 18 and 20. Okay, just a few. Is there people under 18? With a beer in the hand? No, I'm kidding. All right, that's fantastic. Very good. I think we've made enough time. Is that right, Lian? No, yeah? What are we actually waiting for? I'm not quite sure. More people, we just kick it off, right? I think, yeah, we just take it from here. Awesome. Guys, please join me in welcoming our fellow speakers here on the stage. We have one founder at the center point of this discussion, who is Benedikt Kurz. He is the founder of KnowUnity, ad tech company based in Berlin. That guy has started to found his company while still at school. So he was like, you know, why should I get whatever type of degree? I just get like school done in whatever way. I don't even know if in a good or not, but he did it, and then he founded KnowUnity. And soon after, he found a good investor from Zurich, Red Alpine Ventures, with other offices in Berlin as well, with their partner Sebastian Becker, and both will have a chat together with Lukas Angermann, the former president of Start Summit. Please put your hands together and welcome them here to the Start Summit Builder stage.
What a tune. Warm welcome, everyone. We had a great introduction from our host, and you actually stole all of the things that I wanted to ask. But yeah, we have great speakers here tonight, so thank you for joining us, Benedikt and Sebastian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was a lot said already, but I think the reason we're here is actually because Benedikt has a very unique story. So he started a company just out of high school. So we were actually discussing, he did his Abitur in Germany in 2020, I think. And from that built this crazy company, KnowUnity, which is a learning platform, scaled it to 6.5 million users in many different countries in just 2.5 years, I believe. And that's really insane, and that's probably why you have great investors on the cap table, like good funds, but also pro football gamers like Mario Götze, which is something we're surely going to talk about. So it's really cool to speak with you today. And then we have Sebastian.
Was lucky enough to invest in KnowUnity.
Exactly. Who's an equally young investor, by the way. Partner at just 25. Now you're 26, but you became a partner at 25, right?
Correct.
Epic. Really cool. So really young duo here. Sebastian studied in St. Gallen and also in Stanford. Invested with, like, Red Alpine invested in crazy companies like N26, TaxFix, Razer, so a lot of cool unicorns from the German-speaking part of Europe, mainly. And I think that proves for a good discussion. So we had a couple of questions, but main question for me is, like, who's kind of, like, thinking about founding, but still hesitant if now is the right time? Can we get a quick show of hands? Yeah. Okay, so a couple of people. We can maybe go like for a couple of key questions of the audience. Should we do that first, and then we go into your story?
Could do so, definitely.
Okay, so who wants to talk about, like, what is your main question? I think, where was, did you raise your hands? Yeah, you did? Don't be shy. What was your main question?
So basically just when do you need to be founded? Is it the first time you get revenue, or is it the first time any legal issues could occur? That would be the main questions.
Okay, super cool. Let's start with that.
Can you repeat it once again? Sorry.
So I was considering to found, but I don't know when exactly to do so, because is it either when you start to get revenue, or is it the first time legal issues could occur? That would be the question.
Okay, so technical question. Should we start with a bit of context, maybe? Do you want to tell us, like, how did that actually happen? Like, out of Abitur, like, why did you start this company, and how did it come to be?
Sure. So we always wanted to start a company, always had lots of ideas back in school at that time, kind of with selling on eBay and whatever. And then just quickly realized I was kind of going into 11th or 12th grade at the time that kind of in education, there's a huge problem. There's a huge global platform in every other vertical, but not in education. So really kind of saw this problem by our own at that time, and then kind of started the company out of own problems. Just said, okay, hey, let's actually start to build an app that students love to use. That's what we then did, and while kind of currently pursuing our A-levels at that time in Germany. And then, yeah, just said, okay, let's actually launch the app after high school. So there wasn't any big revenue or any big plans or something involved. It was rather, okay, we had a problem. We thought, okay, we could definitely solve it better than existing players currently do so. There is a huge platform lag in education. And that's where we then said, okay, let's build a cool app that actually helps ourselves. And then launched it in September 2020. And that took off pretty quickly with kind of first couple of thousand users after 2 to 3 days. And then we saw, okay, hey, this can actually become a really big company. There's actually kind of lots of traction behind it. There's kind of exactly these network effects kicking in, which lots of companies, investors, founders always talk about. And that's when we then kind of realized, okay, we're really up to something, and let's start building the global platform for students. And then got the first investors on board after we kind of, just looked into our bank account and felt we didn't have any money left at that time, just because we didn't have any funding. This was not something we thought about. It was just we thought a company was growing, but we didn't have any money. And then we said, okay, now we need to take on investors. So that was kind of our idea at that time, yeah.
Super cool. And I think to go a bit back on the technical part, because I understand you were a bit like revenue and stuff, I think you founded the German UG like pretty much at the beginning, right? You just had this idea and you were like, okay, this has to be in the frame of a company, not just some funny project, right?
Yeah, so we had the idea, and then we said, okay, no, if we want to do something, then it shouldn't be like something small, whatever, then it should be something which actually has a chance to succeed and which should become something professional. Obviously, in the beginning, no one really believed that, but that was kind of why we firstly founded a German UG at that time, because also family backgrounds, when kind of my parents said, okay, if you do a company, you need to do it legally correct, because they come from that background. And then we started it, and then we kind of launched the app a couple of months later, yeah.
Super cool. So what I'm really interested about, like in your story, is like what is your perception of being such a young founder? You like when we met 2 days ago, you said there are like a couple of advantages and some disadvantages. Like, yeah, which come to mind? What like was your journey in that regard?
Yeah, I guess in the early days it was pretty tough. Like back when we didn't really have any traction at that time, it was pretty tough to convince investors or anyone to invest, because we thought, okay, hey, yeah, it might be cool to get some money in there because we read it in the news, etc. So we tried reaching out to a couple investors, and that absolutely didn't work before we launched the product, because it was us at 17 or 18 at that time telling people that we're actually going to build the leading global platform for students, which obviously no one believed at that time. So that was a big kind of first thing which didn't work out as good, definitely also because of our age, because we didn't have that much trust, or we didn't have any big brands on the CV or something. I guess what then on the positive side really helped us was our connection to the target group, and that we were actually building a product for us as a target group by ourselves at that time. And that definitely helped in building the product, and in building a product which then grew that fast, and which then kind of for us made it possible to get investors on board when it was clear that we had significant traction, and that kind of this was a model which makes sense. Yeah.
Sebastian, like, what is your experience? You work with many founders, and is Benedict your youngest founder in the portfolio, or the team around him?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, and what was your experience like? Like, how is his founding style different? Like, yeah, what did you perceive there?
Yeah, so first of all, this young guy managed to raise 20 million euro.
Shit, I forgot that. To say that actually, that's quite embarrassing, but yeah.
With such a young age, which is quite crazy. And now you are asking yourself, oh, what is the difference to other founders? And I can tell you, there is no negative difference, rather positive difference. So Benedict impressed us extremely during the whole fundraising process, and we never say that we give a favor or an advantage to people that are super young. So we would never sit in the investment committee and say like, okay, this guy is super young, so he's maybe bad, but maybe develops in the future a little bit better. It was rather the opposite. So he was on par and even better than other founders we talked to. And then there was the positive fact and amazing fact that this guy is only 20 at that point in time. And so we're a happy investor since then. And if I would say what a very positive trait is to invest in such young people, it is that you might be open a little bit more to feedback. because older founders often say, yeah, I know everything, I worked at different companies, you don't need to tell me anything. And I think a very positive strength, what I perceive, but Benedikt, correct me if I'm wrong, that you are extremely utilizing your mentor network. Like all the people around you, you ask always the right questions to the right people, and then you come across to the other people like you know everything. And this is giving a lot of confidence to all the people around you.
It seems like a fancy hack, but that was actually definitely one of the kind of things we tried to leverage from early on. So we raised our seed round at that time with Project A, with lots of other funds and angels in Berlin, which was in May 21. And kind of one of our focus topics for that specific round was not just to raise money, but was to really get people on board, which were actually, which could be supportive and which built big companies before that, such as lots of angels from Berlin, such as Verena Pauster, such as others. And as Sebastian said, try to leverage a couple of them. And also kind of we personally as founders, I founded a company with 3 others. We all have kind of our somewhat mentors that build own companies before that we reach out to if we have certain questions, and that then obviously help us to kind of look as we would know a lot, yeah.
And Mario Götze teaches you how to play football in the breaks, or what's the story there?
Exactly. No, he invested in our seed round actually, yes, together with angel consortium of so-called Saarbrücker 21, which is a pretty famous Berlin angel network. And he backed us then, and he's actually pretty active, to be honest. Like I would have never expected him to be that down to earth and that normal in that sense, and that easy to reach and easily approachable. So he's a pretty cool investor, honestly, and he's kind of answering on investor reportings, sharing profiles with us, etc. So it's pretty cool, yeah.
That's super cool. And you played tennis also. I think you told me you wanted to either do tennis pro or founding. So you're still up for the game. I want to watch that. Just.
Yeah, I mean, maybe tennis against him, I hope I would still win, but football would be tough. No, but yeah, that was kind of the idea before founding the Unity, that what that plan was to become a professional tennis player. Kind of went to special sports school and everything, but then kind of the Unity came onto the radar, and we just saw that that's a huge opportunity for us, and that's why we then said, let's take it.
And maybe something that goes now in the direction of if you should have found a company when you're very young and when is the right timing. So within an investment company, when you think about these kind of things, you always see what's at the table or what are the stakes. And with Benedikt, the traction was amazing, the pitches were amazing, but of course he was still in school, so you couldn't say like this guy was at McKinsey or N26 before or whatever. But what we told each other then, yeah, but this guy is super ambitious. He was top 3 tennis Germany. So professional tennis player, that gives you also confidence. So you take all the data points that you can gather around founding teams in order to make your decision. It doesn't need to be like a totally straight way that you go to university and be at some of the quality stamp companies.
Yeah, it's also hard to be number 3 in tennis, right, in Germany. So maybe for you, Benedikt, like, what's your advice? Like, I think I have the feeling your story just something clicked. You knew like the target group very well. You said you knew the problem. You just did it, and you had the drive and the discipline, probably from tennis. But not every story is like that, right? So can you maybe abstract that a little bit for people in the audience that are thinking about founding?
I guess at the beginning and this was really the most important thing for us. We just started off, and we didn't really think about, I don't know, building a huge business model or doing a huge market analysis or something, just because we never heard of these words at that time. So we just started out, which definitely helped to get the first traction. I guess that's also something which I now see with lots of other founders when I talk to, that obviously when you have these backgrounds, as Sebastian mentioned, which isn't bad, but kind of you plan a lot in ahead and you try to de-risk lots of things, etc., which definitely makes sense in lots of cases. But in our case, it was just we had an idea and we felt, okay, this is a huge problem. And our validation actually were our chats with our fellow classmates at that time, which kind of just told us, hey, yeah, there's actually something lagging in education. We need a platform there. And that's kind of how we validated the product early on. So I'd say really kind of getting to start quite early and really testing out as fast as possible is one of the big things for us.
Yeah, and what probably also is something interesting that I observe, that young founders, especially the founders of NoUnity, are really applying first principle thinking because they don't know it better. They just do it how it feels right. And until now, it turned out pretty well, and sometimes a stupid investor like me comes to the board meeting and says, like, hey, maybe you should put revenue on the slides or so, and it improves, and in the end, we are all quite happy with it.
I mean, we have revenue on slides now. It's an important metric for us, just to make that clear, but yeah.
We talked a lot about like the investor facet of your story, and I think you also grew like a pretty large team by now. I think 80 people, something like that. How was your experience there, like straight out of school and then leading so many people who are maybe have that McKinsey check marks and the like? What was the experience like?
Yeah, definitely some of them do. I mean, in the early days, we kind of pretty much fucked up our first couple of hires. So it was good that you didn't invest at the seed round. No, after our seed round, definitely we got lots of hires on board, where we just did lots of mistakes. But I guess for us, this was really this learning by doing thing. We didn't have a huge recruiting process or anything at that time, and then pretty quickly realized, hey, we actually need to build a culture here at the company. The culture isn't just 4 guys working day in, day out. There needs to be a bit more, and that's, I guess, what we learned pretty early on with the first couple of hires, which definitely didn't work out as planned, but then helped us to kind of learn a lot for further hires, and helped us to really build up a pretty good hiring process, I'd say, which kind of helps us evaluate exactly that type of person which you want to have on board, which is kind of also, as Sebastian said before, it doesn't necessarily need to be someone who has been at McKinsey or whatever before, but just someone who has a huge passion for education, huge passion for what we're doing at NowUnity, because that's what we eventually need on board. And I guess these early lessons helped us a lot in terms of then leading a team, but I guess we still do lots of mistakes nowadays, yeah.
Yeah, really interesting. Maybe I saw a question, or when you lifted your hand. No, you gotta shout. Of course, here it is.
So where did you get your self-confidence when you started at a young age? Was it from sports or from your family or from your friends?
Yeah, I think definitely sports helped, like not only on self-confidence, but also in general, kind of on a whole work ethic perspective, etc. So I guess definitely like this background of being in sports for quite some time helped. But I'd say, yeah, a big part of the confidence of just starting it out definitely was from sports and was from kind of competing at that time and from competing lots of times. I guess that helped. And just also us not having that many other options or not really thinking about it. I mean, it was just kind of us at that time. Obviously, there was the option for me to go to university, to become a pro tennis player, to start NowUnity, but it wasn't kind of that we had tons of other ideas and thought about it all night long. It was just pretty clear for us to start off. And then, honestly, we also kind of grew pretty quickly after day one. So it kind of we got it de-risked quite quickly and then saw quite some success. And that's obviously also where some self-confidence builds up. And I'd say in general, I'm definitely a person who has quite some amount of self-confidence, I'd say, yeah.
Sounds good. More questions? Yeah.
Thank you. Do you ever regret not joining the corporate world for maybe a couple years and then starting your journey as a founder, or would you consider the journey that you took would the best outcome for you?
No, I don't regret it. Not because I'm kind of on a bullshit in corporate world or something. We definitely have lots of great people on our team which teach us lots of valuable lessons which are from the corporate world, which are coming from McKinsey or BCG or anything else. But I guess what Sebastian just said is definitely one of our biggest strengths also, which is just sometimes we don't really know how you tackle a topic by convention or something and then just do it in our own way. And this gave us the opportunity to iterate extremely fast and to test out things as fast as possible, where maybe others would have said, hey, let's take it a bit more structured, let's take it a bit more planned, etc. But this actually helped ourselves a lot and also became a strong internal mentality, this whole testing approach which we're having. So wouldn't regret it, no.
And when you look at the thing like, should you maybe gain some experiences before you start a company or even like doing it out of school, I think life is not black and white, and for some people they need to gain some experiences in order to gain that self-confidence, in order to do it, and other people, for them it comes more naturally. And for us as investors, and I think this is the important lesson, is we don't care about the background. It just delivers a little bit more data points in order to de-risk in your head the investment decision. And if you find the outliers, then you definitely also invest in people that have none of these check boxes.
That's a really, really good point. I like that a lot. We have, I think, 5 more minutes. Like, what questions are on your mind in the audience? Yeah, you have one. Oh, jumping a lot today. Thank you.
So, having achieved such immense success early on in your career, how do you make sure that you stay humble and down to earth?
I mean, I guess we, on the other hand, obviously this all sounds quite fancy and cool and everything, but we, on the other hand, also didn't really achieve that much so far. I mean, we're still a Series A company. Yes, obviously we raised quite some money and we built up a big team, but I guess the vision of us is really building the leading global platform for students, and we're maybe at 5% thereof. So I guess it's definitely, we can't say that we achieved that much from us internally, and I guess that's also in general our internal mantra with the other founders. I guess it's just a lot of hard work and a lot of topics that we put into this whole thing, and I guess that definitely keeps us on the ground, or I hope so. Yeah.
So many questions.
Yeah, timing is also very important. Would you think you would achieve the same success today in terms of fundraising? I mean, you funded in 2020, you know, in the middle of the corona crisis when there was a big demand for it. I mean, microeconomic or the environment plays a big role. I mean, Sebastian probably knows it better.
Yeah, it actually, we in the first place always thought, okay, it was great for us starting in the COVID times, but when we actually look at the data, how it turned out, the times when there was actually no COVID at all, when there were students in school normally and everything, were our best growth times. So I wouldn't say, because our model is completely targeting students at the end of the day and not schools such as other players, that COVID actually helped us a lot. Where COVID definitely helped was with the tool. Investors became more interested in education, definitely, but I guess from a growth perspective, COVID wasn't really that much of a driver for us. In terms of fundraising, we just kind of extended our Series A end of last year, so kind of in the crisis, but definitely don't know if that would work out similarly. There's also quite some luck involved.
So maybe may I comment as well here? When you raised your Series A with us in Stride, the markets already crashed, like tremendously, and it was a huge round, a solid valuation, and I think when you deliver the traction, it doesn't matter really the market timing, because even if you look right now, there's a lot of money, like a lot of dry powder. However, many startups will not get money. What my prediction would be is that money will concentrate around the quality companies. So when you deliver traction and performance, and outperform all the rest, the money will come to you. And I mean, Unity was at this point in time growing with more than 20,000 users a day, which was quite crazy. Like I think maybe the most crazy traction that you could see at this moment in time in Europe. And of course, you could raise like at almost every valuation. And I think this wouldn't or isn't changed right now.
One last question, I think we had, and we have time for that.
Awesome, thank you. This is super specific, but you said before that in the first 2 days or 3 days, you grew over 1,000, 2,000 users. Can you elaborate a bit on that first few weeks on that growth journey? Because I think that's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, so we had like 5,000 euros launch budget at that time, and TikTok was kind of up and coming 2.5 years ago in Germany. So we just spent all of these 5,000 euros on as many influencers as we could get, with the hope of actually one influencer outperforming and going viral. So then we launched the app on the 14th of September, kind of launched it into the App Store. There wasn't that much happening. We had like 100 users at night, and we thought, okay, hey, yeah, fuck it, this isn't that great of an idea. And then we woke up the next morning, and one of these TikTok videos went viral, and we were actually like number 5 in the App Store charts overall. And that's kind of, and we thought, okay, hey, this is a quick hype, this won't last. But luckily, since then, it really lasted. So that was kind of the first moment where we thought, okay, there's quite some potential in it, when we then also got good feedback, good ratings, etc. But it was really driven by a couple of influencers in the early days that went viral, and then we built on top of that and saw the network effects and everything.
Thank you so much. I think that was great. Do you have any last remark for aspiring founders, for the ones still battling with this decision of founding or not founding?
I mean, I guess just to start it off, I'd say, and definitely, I mean, there's quite some work involved, so you definitely need to be sure that you actually want to start a company. It's not just fun all the times, but then I guess it actually also pays back. Also, if it's not as successful as it looks like for us currently, but it's definitely also lots of fun and right, so I'd definitely do it over again.
And for me, maybe two key lessons. One is take your time until you're ready. So don't get worried because other people are super young and doing something. I think you should find the right timing for yourself. And the second is, when you're ready, when you feel ready and you have a great idea, maybe started building a product, don't worry that you don't get money. Because if the product is good, if you're good, if you're confident, you will also get your financing and can start build your company.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for these closing remarks. Lucas, good job. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for taking and allowing so many questions. Benedict, thank you. Sebastian, well done. See you later. All right, guys. We are ready for a next great session, and we would like to keep the momentum up. I think we had very nice dynamics. Thank you for all your great questions. I think it was really good to have this quite interactive session, and we will make sure that the next session is just as interactive, hopefully. We'll allow a couple of questions if you guys don't mind in the end. And we will talk about a very particularly important topic, in my very honest opinion, which many of you startup founders, depending also on the stage, might not yet have top of mind, but you might get there, right? Certainly. Just like yesterday, we were talking on the matter of compliance, etc., which probably many of you would also not list as among the top 1 or 2 priorities of an early stage company, which is certainly right. And nonetheless, it's out there, and you should make sure that your company is also set up in a very intelligent way when it comes to governance. Now, governance obviously kind of covers all sorts of different aspects, but one very important and kind of public aspect of it is certainly the board. And the question, how do you as a startup, depending again on your stage, etc., compile the right board with the specific members, with all the different kind of knowledge and kind of skills that you would like to cover? I think that is a very important question, and I myself, I'm allowed to serve on a couple of startup boards as well. It's definitely a very exciting task, but it's of course never easy to find that right balance between, to which extent are you an advisor, to which extent are you an investment representative, to which extent are you a coach or just maybe a friend to some extent of the founding team. And I mean, that is just the perspective of a board member. There's certainly also, and that's even more important, the perspective of a startup founder. For them, of course, it can be tedious at times, right? It's their company, it's their baby. Why should they even just start to share responsibilities or even supervision? I mean, that's quite of a difficult transition, I imagine, isn't it, right? You're first of all in charge of everything, and all of a sudden you're even hiring and maybe even paying or whatsoever a person that is supervising you. You might ask yourself, is this necessary? Should I do this? Yes or no? We have a very experienced founder here with us today that will answer all of these questions and help you grow your company successfully. I'm talking here of Dr. Torben Andrette, who's, as a fun fact, actually been my lecturer here at the university as well, as he's also one of the co-authors of the Business Model Navigator. By the way, guys, a very handy tool if you're about to start up or to further build and mature your company. Have a look at that model as well. It can definitely avoid a couple of mistakes in your building progress. Now, furthermore, and I just learned that yesterday during the speaker's reception, his company has been elected twice in consecutive years among the fastest growing companies and startups in Europe. And that is another very interesting fact, which I personally admire him most for, or should I say I envy him for that. He is, next to Bill Gates, the only person on the globe that with his company has 3 Harvard case studies. Isn't that quite amazing? Now, we're talking here of the consumer factoring provider RightNow Group that he founded while still also being lecturer at the university. And we are very, very happy to have him here with us. Please put your hands together for Torben Andrette and for Julian Schergel from the Start Summit team, who will lead this interview. All the best, guys.
Great. Thanks for having me here, Torben. You've been active and building right now for the 7 years something, and you now serve on the board. Besides that, you told me one of your angel investments, Simpex, has their booth over there. At the same time, you're also a lecturer at our alma mater in St. Gallen. Could you maybe tell us a bit on how you made your way into the world of startups and how that journey has started for you?
Absolutely. So actually, it all started here at the University of St. Gallen because coming from Germany, I actually never had any connection to the startup ecosystem. Obviously, it was a bit different 8 years ago, something. But I'm coming from kind of a very traditional family. My dad's a teacher, my mother's a physiotherapist, so no connection at all. But actually, by coincidence, I stumbled into doing a PhD here at the University of St. Gallen in the field of entrepreneurial finance. So actually doing a lot of research with early stage investors, and thus got caught with this virus of this ecosystem. At a certain point, I thought to myself, I can do this myself, can't I? And then we just tried, and yeah, something got out of that.
Something, well, that's a quite big something, as we heard before. Could you give the audience, for those that are not so familiar with right now, a bit of a background on what it is that you do exactly and what the mission was that you set out to achieve?
Absolutely. So the mission of Right Now is actually to revolutionize consumers' access to justice, because we saw the situation in our own problems that oftentimes when you transact with a large corporate, that you are somewhat unsatisfied. And having a lawyer in our team, we actually started asking the question, what does actually happen from a legal point of view if you have those situations? And oftentimes you can get money back, but obviously as a consumer, you oftentimes don't choose to sue a large corporate such as Facebook or Ryanair or the Allianz insurance or something. So we actually started purchasing those claims, actually saying to a consumer, can I give you 50 cents on the euro and you'll be done with it? We'll take care of all the rest, and we pool tens of thousands of people and then actually start pursuing those claims against large corporates.
Yeah, so if I have a flight and it's like delayed for 6-7 hours and fulfills within the legal requirements, then I don't have to sue the airline company myself, but you'll do that for me, and then for that you take a charge of the legal claim that I get, right? That's how the model works.
Not precisely. This is actually a funny story. This is how we wanted to start that business because there were already companies such as AirHelp, you might know. They've been on the market for, I think, 13 years or something like this, quite successfully in exactly that domain. And we wanted to copy that business model actually from a little bit different kind of angle to the market. But then we were super bummed out because our co-founder actually wasn't yet a lawyer. He was still doing his PhD, and he wasn't a fully qualified lawyer, so we weren't able to get a debt collection license. And that was actually the situation where we thought, how can we still make this work? And then we thought, we can make this work if we just buy that claim and do it on our own behalf. And that was actually how this factoring business model was born. So quite a coincidence.
Interesting. Now, to segue a bit into the topic of today, if we look at the current news cycle and all the big headlines that have been going on for the past couple of months, we have FTX, we have Silicon Valley Bank, and yesterday I actually heard somebody on the speech talking how those were also a lack of proper financial governance, right? So do you think that the topic of financial governance is a topic that is often overlooked in young startups? And how would you advise maybe a seed founder on how to approach this topic?
So the short answer is yes. It is often overlooked, and I think this is no secret, right? That one of the major reasons why startups fail is because they do not manage to manage their finances properly. Either they don't raise enough money or they don't manage their money properly. And having a proper financial governance and having proper structures really allows you to not only raise money more efficiently, and we've been raising more than 35 million in the market on different sides of the balance sheet, allows you to be quicker in fundraising processes, but also to manage your money better over time.
And maybe to break that down also, the term financial governance, kind of what are the aspects and subcategories that you would fit under this umbrella, right? So in concrete, it's like the CFO, the board, what belongs under this umbrella term of financial governance for you?
That's a super interesting question. I actually would have to look up the exact definition of it. But for me, I think there are a couple of things that are important. I think one thing which is relevant very early on, is being well documented, right? So just document stuff. As a startup, have a data room ongoing in your company, right? Don't kind of put it together when you're fundraising, but really have an ongoing data room that you kind of nurture and that you have updated and stuff like that. So be well documented. And I think the other important thing is process, right? So really also early on, try to put in 4I principles when you kind of transfer money and these different types of easy things. And then obviously later on it comes down to more really supervisory roles, having seasoned experts in the industry, kind of giving you feedback on what you're doing, challenging you. I think these are all important aspects of good governance.
And would you say that this topic of financial governance is something that applies even more to certain business models? Or is there like a base layer that everybody should care about, right? Like I could say, okay, well, he chose FTX and Silicon Valley Bank, but one was like a crypto and then the other one was like a bank. Duh, obviously financial governance is important. Do you think that this is something that is like only for certain business models or really across the whole spectrum of startups?
I think there is no general statement, and obviously good governance is not the magic key to all the problems that you just mentioned, right? Because even very, very large companies, and we saw what's happening to Credit Suisse. I don't want to point it towards bad governance. It might have played a role as well in what has happened, but even such professional and good large organizations fail, and better governance probably isn't the only way to solve this. However, I think, as I said, good governance just helps you in a lot of these aspects and makes a lot of these things just much more easy. It seems cumbersome at first, I think, and one private equity fund that we wanted to transact with actually said at a certain point in time that if you would put the energy and effort that you put into structures and governance, if you would have put this into value creation, your company would have been further along already. And I was like, I disagree, right? Because I think the company is here where it is today and speaking with you as a private equity company because it has such good structures and such professional setup. But coming to your question, kind of, is this more relevant for certain business model, especially in the early phase? Yes, of course, right? For right now, a company that is handling money, that does tens of thousands of transactions every month, that has to raise debt capital very early on in its journey. Of course, it's more relevant than for other kind of SaaS businesses or something like this, because in a very early stage of our company, I went to the bank and said, here I am, and I would like to have 20 million euros in debt from you. Yeah. And they were like, who are you, right? And what's your business model doing? You have no track record and stuff like that. So until this day, we're not financed by banks, so there are other lenders doing this business, but nevertheless, for such a business model that has kind of a lot of need for also debt, for instance, and has a lot of kind of trust issues going on in its business model because it works with money transactions, for instance, it's just very important to portray early on that you are professional in what you're doing and that you are not a young startup and things can go wrong. In some types of businesses, there's just no margin for error because otherwise you'll be done.
And let's jump right in there. So if you're trying to convince somebody, right, that you're not this young startup and you have a capital-intensive business model, what are some of the real practical things that you would tell somebody to do in order to really get this professional image across to the other party? So the data room, right, set up, and then is it maybe also an external third-party kind of advisory role, somebody that looks into the books? How would you kind of really practical advise other founders to get to this level of professionalism?
Very good question. So top of my head, a couple of things that jump to my mind immediately. So I think what we did very early on, I think in our second year of operations, we decided to voluntarily have our annual accounts audited by KPMG. It sounds crazy, right? It costs a lot of money, but in the end, this helped a lot, right? If you show somebody your annual statements, especially if you have a high-paced growth and you produce a lot of volume, you produce a lot of revenue, this is definitely helpful to have something like this done because it creates more trust in your business. And then obviously there are little things, right? Really take care that your documents are professional. It starts with simple things like having a proper letterhead and good documents, professional documents that you send around, good presentations that you send around, the way you you obviously you approach people, the people that your company surrounds itself with. So we're going to talk about board structures and boards in a second here. But obviously, if you have a very seasoned guy from that industry being invested in your company or actively supporting your company as a board member, and maybe he even kind of comes with you to the bank appointment or something, this definitely helps your credibility and your credibility as a company.
And I can imagine that this is also something, as soon as you start setting up those structures, right, you just feed them over time. So as you grow, you've already implemented those structures and just have to kind of update all the tasks and add on top and edit them. While if you kind of disregard this, you might get to a point where you run up and you have a large funding round, and then suddenly the investor requests a proper data room, but you've never thought about that, and you're in the stress, you're like talking to investors. So this is also something, I guess, similar to a sustainability topic, where if you implement the right structures from the beginning, you kind of end up gaining in the long term, right?
Absolutely, and I think coming back to fundraising and maybe also tips for founders, and this works on both sides of the balance sheet. So we raised against, obviously, the assets on our balance sheet in the debt world, and obviously also raised some venture capital, and this helps on both sides, what you just said, right? That when you approach an investor and you can then immediately open maybe a part of your data room, and then you open another part, and everything is professionally structured, this really helps. And another tip that I always give to founders, for instance, is helps your credibility, helps your professionalism, is start kind of doing your own Q&A when you fundraise, right? Do them for yourselves at first, right? Just think, what are the potentially frequently asked questions that I'm going to be asked? And then kind of enrich that document after the first conversations you had with investors, and think of a very well thought through answer to that question. And when it comes the next time, you'll appear very professionally and prepared to that question or in that situation. And I think this is one very important element. And trust me, after having, 8 or 10 conversations with VCs or debt lenders or something, the questions will always be the same.
Right, so you already mentioned that one aspect of proper governance is also the board structure. So let's start at the seed stage, right? I'm a founder, I just raised, seed funding. I had a couple of VCs who approached me and said that they want a board seat. I think that's cool, right? They advised me. What would you tell me? Is that a good idea? Should I do it?
Sure, go for it, but get something in return, okay? Right? So I think interesting, and a lot of friends in VC, obviously, and hope they won't hate me for this, but exactly what you just said, right? Oftentimes VCs, they want board seats, right? But obviously it depends now a bit where you are. In Switzerland, we have the board of directors. It's a bit different structure. Right now it's a German limited company, GmbH, and there you don't have a board. So if you put up a board for VCs, for instance, if you don't actively instruct that board with certain rights, it's nothing, right? It's a group of people, they can meet, they can have fun, but they have no rights, they have no responsibilities, right? So when VCs kind of in an early stage approached me and said, we want 2 board seats, no, we want 3, I always said, you can have as many as you want, right? But give me something in return.
Okay, so the advice is give out as many board seats as possible.
That wasn't the advice, but it depends on the company, it depends on the structure, but then obviously you need to take care of kind of really where you draw your value add from, right? And it may not be from having a representative of each share class in your board, but rather to really see who are the most suitable advisors. It can be your VC investors. Oftentimes they are, right? But oftentimes they're also not. So really see kind of how you put your board together, especially in the early stage, and mind that it's the same as in hiring, right? Mind that you get people in for what you want to achieve, right? So what I'm trying to say with that is, we, for instance, tried, or we did not try, we hired in a legal tech company at a very early stage, we hired a lawyer who had 15 years of experience in a corporate law firm. So super senior guy, super well connected, and we thought he's now bringing the company to the next level. However, what we learned only in retrospect is that this was someone, as great the person is, and he's still a super good friend of mine, but he didn't unfold as much value in that stage because we needed to build a team. So he wasn't able to manage a team. He didn't have a secretary or something like this. So hire for the stage that you're in and what you want to achieve. So hire somebody who has shown that they can build a team and not that they can manage a team. Those people can come in when you have a team, right? And the same goes for the board. So especially in the early stage, try to bring people in, at least that's my experience, not the super well-seasoned corporate guys who can make you high-level introductions. That's probably, depending on your business model obviously, but probably not what you need. Get people in who have built successful companies before and not 20 years ago, but maybe 5, 6 years ago or something, who know what your problems are, who know how to overcome your obstacles. Those can be, as said, your VCs, but it can also be kind of your business angels or just other people from the market or from potential kind of former competitors or something like this. So really try to dissect what is your stage, what do you need to achieve, and construct your kind of advisory board and the people that you surround yourself with accordingly.
Cool. And talking about what you need at that stage, how would you say in general does the need for having those external advisors and especially also board members change over time, right? So I'm a seed stage company, right? I might be needing advice on how to build my team, as you mentioned before. Now, I did that path. I'm growing, Series A, Series B, and kind of really going through this maturity. How does the need for external advisors change, and also the role of maybe a board member with the growing maturity of a startup?
So kind of let's dissect that by what we just discussed, right? So hire for what you want to achieve. So at a seed stage, we just discussed that. You probably want to bring in people who have built a company before, people who can help you really set up that initial traction and kind of gain that traction in the market, optimize the product or something like this. When you are then at a kind of a Series A stage, you might want to bring in people who are seasoned in, I don't know, scaling a company, fundraise, for instance, for larger amounts of money, really kind of optimize your structures or something like this, but again, kind of helping you build the company operationally. And after that, at least that's my experience, after that, there may be more the need for kind of supervisory roles. For instance, at a certain point in our company, we decided to form a supervisory board even, so you would know that from stock listed companies, for instance. For a limited company, you don't have to do it, but you can, again, voluntarily do it to send a signal to the market of good governance and really bring in people who have shown that they have done this before, who are really kind of from that industry, and really kind of looking on the fingers of the managing directors and really try to challenge what they're doing. So I think this is how this again kind of transcends through the different stages what the company needs. But obviously it may be very individual for every company.
Were there some specific benefits that you kind of noticed after building the supervisory board kind of in the later stage, or was it really just like the increased overall transparency and trust towards your brand, or was there some specifics that come to your mind?
I think two things. So the first thing that I encountered, and again, it's like identifying the right people. When we kind of built and kind of went out to get people for the supervisory board, the first time we really scouted also across markets for people who have done exactly that before. So don't underestimate the value of people who have been in this exact industry before. Ideally, they have built the same company before or something like this, right? So this was really eye-opening for us because we always thought people can very well transfer knowledge, and they can, but it's again something different if somebody has had exactly the same problems at a larger scale and can help you kind of figure out those things. And the second thing is really, and don't underestimate that, right? You put up this supervisory board at this stage, like Series B stage or something like this, and you tell people we have this supervisory board, they go like, oh, okay, supervisory board, that's interesting. And that does something not only in the perception of your company, but also in the minds of the people involved. Because if somebody's involved as your advisory board member, this might be something, and they go out, but we brought people in our business actively negotiating and trying to help us negotiate very large-scale settlements, millions and millions of euros, with a lot of negotiation experience. And obviously, if they now go out to kind of a counterparty where we have a claim against, or millions of claims against, and they say, I'm the chairman of the supervisory board, this has a different gravitas to it, this has a different ring to it. So it helps on both sides, I think.
So kind of to sum that up, you could also use the supervisory board to kind of empower other people in the ecosystem to just generally bring your business to the next level, right? So because they are part of the brand, right? Part of the company. So that can extend beyond the, let's say, normal kind of task range of being a supervisory member, right?
Absolutely. Actively engage them. So what we always did, we always gave them virtual shares. So we never paid any of them, but we gave them shares in the company. So they felt also really like being, or they were actually a shareholder of the business, and really actively engage them. That's one thing. But the other thing which I like about the supervisory board, it's a bit different in Switzerland because the board of directors of an AG in Switzerland, they have those responsibilities, but it's again something different if somebody is an advisory board member and here and there gives some smart advice, or if really kind of their ass is on the line as well, because if they don't do their proper due diligence and something goes wrong, they are liable for their actions as well. And there is a different dynamic. So you really feel that in the board meetings, they ask different types of questions and they want to see different types of documents because they know they have certain responsibilities by law, and if they don't fulfill them, they have a personal problem as well. Right?
Do you prefer that version over the version where they're not liable? Because I could imagine, right, on the one side, there's more empowerment. They give you more. But then if things don't work out as well, they might also be a bit tougher on you, right? So it could be a bit more like higher pressure. Do you think that evens itself out, balances it out? Or is there really like a focus on, okay, I think in the end, this is like a net benefit? How do you stand on that?
You know, that was always my approach as a founder, also coming from competitive sports. Never choose the easy way, right? So try to choose the way that unfolds the most value for the company, even if it's sometimes uncomfortable. So I never try to avoid the solution that kind of brings me uncomfortable questions, because I always learned that those uncomfortable questions, if they're well meant, right? Not when they're coming from somebody kind of, some VCs are better in this than others, but if questions come just because your investor wants to fulfill their kind of obligations in terms of compliance internally, but it does not unfold value for you, I mean, kind of really if they challenge you, if they ask you critical questions, this is obviously always a net positive, right? So always never go for the kind of easier route. There are always kind of dead fish swimming with the stream, right? So.
Okay, cool. Now we covered the board structure. I think one important aspect also, this was something that you have been quite involved with, is the CFO, right? So up until now, we've had one operations guy in my fictional startup, right? We raised Series A, but we really have high revenue, right? We have a lot of money at this point. Should we bring in a CFO? Is it too early? Is it too late? What do you think? When is the right time for a startup to kind of set this up? And should we bring somebody from the outside or somebody from within the team?
That's a very good question, obviously very circumstantial. So ideally, you have somebody in your founding team who has kind of a passion for finances and managing the money within the company, because it's a very important role, right? Because the CFO role, also in the founder team, you are a bit the one who always says no. But interestingly, your responsibility, as opposed to a lot of lawyers, and I work with a lot of them, I love them, but you also have to provide the solution, right? So this is always, you are a bit kind of the sounding board for good decisions, at least how I always try to interpret my role, saying that something doesn't work and we can't afford it, but trying to think of a way how we can still make it happen, right? So ideally, you have somebody with that background in the team, and if not, I think I would try to develop somebody towards that role. Maybe there's a good business school student who has that kind of passion and wants to be developed to that role. And then when you raise your Series A, you raised a lot of money and you can afford to bring somebody in kind of from the external world. But this is probably the latest point where I personally would bring in somebody with experience and who really kind of manages that money, because investors also want to know that their money is being managed well and thought through.
Okay, so one of the key responsibilities is saying no. Besides that, how would you say, what are kind of the main requirements that I should be looking for when I then hire my CFO at that stage, right? What are kind of the qualities and what are the things that I should be looking out for to make sure that I really get that hire right?
again, they should have shown that they've done what you want to achieve before. So if you are a Series A startup wanting to go to Series B, you should hire somebody who has been at the Series A to Series B stage as a CFO, ideally, before in another company.
Okay, I just see that our time already ran out. Thanks so much, Tom, for joining. I hope we gave some practical advice to some people in the audience. And yeah, that's all from our side. So thanks.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Julian, Turban. Thanks a lot. All right, dear ladies and gentlemen, we're almost there. We're almost there. The program here on the Builder stage is about to end, but there is one final highlight we've got in store for you. We've got another fireside chat, which is going to be a hybrid one. It's fantastic that we've got someone joining us from abroad here as well, but we're still waiting for her to join the call. Let me use that time to extend a huge thank you to the people behind the scenes, which are sitting there in the back. First and foremost to Leon, who's been my personal advisor and supporter here behind the stage, making sure that this works smoothly, as well as all technicians that have been helping us and working around lights and sound and so on and so forth. Please give them a big round of applause. Everything we've done up here on stage was only possible due to their excellent work. So we definitely should appreciate that and give some gratitude here. Guys, are you looking forward to the after party? Those of you who are staying? Yes, you're ready. Not too tired from last night? That's all right? No, right. Our speakers are joining too. That's fantastic. We'll make sure we're ready for that. You know what we're looking at in the last session, right? Supplying the seed ground for the next generation of entrepreneurs. Again, a topic that definitely belongs here to the Builder stage. Guys, what a journey over 2 days, right? You still remember where we started yesterday? Fantastic opening at the main stage. Then we went through all types of pitching competitions. The Start Hack. Did you guys know that parallel to what we were having here, there was a hackathon just going on in one of the other large conference halls? Amazing stuff. Actually, by now it's already one, if not the largest hackathon in Switzerland. So it's amazing every time. Also like to see from where people are joining from around the globe. They come here. They spend 36 hours. They build great stuff. Has anyone been upstairs earlier to see their pitches? You've been there? How was it? Great? Did they build great stuff? Who won? I wouldn't know yet. You know? An AI what? Oh, fantastic. So an H-Tech company. To be H-Tech company, so to say. That's great. Just trying to check. Have we got Easter already in the call? Esther? Ested. Sorry. I wasn't able to check in with her before because she's not here. Ested. The surname is the more difficult part. Wojcicki? Oh, there we go. Okay. Good. Are you guys from where are you? Who's from St. Gallen? Is there a few people? Yeah? Just you're from St. Gallen as well? Who's from somewhere else? Germany? Where? Prague. Oh, awesome. Beautiful city. Man. Are you staying the weekend in Switzerland or are you heading back? Yeah? Did you come by car? Night train? Airplane? Bus? Okay. Oh, that's a good. Wait. That's, how is it called? The student company or something like that? Those yellow buses? They're fun, huh? They're way better. No, I shouldn't say that. Maybe there's a Flixbus founder somewhere here or so. It's a unicorn company. No, but it's really cool. I like it. Comfy seats, stuff, TV. Great. Cool. No? Are we canceling this? I'm getting some signs from the back. Okay, guys, it seems that I may release you a little earlier with a sad news that we're canceling this session. Nonetheless, I would really like to thank you. I mean, guys, you've been tremendous. I mean, you made everything of this. I was only as good or bad as I was able to have conversations with you as we were having a good time here on the Builder stage. That's a very unfortunate, unexpected end to this. Thank you so much. I mean, applaud to yourself. I mean, it's been an amazing time here on the Founder stage and on the Builder stage. Thank you so much for bearing with us until very late on the Friday evening. We definitely appreciate that. It only remains to me to wish you a wonderful Friday night. Enjoy the party. Get back home well, and all the best, and see you next year here at Start Summit. Thank you.
you.